The story begins on a stormy night in an old Chinese-style house. A group of people dressed in black robes stand in a row, silent. Then one speaks softly, asking if anyone is here. Outside, heavy rain forms puddles everywhere. A dirty child is drenched under the rain. The child looks at the group of black-robed people with wide eyes. Their silence makes the scene eerie and unsettling. Among them, one has glowing red eyes, closely observing the child. He wonders why this kid can say S. He calls him Little Fighter and politely asks if he can stay overnight to avoid the rain. The boy looks at them suspiciously, wondering why they are being so polite. Especially as a kid, he thinks they must see him, just a temporary caretaker of the closed academy. To be polite, he agrees and hopes they're not bad people. He says he's lived in this empty academy for years and allows them to stay wherever they want. But he points to his own sleeping area and tells them not to touch it. The black-robed group thanks the little fighter for his kindness. The leader asks everyone to avoid that shrine and find another place. Then all agree yes in unison. They disperse to find their resting spots. The boy reads the characters on their robes. It's the character for Road. He wonders if they're from the same clan. Despite his curiosity about who they are, he has work to do. He turns back into his small shrine and hurries as it's time to prepare dinner for the kids. The heavy atmosphere suddenly lifts when he smiles and calls everyone over to eat. In front of them is a large pot. Excitedly, he opens the lid to reveal a brown insect that looks like a cricket. The boy says he almost missed dinner time and these insects must be starving. He continues opening another pot. Inside is a cute spider, a black widow. This is a local tarantula species from Hainan Island that can grow up to 20 centimeters with distinctive black stripes like a black panther. Using chopsticks, he feeds Breck and explains how these creatures helped him survive until now. Breck immediately chews the food enthusiastically. The boy is delighted at seeing Breck's reaction. He marvels at this spider that was as small as a fingernail but has molted twice and grown so quickly. It makes him extremely excited. After finishing dinner, he opens a drawer. Inside is an orange horned frog with white stripes, the famous flying gecko known for its many legs and tails. He reminds them that in his past life, he couldn't afford these because of lack of money. Now they're everywhere, making his life full of joy just to look at them. When feeding the gecko, it suddenly bites his finger. He screams and waves his hand trying to remove it, but it clings on tightly. This moment instantly brings back memories from his past. Before entering this body, he was a chimera with over 1 million followers, known as Spicy Fabry, a professional zoologist researching venomous animals and insects. This illusion was born during a live stream celebrating 1 million subscribers, where he introduced the top 10 most deadly snakes in the world. The most dangerous among them is Hakamamba, notorious for its ferocity, and his search for it in Africa nearly cost him his life. He told viewers that he still hasn't found it due to the extreme difficulty of the hunt. He paused and planned to continue searching later. Viewers encouraged him to be patient and wait. Exhausted, he couldn't find its whereabouts. In the chat, viewers were worried that Hakamamba might be hiding in the house and could attack him. The mysterious snake he had been searching for all this time was actually curled up on top of his refrigerator. On live stream, it suddenly leaped down to bite him, and within an instant, he collapsed. Returning to the present, he remembers the bitter end of those past efforts. Outside the shrine, a gray-haired man in black robes stands silently before the door. He gently knocks and calls Little Fighter. The boy opens the door, asking what's going on. The man thanks him for sheltering them from the rain and invites him to join dinner, saying they just hunted a deer. Hearing this, the boy happily can't hide his excitement. He loves meat and has only eaten snake meat with venomous lizards until now. He eagerly accepts their invitation and joins them. They lit a big fire. Everyone gathered around, eyes fixed on the roasting squirrel. The elder noticed the boy swallowing saliva. He said they had to wait a bit longer for it to be fully cooked. While waiting, he asked if he could ask some questions. The boy was slightly embarrassed from staring too intently, but he nodded and agreed. The elder usually asked if the boy lived alone this year and how old he was. He wasn't sure if he was 14 or 15, so he made up a story about falling and hitting his head, which made him forget many things. When asked if he was here alone, he said yes, explaining that he had no special abilities, just catching snakes to sell for a living. The elder was surprised the boy dared to do such dangerous work, but the boy said he was used to it. Someone brought cooked meat and invited them to eat first. An old man teased that the young martial artist must be very hungry. He thanked them, remembering how long it had been since he last ate meat. When he took his first bite of meat, he smiled contentedly, thinking this was true happiness. The adults watched him eat and chuckled kindly. They told him to eat while listening to their conversation. The elder said they were looking for something and asked if he noticed anything unusual. He hesitated a bit before speaking. A white-haired old man suggested the chief should be clear because they owed this boy. Moreover, living alone meant he wouldn't spread any news outside. The chief agreed and began explaining that they were searching for a green-spotted centipede. The boy was startled by the mention of the green-spotted centipede. It was very large, so they guessed he might have encountered it before. He asked about its size. The chief said if it were an adult, it could swallow a small child like him whole. His face turned pale imagining such a huge centipede. He began to doubt whether he had returned to the past just a few hundred years ago because this seemed like a completely different world. The white-haired old man reassured that they were about to catch it soon. He asked if they planned to capture and keep it as a pet. The elders looked puzzled at his idea. A silver-haired elder laughed heartily, and the group found it amusing. The chief praised him for being interesting but explained that no one kept centipedes. They wanted to use them for medicine. This made him more confused, first thinking they were enemies, then seeing a mysterious situation. He asked how Z could be used as medicine. The white-haired old man said his granddaughter was very sick and the inner organs of a Z centipede were her only hope for recovery. That's why they had to find that centipede, and he tried to fit this into what he knew. The chief confirmed his guess. The granddaughter of the white-haired elder was indeed his daughter. In his eyes, they were truly willing to do anything to save a family member in critical condition. Despite doubting using centipedes for medicine, he understood parents' hearts and felt sorry for both the girl and the centipede. Grateful for being fed, he wanted to help. He started talking about centipedes, making the chief curious if he had ever met one. He replied no but said that even though he didn't know much about green-spotted centipedes, he could guess where they often appeared, even if it meant dying from snake bites. Spicy Fabry was still an excellent person. He was knowledgeable about venomous animals. Among the 8.7 million species of life forms, around 20,000 were known to be toxic, and he knew all about them. Z was also like that, with deep expertise in harmful creatures. Spicy Fabry, almost a living encyclopedia, he recalled the vast knowledge about Z, as if flipping through an invisible book. His mind continuously checked data until quickly finding what he needed. Back to reality, he told the elders where they could find it. The men were surprised and immediately wanted to know the location. He asked which areas they had searched already. They said they had combed the northern and eastern parts of the academy mainly during the day, especially focusing on the northern riverbank area. He wasn't surprised by their failure, saying it was obvious they wouldn't find it. The elder asked why he said it was inevitable and explained. He said centipedes belonged to the arthropod class and were widespread, but needed suitable warm and humid environments due to being cold-blooded. Another oddity was that unlike many insects with permeable exoskeletons, centipedes had a less permeable exoskeleton with many small pores. Thus, they disliked overly wet environments, high humidity without being waterlogged, and couldn't survive without water. Green-spotted centipedes would rarely be found in dense forests or near river banks. The elders were surprised to think centipedes liked living in wooden crevices. He explained that small centipedes could do so, but they were looking for a large one, which couldn't hide in the forest or riverbank rocks because it would be easily spotted. 8 elders looked at each other and asked if he could point them to where to find the centipede and promised a big reward if successful. The boy smiled contentedly. He pointed towards the west and told them to head for the Rocky Mountains in that direction. He said the centipedes usually hide under warm rocks during the day and come out at night to hunt. A few minutes later, everyone was gathered at the rocky area and began a thorough search. The chief stood on a narrow cliff and watched carefully for any movement. Someone approached and said that the young warrior might have guessed wrong. He decided to stop searching for the day and ordered them to signal for everyone to gather. As the distress signal arrow shot up, people returned around the fire, tired but hopeful that the boy was right. They wondered why the centipede hadn't appeared yet, but still believed in his cleverness. The chief remained silent. Finally, with heavy sorrow, he mentioned his daughter Hua Yul, a genius of the Path clan, and wondered if fate was being unfair to her. Suddenly, someone reported that the elder had returned. Chief Lin welcomed him back and everyone gathered around the fire. The elder asked if they hadn't found the centipede yet. The chief confirmed their failure. He asked if the elder had similar results, and he nodded in agreement. Huya Ain only has at most 3 months left. He suspected that it would be hard to find a centipede in 10 days. The mood dropped, no one dared to speak up. The chief suggested they try searching south the next day since there were still no signs of activity. The elder agreed, saying that indeed, there were no clues at all. Those words woke him up. He laughed loudly and admitted he couldn't believe he had overlooked such a simple thing, declaring they must be in the right place now. The chief asked if the elder found anything. The elder said no, but as the chief mentioned, he didn't sense any traces either, confusing the chief even more. He explained that the lack of signs was actually evidence. He asked if the chief had seen any animal signs in the past 3 days. The chief admitted seeing no animals, no droppings, or territorial marks. At that moment, he understood the problem. The elder confirmed everything was as they thought because it was highly unusual for a large mountain to have no animal signs at all. The elder guessed that other creatures had fled or become food for the green centipede. He placed his hand on the chief's shoulder, reassuring him that the green-spotted centipede must be here. Everyone hoped they could save Hua Ayan. The chief wore a sad but hopeful look of a father. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. They immediately became alert. Fear spread as watermarks widened on the ground. The area around the fire began to collapse. And unexpectedly, something emerged from the earth, causing everyone to panic and try to understand what was happening before their eyes. A huge leg appeared from underground, followed by another one right after. They pointed towards the creature as it slowly revealed itself, tightening fear around them. Even the elder was extremely anxious. More legs kept emerging from the ground. It was indeed the green centipede, and its size was horrifyingly enormous. Back at the academy, the boy, annoyed by the noise, wondered how big a centipede could be to cause such a commotion. He complained that he only suggested where to search. They ended up causing chaos on the mountain, making him curious about a centipede large enough to swallow him whole. As someone who loved poisons, Cayman really wanted to see it. Meanwhile, at the rocky area, things finally calmed down. They managed to defeat the green centipede, though many were injured. They retrieved the inner core, a small green gem, which they carefully stored in a wooden box. Everyone was moved to tears, happy that Huayan had finally been saved. The chief instructed his father to go treat the wounded warriors before coming back for him, confusing the elder. He explained that debts are written in blood, but favors are carved into stone. That was their way of life. In summary, they still had duties to fulfill. The elder realized he almost made a mistake by only thinking about Huayan. He agreed that the young warrior should be treated as a guest and given what he wanted. The chief told the injured to go back to the village for treatment while he went to meet the boy. He thought the boy would want to know the news. At the academy, the boy was surrounded by 3 small yellow creatures resembling Pokemon, full of affection. He faced a new challenge now that he had become the foster father of 3 baby green centipedes. They're like 3 tiny worms, so cute when they crawl on your face. Looking at the pot, he suddenly remembered what happened last night. When he got home, he washed the eggs and placed them on his bedside table. By morning, they had all hatched. One was still curled up on top of him, feeling very satisfied. He knew they were there, but didn't expect them to hatch so quickly. Looking at the 3 little spiders clinging tightly to him and struggling, gently removing them from his shoulders, but it's tricky as they won't let go, seeing him like a father. This is a brief summary of last night. He's extremely curious about this new spider species. A species big enough to swallow you whole. He told himself that overcoming this fear, he remains Spicy Fabry the Brave. Despite being in the green dot spider lair, his curiosity still drives him to investigate. And in a fit of anger, he accidentally kicked one of the insects. The torch just lit fell down. He lost his balance immediately, but sighed with relief as long as the eggs were safe. If it weren't for the rain, he might not have saved any. Knowing he had to act fast, he stood up to take the eggs home and clean them. He tied them round his waist, walking while reassuring himself they would soon be bathed. Back to the present, even without seeing adult green dot spiders, he's happy for saving 3 eggs. He begged the little spiders to loosen their grip. He understood that until they molt twice, feeding them wasn't urgent. It was just a bit inconvenient having them clinging on him. Then an idea struck him. If he went into water, maybe they would let go. He thought about going for a bath. The little spiders probably wouldn't understand, but one of them shivered slightly as if guessing what was coming. A few minutes later, the senior master arrived at the academy. He approached the entrance and knocked on the door, asking if the young martial artist was inside. No answer came back. He waited a moment before reaching out to open the door. Inside were full of herbs, jars, and some medicines. It made him wonder if the young martial artist might be a doctor. Then he realized his impudence for barging in without permission. He decided to return later, but was suddenly drawn by a sound from one of the pots. The noise came from inside one of the pots. Curious, he turned around and opened the lid, only to be surprised by a spider inside. His curiosity grew as he looked into another drawer and pulled it open, finding a chameleon inside. He glanced around and opened another pot, where he found both beetles and some eggs, along with dried snakes. He was genuinely amazed. The young martial artist seemed to keep many dangerous creatures and their offspring. Even the clan of Venom experts, known for their knowledge of poisons, couldn't create eggs in this manner. realizing his daughter's rescue partly relied on luck. But the greatest blessing was meeting this boy. Just then, the young martial artist appeared at the end to greet him. Seeing his bandaged arm, he was worried but assured him it was just a minor injury. He intended to share an important matter but stopped when he sensed a cold aura. Behind the boy, a loud noise echoed. A dark figure slowly emerged. As it stepped into the light, its form became clear, like a one-eyed monster with half its face burned. Instinctively pushing the boy aside, he told him to run, scaring him to his core. The monster howled in despair, preparing to attack. It moved incredibly fast, swinging its arm at them. The senior master raised his uninjured arm to block or ignore the pain tearing through him. The monster pushed him back with a powerful shove. Dust rose thickly, making the senior master cough violently into his blood-filled chest. He understands its power is nearly equal to his own. But when the smoke cleared, they saw the boy being strangled and lifted by a monster. The boy coughed while the monster laughed maniacally. It mocked him, saying he heard that the Path clan was going to Hainan. He never expected the son of the god of 10,000 poisons would be injured and so alone. The elder replied he didn't know who this person was and asked why he attacked both his family and the boy. The monster questioned how he couldn't recognize him or his fist, then introduced himself as Lasada Kanyang, a man whose father had thrown him off a cliff. The elder remembered that name. He had been poisoned by the elder's toxin and fallen from a cliff, but somehow survived. He begged for mercy for the boy, offering to trade his life to save him. But Yang roared in refusal, vowing to exterminate everyone from the Path clan. The elder cursed this demon, a warrior who only brought disaster. No one intended to spare his life. His face turned pale as he struggled for breath. He laughed madly, declaring that the boy would die. The weak martial artist pleaded for mercy. His breath was fading fast. Suddenly, 3 sharp eyes appeared in the darkness. 3 small scorpions charged at his arm. This is their moment to shine. They bit him relentlessly with all their strength. Yan staggered from the scorpion attack. His neck turned purple, and he vomited blood before collapsing in excruciating pain. The boy was shocked at how quickly and died. He stepped back and asked the elder if Yang was truly evil. After witnessing this, the elder fell silent, but then he laughed loudly, realizing that this boy was far from ordinary. Inside him, a thought emerged. This boy must become part of their clan. Days after In's death, a sigh echoed. The martial artist caring for the elder placed a wet cloth on his forehead to make him more comfortable. The elder thanked him but asked instead if he could tell where his teammates were so that he could visit them. However, he realized he couldn't leave the elder alone and couldn't call for a doctor either. But the elder reassured him that resting for a few days would be enough. The boy was amazed at how calm the elder remained despite his injuries. Leon reminded him not to underestimate his condition. The elder just laughed, saying he was fine because he trained in martial arts. The boy didn't understand. Leon asked the martial artist, was this a person who could fly and shoot fireballs? The elder chuckled and explained not everyone could do it, but that wasn't entirely wrong either. Spicy Fabry, he added another proof that they were in a different world. Otherwise, a scorpion as big as a house couldn't exist. The elder said he owed his life to the boy and introduced himself despite being tired. His name was Dwenka Olsen from the Four Pots clan. Finally, the boy introduced himself. His name was W.A.E. Sorian. Kaoshan nodded, saying so means small, and Ryan means dragon, praising it as a good name. He said he had many questions to ask. Sorian told him to go ahead, so the elder asked if the scorpions on his body were venomous. Sorian gently stroked one of the scorpions and confirmed they were, as they were green-spotted scorpions. Upon hearing this, Kaoshin jumped up in shock. He asked how he tamed them and saw other venomous creatures. Did he raise all these? Sorian replied that it was a long story and wondered if Kaoshin wanted to hear it. And Kaoshin said he was more than willing. So Sorian began recounting when he found the green-spotted scorpion eggs. After finishing his tale, Kaoshin asked again to confirm that he raised them from the eggs. Sorian nodded and confirmed that he even guessed their gender at birth. For Kaoshan, this was far beyond his understanding. He couldn't imagine how it was done. So Sorian said he would wait a moment, then went to a drawer and proudly showed Kaoshin to stone beetles. The first one had a brown body with yellow stripes and a white striped tail, just an ordinary stone beetle. The second was different. By crossbreeding those with more white stripes, he created a brown one with a pure white tail without any stripes. Kaoshin asked if Sorian said that the boy had caused this coloration. Sorian blushed but happily nodded, saying he found it beautiful. Calming down, Kaoshin asked, could Sorian combine venomous creatures to create an even more deadly species? Suryong whispered, huh? In his head, he thought it might be possible if they knew which snake had stronger venom. He explained that knowing which one was more toxic would make this task feasible. Before he could finish, Kausen shouted, asking how it could possibly be done, startling Suryong. Kausen immediately begged him to join their clan, leaving Suryong utterly confused. He then said that if he agreed, they would teach all martial arts, provide spirit herbs, and any kind of venom he wanted. He even claimed Suryong could capture or raise 10 of the most dangerous snakes in Central Martial Arts. Not satisfied yet, Kausen excitedly mentioned meeting one of the 3 flowers of Central China, his own daughter. Suryong shouted, asking him to repeat that slowly. Kausen laughed and said he might be young but was still a man. He continued talking about the 3 flowers of Central China. But Suryong interrupted, saying they should move on from this topic. He wanted more information about the 10 most dangerous snakes and asked if they were as terrifying as spotted vipers or green ones. Kausen confirmed that was indeed the case. Then he explained that while spotted vipers were formidable, they still ranked below the 10 most dangerous snakes. From giant scorpions to metallic-looking golden frogs, everything Suryong imagined paled in comparison to reality. Kausen smiled, realizing he had successfully sparked Suryong's curiosity. Suryong's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 days later, a member of the path came running to report that Yang's bloodhand demon had appeared. Kausen explained that Yang had been hiding and training, setting up defenses nearly as strong as her father's. The path members realized if their chief went to his death, it meant he had reached the realm of myriad poisons. They began congratulating him, but the chief corrected them, saying he hadn't yet reached that level. He revealed that the one who defeated Yin was Suryong himself. The path members were shocked, and someone tightly grasped Suryong's hand, thanking him for saving their chief. They asked if he was a rejuvenated elder, leaving Suryong speechless. Seeing his confusion, the elder told Suryong to perform. The path members understood what was about to happen. Suryong gently tapped his chest and called for his children. The path members stared at Suryong as 3 small spiders emerged from his hands. Everyone was stunned, then watched them crawl out, recognizing they were green spotted vipers. The chief explained that these very 3 had defeated Yang. The path members asked about their venom. Seeing the wonder in Suryong's taming of the spiders, the chief said this was why they wanted him to join their clan. But Suryong said he needed more time to think. One member advised it was a precious opportunity. The chief suggested they prepare for departure, thinking they shouldn't delay any longer. Suryong asked if they were still searching for something, making Kausen pause before explaining that it was the Blood Hand Lasat. The Adonai.ing had practiced a dark art called Blood Hand Poison Surge. It was a cruel martial arts technique requiring blood and specific individuals to set up defenses. Suryong found this personally uncomfortable. Kausen continued, saying if the IIANG left any records or successors, they must deal with them to prevent future harm and eradicate such vicious techniques. At the same time, they had to save anyone who might have been captured. The chief asked if Suryong could help, given his familiarity with Hainan's terrain. Suryong pondered for a moment, considering joining the path meant a lifelong commitment, similar to an internship. He said he would assist when the chief recovered, and everyone praised his wise decision. Inside, he saw this as an opportunity to learn more about the 4 paths, because people with potential often need to assess whether their future path is worth it. Kausen needed 3 days to recover from his injuries. They stopped at a nearby abandoned village academy to look for the Bloodhand's base. They asked the villagers if anyone had gone missing. A farmer said only 1 or 2 people got lost in the forest each year, but there were no signs of mass disappearances. Kausen pondered this information. They thanked the village chief. The frugal chief said it was an honor to help the path chief. As they left, they realized they hadn't found any clear leads as they crossed through the forest. Suryong noted that this village wasn't particularly special. Kausen explained that when Young appeared and revealed his identity, it was in a nearby area, but the base's trail remained very difficult to follow. Suryong also found it strange with no clear clues. He recalled what Yang had said, which sparked an idea. He asked Kausen if he remembered what Yang said when he appeared, but Kausen admitted he didn't remember clearly. Suryong reminded him that Yang mentioned hearing about the path's arrival in Hainan, meaning someone had reported it, so the conclusion was simple. They just needed to check where the path had been before in Hainan. They just needed to check where the path had been before in Hainan. They just needed to check where the path had been before in Hainan. They just needed to check where the path had been before in Hainan. Sari suggested using Yang's portrait to gather intelligence. The group looked at Sari in surprise. They admired his sharpness very much. If someone had seen the way out and reported it, following would be easier. They immediately set off for a gloomy village. A villager said based on information from the harbor, this might be where they need to look. The elder recognized it as a holly village and hoped they wouldn't show their lack of vitality. The way out called out, drawing the attention of a villager. Seeing the way out, the villagers called others together. They asked what the way out was here for. It seemed the village chief stepped forward. He brought along a young girl and had 2 guards by his side. Everyone looked pale. Kaoshin stepped up to introduce himself. Sari observed their exchange. Caring about the weak girl and the village's decline, an idea struck him. He noticed others also seemed listless. It appeared they had drunk something. Like that, they were affected by some kind of poison. The village elder affirmed no one was missing and their village was safe. He asked them to leave. The elder wanted to discuss the discrepancy between houses and people, but was interrupted by the village chief, saying it wasn't relevant. They were again urged to go back. Kaoshin and Surya Ong were well suited for this task. Kaoshin whispered to Sari that Holly people are usually kind, but Sari shook his head in confusion. He looked at the girl once more. She suddenly fainted. Everyone was alarmed as the village chief held onto the child, tears streaming down his face. One asked Majin not to leave because he was her last family. The village chief was desperate not to see the child suffer like those who had passed away. Kaoshin approached. He offered to help with some medical knowledge, asking permission to examine the girl's condition. The village chief asked if it was general medicine. Kaoshin confirmed he wasn't a famous doctor, but knew enough and requested to diagnose. The village chief agreed naturally. He explained that their village was suffering from an epidemic, causing children to die slowly and healthy people to weaken. Kaoshin promised to do his best to treat them. The village chief expressed gratitude as they brought the girl inside. He scolded the guards for standing still and ordered them to bring the doctor and everyone into the house. They hurried over, with Sari asking a villager about the elder's medical skills. The person confirmed that the Way Out's martial arts involved poisons, so their medicine was also good because understanding the body is necessary for both. Initially thinking they were an assassination group using poison, Sari thought joining and learning medicine would be less scary than practicing poison. The man said sometimes they caught villains by injecting them with poison to observe reactions, making Sari laugh at his expression. He immediately thought of experimenting on people. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The village path was strangely quiet. Inside a house, people were beside the girl. Kaoshin said he had transferred some inner energy to stabilize her breathing. The village chief thanked him and then left. He begged them to save his only grandchild. Kaoshin noted an unusual pulse in the child, asking if she had a congenital heart condition. The village chief explained the girl had been sick for half a year. Not just her grandson, many villagers were also affected by this strange illness, which is why he asked them to leave. Kaoshin suggested giving good heart medicine and asked to gather everyone to test if it worked. The village chief was moved, continuously thanking him. Sari quietly observed the elder. The scene switched to that night as a villager walked with the path master, praising his hard work caring for Zupi while asking about symptoms. Kaoshin explained the condition was quite peculiar. Patients were weak, eyes swollen, mild fever, and irregular pulse. Severe cases had heart issues. Kaoshin asked where Surya Ong was. When Zupi said Surya Ong was too tired to sleep, the village chief nodded because he knew Surya Ong's lack of martial arts made him easily exhausted. Kaosun decides to follow Zupi and Yu into the room. They quickly step inside. Seeing Suryong sleeping soundly in bed, with 3 creatures curled up under him, Kaosun glances at the open door. He points his hand towards Suryong. His hand forcefully slaps Suryong awake with a sharp pain. Suryong wakes up, touching his stinging cheek. Kaosun looks at him sternly. Suryong panics and backs away, covering his throbbing cheek. He grits his teeth, asking in frustration about the painful slap. Elder Cow apologizes, saying there was a bug on his face just now. He explains he only meant to catch it, but Suryong is unsure. Kaosun insists they should listen carefully. He says when he checked, he saw a bug on Suryong's face. Given the many toxins here, he feared danger and reacted by hitting him. He shows the small bug to Suryong. Suryong examines it closely and realizes something. He asks Kaosun if everyone with a fever has an irregular heartbeat. Kaosun confirms. Then Suryong points out the cause of the village's illness. He points to the bug, saying this is the kissing bug. A species in the Rodividae family, it often bites around the eyes or lips to feed on blood, hence its name. More discreet than a nose, it's also called the vampire bug or assassin bug. Though not venomous itself, its belly is full of harmful parasites. When they bite, people can easily contract Chagas disease through their feces, one of 7 deadliest diseases for humanity. Suryong asks the village elder if the dogs in the village breathe irregularly like the sick. The elder confirms and wonders if it's due to this bug. Suryong affirms. Then the elder anxiously asks if his granddaughter can be saved. Kaosun says she can be cured with the right medicine. Kaosun smiles confidently. He asks Juppy for advice and Juppy acknowledges the boy's value. Sioryang, seeing their exchange, doesn't understand what's happening. They remind him they are from the 4 directions path. Suryong looks confused. Kaosun has to repeat himself. What if? His bewildered look makes them laugh. Kao Sun starts explaining ancient poisons. These toxins are like dark magic created by evil people in China. Practitioners of ancient poisons use bugs to cause pain or control others. Suryong finds this hard to believe. Kao Sun agrees but stresses that many martial artists have died from these poisons or been forced into terrible acts. So, generations of martial artists have continuously searched for antidotes to fight ancient poisons. Kao Sun explains there are two types of antidotes. One pushes the poison out of the body, and another dissolves and kills it inside. Suryong starts to understand. Kao Sun asks who could create such a medicine, then proudly says it's there for Direction's path. He asserts that if they can dissolve a large bug in someone's body, a small one is nothing. He shows a glowing pill, and Suryong admires it despite thinking the name sounds more appealing than its actual effect. Kao Sun promises to do his best for the elder's granddaughter. Eventually, villagers start recovering, starting with that girl. The village chief is relieved, and their genuine hospitality makes everything even more memorable, as expected from their kindness. Kao Sun acknowledges Suryong's help in finding the cause. He tells the villagers to thank him. The villagers bow gratefully, calling the young martial artist a lifesaver. Though the Four Directions Path's medicine helped them recover, Kao Sun credits all the success to Suryong. Seeing Suryong thanked makes his heart warm, if he himself was praised. Suryong is equally moved. The villagers are so happy they keep tossing him in the air during their celebration. Later, the village chief pulls Kao Sun aside and reminds him of their conversation at the village gate. Kao Sun asks what it was about. The village chief mentions missing villagers. Kao Sun remembers and asks for more details. The elder wants to repay by sharing a strange story he heard. Among the women in the village, there's one who came from elsewhere and told of a tragedy that happened a few years ago when many people disappeared. They think this might be an important clue. Kao Sun asks where that village is located. The village chief says it's to the west. When they arrive, a putrid smell hits them straight in the face. They know for sure they've arrived at the right place. Kao Sun observes the surroundings deadly, littered with trash and maggots. Amidst the toxic air, Zubi tells Suryong not to look as the scene is too horrifying. But Suryong still looks around. Someone points out something strange. A golden chicken leg. It's coloring a snake. Just kidding, it's a weird bird. It has a yellow tail, a body mixed with purple, pink, and black. It looks like a mythical creature. Someone can't stand the sight of the bird desecrating the dead and picks up a stone to throw at it. Kao Sun tries to stop him, but it's too late. The stone misses its target, but catches the bird's attention. The other person gets angry, but Kao Sun puts his hand on the man's shoulder and says something is wrong. The bird spreads its wings and flies away. A cloud of toxic air hits Soria, causing him to immediately faint when he sees it corrodes human bones. Someone covers Suryong's mouth to protect him. Kao Sun orders everyone to run while covering Suryong's mouth and nose. He says it's a Da, meaning something deadly. After escaping, the group gathers around Kao Sun. He describes the bird, saying its wingspan is nearly 1.5 feet long, with sharp, coppery feathers and a body covered in bright purple. When it spreads its wings in anger, everything around it turns black and dies from its toxicity. Its head has a yellow hue, making it look regal like the king of poisons. Kao Sun confirms that it is indeed a Da. Soria immediately asks if it's one of the 10 most deadly creatures and nods. He says the Da at the top is the king of all poisons. Soria is shocked. In his heart, the world of poisons and cobras seems insignificant compared to this creature. He's amazed that the current world resembles a living biological weapon arsenal. Kao Sun says the Da is attracted to venomous snakes and people believe it only eats the heads of venomous snakes. Soria asks if it often appears. Kao Sun says it's extremely rare. Sorium is surprised, causing Kao Sun to ask why he cares so much. Sorium immediately asks if they can catch one for a price. The question makes the way out silent and dizzy. Kao Sun laughs and asks if Sorium really wants to catch that bird. Sorium nods but worries about its toxicity. Kao Sun smiles, recognizing his passion. Sorium's intense interest in the 10 most deadly creatures makes Kao Sun decide to be honest. He says there's still a way for him to do it, surprising Sorium. He explains that if he cultivates the poison skills of the Path Out, he can become immune to all poisons, including Da. With the martial arts of the Path Out, Soria can block any kind of deadly poison. But Kao Sun emphasizes that this secret technique is not passed on to outsiders, not even by the chief. Sorium immediately asks if joining the Path Out means he can learn it. He then asks if after becoming immune, he can withstand Da's toxic air? Kao Sun confidently confirms that of course he can. He promises to train him wholeheartedly if Sorium agrees now, but if he hesitates too long, he might change his mind. Gently pressured, Sorium immediately declares joining the Path Out and calls Kao Sun chief with a look of defiance. The wise man smiles mischievously as though he hasn't bothered anyone. Kao-sun happily says that from now on, Soryum is one of the family. The scene shifts back to where they were. Bloodhand Prince Lasata Konyungs appear in a cream-colored cave following footprints. They immediately report it to the leader and hand over the book. The book was found in the cave. Kao-sun flips through it and confirms it is indeed the Bloodhand Poison Claw technique. Soryum slightly touches it, noticing it's written in blood. Kao-sun decides to leave, asking if they will return to the 4th quadrant. Kao-shin said it was the best choice because they managed to keep the inner core and secret formulas. Soryung asked if he could visit the academy to let his little friends out. Kao-shin agreed as he also needed to pack up his things. They set off, but Soryung suddenly turned back and noticed something. He pointed in that direction and said it seemed like there was something. Upon closer inspection, they found a bright purple feather of Gainer. Everyone touched it curiously. Kao-shin picked it up and said he would keep it as a welcome gift for Soryung. Soryung was very excited and thanked him. Kao-shin said everything was fine except how Soryung addressed people. He suggested changing the way of addressing after the initiation ceremony. Soryung wondered if it would be similar to the initiation ritual. Meanwhile, at the exit, Senior Elder Tang Muting just arrived. Despite being tired, he didn't rest. He first asked about Horan's condition and everyone quickly brought him inside, informing him that she was still unconscious. Uncle Eng immediately called out to Huzin, surprising everyone in the room. He told his daughter-in-law that he had brought medicine back. When he took out Lam Dian-woo's inner core, her success made her so emotional she started crying. The family prepared for her to take the medicine. Muting hurriedly looked at his granddaughter in pain. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. His daughter-in-law quickly gave him the medicine. Muting helped his granddaughter drink it. A green light enveloped her body. Muting placed a finger on her pulse, everyone anxiously waiting for her to wake up. All eyes were fixed on that moment of anticipation. Meanwhile, Soryung was also exhausted. He heard that Zhang Yuan was loud, but he didn't expect it to be so clear. From Hainan, they sailed to Hangzhou and then crossed Nanjing, taking more than a month and a half. Finally, they arrived in Sichuan, where the main hall of the path was located. Bai happily told Sir Yang that this was indeed the Sichuan path, making Sir Yang's mouth drop. They stood before the large gate. The people from the path said they owned the entire mountain, hence it was called the mountain path. Sir Yang swallowed hard, still not believing his eyes. The Sichuan path people immediately welcomed their chief. Sir Yang was overwhelmed by the number of people. He wondered if all of them were from the path. Among the crowd, a red-haired girl ran over. She called out to her father loudly. It was Huzin. Her tears flowed with joy at seeing her father return. Sir Yang stood there in shock. Kao-shin felt relieved that his daughter was safe. She hugged him tightly, continuously apologizing. Sir Yang was amazed by the beauty of the girl. He had met famous people before but never saw anyone with such a radiant presence. Kao-shin told Sir Yang that he wanted to introduce his daughter Hua Jin. This made Sir Yang step back. He asked if this was the person he mentioned earlier, talking about plants and flowers, which reminded him of blossoms. That made Kao-shin blush with both embarrassment and joy. Kallison gently reminded Surya that the girl next to her was the flower he had once overlooked. Surya momentarily stuttered, not knowing how to respond. The thought of their previous conversation about the flower flashed through his mind, making him feel embarrassed. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated and missed a wonderful companion. The only daughter of the Sichuan path was Tang Huojin. Since childhood, she carried a heavy burden due to overhearing elders' gossip. They doubted her abilities despite her beauty ranking among the top 3 in VE Lam. They even discussed finding a suitable match for her. An old man suggested marrying her as his second wife, but was rejected, leaving him confused. When Huan accidentally overheard this, she believed her parents were right and decided to prove herself through martial arts achievements before the elders. She wanted to show that even without being male, she could carry on the family, but her eagerness led to mistakes due to her impatience, nurturing a demon within her. At that moment, Huan slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Beside her bed was the senior elder, her mother, and 2 others who were worried. Her mother was relieved to see her daughter safe. Her tears silently fell on her benefactor's cheek. She sobbed, apologizing to her mother and saying she wanted to contribute to their clan, but lost all her inner strength instead. Her grandfather shouted at her, calling her a naughty child, asking if it was because Ain made him worry that he acted like this. He reminded her that she had reached the of Chandu careful solitude, which she had longed for. He told her to stop crying and perk up, leaving her stunned as he mentioned Chandu. She looked down at the glowing aura around her. Then, immediately asking her grandfather what was happening, the great elder said he had a story to tell about an enigmatic immortal youth who not only saved her life, but also taught her inner cultivation of heavenly poison, surpassing Chandu. Returning to the present, she hesitantly asked again about the wild grass. Sorry, grandfather, I remained silent, feeling utterly ashamed once more. Because I had mistakenly called Calison's daughter wild grass while engrossed in hearing tales of the 10 great poisons, making me realize I need to reflect on my words. He tried to leave, saying the clan leader was joking too much, then asked her. While the other clan members smiled and watched with amusement, he introduced himself and said he was glad to see she had recovered. Hyen replied that he was also very happy to meet her. She introduced herself as Hujin, mentioning her name, Itul, a poison flower, and thanked him for saving her life, promising to always remember his kindness. The story was so captivating it left him speechless. Callison asked Sir Yong how he felt, surprised when a voice echoed in his mind. He guessed it was telepathy, while Callison asked if Sir Yong acknowledged that his daughter was very beautiful and wondered if he wanted to get to know her better. Soon after, Sir Yong relaxed in a large bathtub, with the lice quietly resting in a basket beside him. Sir Yong's body felt utterly exhausted, as if it was about to collapse completely. He looked extremely drained and then noticed something strange. He smiled at the lice, one of which suddenly woke up and responded with a mouth movement. Usually they didn't leave his person, but when he told them hot water wasn't good for them and advised to go into the wooden tub, they immediately scurried in as if understanding him, making him feel truly amazing. Callison explained that they could react to killing Chi, and these 2 lice were now opening their eyes to observe him. He joked that being stared at intently while naked was a death sentence, causing the lice to quickly hide in the tub, making him burst into laughter. He remembered Pai saying that the lice were sentient creatures. He resolved to learn more about these spirit beasts later. But this thought didn't dispel his unease after Callison's words, making him realize he was about to leave. In another hall, the family gathered around a table with the great elder, clan leader, lady, and daughter. Keelson announced that he would allocate a room for the young man, a traditional chamber usually prepared for couples. The great elder asked if this young man was truly as talented as he seemed. The director nodded, saying Baolin's chance encounter with this youth actually showed him to be special, his knowledge of venomous creatures being outstanding. Even personally exterminating Yang, a creature that had once met legendary beasts like the poison bird, and successfully incubating lamia larvae. The great elder commented that the clan leader had indeed found a treasure. Everyone looked at Hyen. Callison told his daughter he wanted to choose this young man as her son-in-law and asked if she agreed. Hyen thought about what her father meant, then understood and nodded silently. She wanted to prove that she could still be more helpful. For a family with the body of heavenly poison, she said she was their own and knew exactly what her father meant. But she also said whether this young man deserved it or not. There was something she had to figure out for herself. Immediately after, she rushed out of the room, making the atmosphere tense. In Callison's thoughts, the young man needed to be very careful, because although his daughter was beautiful, she was sharp-tongued like a thorn flower. She quickly ran as fast as she could. Sadness crept into her heart because even with the body of heavenly poison, if she stopped now, the elders would never recognize it. She decided to evaluate this young man from his abilities to his character. At that moment, Sori was also pondering what he should do. He understood that she might bear a grudge over past events. He muttered and asked the little ones for advice. It was Z, hoping they could give him some input. Suddenly Hyen appeared, making everyone stop talking. Before him, she was so beautiful it made him hesitate to speak. She asked his permission for a moment. In her hurry, she reached out and asked if he could lend something. He extended his hand like a well-behaved dog offering its paw, then blushed, saying he didn't know why she was in such a rush but suggested they be more familiar first. He shyly said everything should follow the proper order. Hyen blinked and asked what he was talking about. Then she suddenly understood and her face turned as red as a tomato when she quickly corrected that she didn't mean that. Sori frowned as he realized his mistake. The two fell into an awkward silence. His heart felt like it was being torn apart. She emphasized that he had misunderstood. All she wanted to do was take his pulse. Maybe the sudden offer made him misinterpret things. Sori blushed, not knowing where to hide his embarrassment. She sat down beside him. Sorry for appearing suddenly and being a bit rude. She said he was young, not yet mature enough. But her thoughts were deep, so she wanted to explain everything clearly. She explained slowly while Sori listened intently. Through her story, it sounded like an ancient palace intrigue. As the sole heir, Hyen was often targeted by clans to maintain their bloodline. The elders had considered finding a capable man. They even discussed how Sir Yong's joining would change his status within the clan. She apologized for still needing confirmation. She assured him that regardless of the outcome, she didn't look down on him because he was her benefactor and wanted to treat him like a guest or sworn brother. Sir Yong's hands were trembling. He said he understood so she could check. She carefully observed him, then gently placed her hand on his pulse. A blue aura began to spread around her. She explained that their martial arts weren't for everyone, as some people couldn't handle the toxic energy while others could. Thus, absorbing the poison had to be done gradually with the growth of inner strength. Only when fully harmonized would one reach the ultimate realm. Poisons were categorized into 5 levels: single, 10, 100, 1,000, and finally, calamity. Fortunately, Suryong's body could handle toxic cultivation, but was only at the 10 level, meaning his body could withstand 10 types of poison. However, possessing 10 poisons was already remarkable for someone not from their lineage. Suryong was speechless. Hyen continued that according to martial arts standards, this level equaled a first-rank master, the highest limit for those without innate talent. She stood up and prepared to leave. He saw her off at the door. Sori was contemplative about only having 10 poisons. He grimaced, realizing this might prevent him from catching the rare creature he considered crucial. A few hours later, someone stepped out of the bath. It was Hugh Jian, and the scene was captivating. She noticed that after absorbing the Z-Lam essence, her body emitted a strange scent. Despite bathing multiple times a day, she wondered if this was punishment for not repaying her savior's kindness. Meanwhile, at Soryong, he slept deeply and dreamed of talking to someone who thanked him. It was Hyen, making him wonder if he was dreaming. She said it seemed like a dream but wasn't. She used the girl's form to appear without scaring him. She introduced herself as the mother of all those creatures, causing Suryong to feel dizzy. The little one approached him, and he guessed it was hers. He asked why she appeared in his dreams. She said she was killed mercilessly, leaving her children orphaned, with lingering resentment trapped in an essence core. She explained that when absorbing the girl's essence core, a chance to resolve her grudge rose, allowing her to meet him in his dream. Unintentionally, he felt connected to Hyen's death. When she looked at him, she asked if he could fulfill one last request. He nodded and promised to do anything she needed. She asked him to take care of her children until they were fully grown. Sori wondered why Z usually becomes independent after 2 molts. The Z explained that the young ones still relied on her essence core's energy until their second molt and needed real life force from another living being to grow. Sori asked if this meant they had to stay with Hyozian, as she was the one who swallowed the essence core. She recounted how she cursed the girl, making her body emit an unpleasant scent, ensuring no man would approach and preventing her from having children in exchange for a chance to purify Mauert's wreck. A state so that her children could absorb Hyen's essence core's poison, hinting at possibly winning Hyozian's heart. Sori thought for a moment, then smiled, saying he felt this was wrong and didn't want to exploit Hyozian's situation. Now our DT praised his integrity and asked how he planned to overcome the difficulties. She said Hyen was searching for a strong man and couldn't give him the essence core of 10 poison sterilized. This made Sori come up with an idea. He asked Mao Zi to trust him. He assured her that everything would be resolved soon. The next day, Sori and Hyen sat together. Hyen realized why her body was emitting a strange smell from her Z core. Sori confirmed this and explained that if she let the Z stick to her for a few days once in a while to absorb some of the spiciness, the smell would gradually fade away. Hyen hesitated, but asked if he was okay helping her, without expecting anything in return. She understood that he could have made demands for compensation. Soryong smiled and said he couldn't bear to take advantage of a girl's tough situation. He said he couldn't be so indifferent, which surprised Hyen greatly. She saw everyone and said she couldn't keep accepting favors without repaying them. Her father's words echoed in her mind as she looked at Suryong, realizing there were things more precious than talents or martial arts skills. Suryong said he also had something to think about. He remembered when she told him that he only possessed 10 poisons and could absorb 10 types of them. This led him to the idea that if he could only get 10 types, he must choose the strongest 10 from Central Plains. Hyen was a bit nervous at his ambition, misunderstanding it as a vow. She blushed thinking about becoming the strongest in the world for him. For Tang Huayan, one of Morim and Lei Duo's great beauties, this was the first time a man had expressed such bold aspiration. She asked Suryong if he knew what she just implied. Suryong said he didn't understand, prompting Hua Ain to explain that his path would be extremely difficult and might take 10 to 20 years or even a lifetime to complete. Suryong pondered whether it really took so long. With her face still flushed, she said Suryong was only 15, and in 3 years when he matured and could discuss marriage, if he could handle just one of the 10 major poisons, she would greatly admire him. Then, shyly suggesting, she hinted that if he succeeded, there might be a chance to talk about marriage. After saying this, she encouraged him and awkwardly ran away. Suryong was surprised and called after her. She turned back and asked if he had anything else to say. He told her to continue the treatment and stay a few more hours. She blushed as she turned around. He reassured her that there was no need to worry, as the little worms wouldn't bite her. Looking at the worms again, he said they should go back with their mother instead of clinging to him. Hearing this, Hyeon's face turned even redder and she asked why he called them parents, making Soo-young quickly explain. At that moment, Da, Einsun, Mrs. Onsen, and Musai Jang were sitting at the table. They discussed how the boy's extraordinary talent seemed to have not yet captured Hyeon's heart. Musai Jang asked if they noticed the two of them this morning, as something seemed to be happening. Hyeon's mother said it looked like Hyeon had rejected Soo-young. The men speculated about this. Musai Aang said that forcing a relationship was not advisable and suggested letting feelings develop naturally. Hyeon's mother proposed training the boy's martial arts skills under her to get closer, suggesting it would be good. Nguyen reminded them they should ask if the great medicine master could provide bone-purifying pills. If the boy's constitution was weak, these medicines might help improve his condition. Everyone was surprised by this suggestion. She said Hyeon had not been able to do it before and shouldn't expect too much now. Mu Shi-young agreed. Just then, Hyeon stood outside the door. She asked to come in, and Kyeon-sen asked why she came at this hour. He invited her inside. She blushed. To her surprise, all three were there. She came because she had something to say. She blushed again. Then, with courage, she said she would follow her father's advice. Kyeon-sen was taken aback and asked what she intended to say. Hyeon's mother invited her to sit down and gently asked if she had noticed the boy. Speechless, Hyeon said it couldn't be said. Kyeon-sen wondered why she changed so quickly when they thought she wasn't interested before. She began telling about the boy. She said Soo-young promised to become the strongest for her. He really did say that. Onsen was intrigued. He encouraged her to continue, and she explained that even though Soo-young only had 10 poison constitutions, he vowed to overcome them by conquering the 10 major poisons for her. Muong found it interesting. Kyeon-san was surprised and Maeng laughed, praising his courage. Hyeon's mother was impressed, saying finding such a suitor was rare. She recounted that she had been pleased with the outcome. She told Soo-young that she would only agree if he caught one of the 10 deadly poisons before adulthood. She wondered if he understood her. Her father joked that it might be more reasonable to ask for 3. Her mother said men aren't always perceptive when given such hints. Hai asked if they should explain again to Surya, but his mother stopped him, saying that the more he didn't realize their implied agreement, the harder he would try. Musai Jang suggested treating him like a future son-in-law while still pretending nothing was decided. According to them, as long as he tried hard enough, sooner or later he would become part of the family. Meanwhile, the worms praised Soo-young for impressively making Hwan tremble. He replied that it only took courage and endurance. She smiled kindly, calling him benefactor, saying this might be her last thing to do. Because the grudge was gone, her soul was about to be released. She said she would do her best before leaving. Soo-young thought for a moment and asked if he could help her too. He wanted to see her true form. She blushed but saw his request as reasonable, thinking he was kind. She gently pulled down the sleeve of her robe. Soo-young panicked and asked if she really needed to laugh, making her blush even more. She wondered if they should stop. Soo-young explained it wasn't what he meant. The young worms were laughing with their eyes covered. He just wanted to see the true form of the Lamia worm. Realizing the misunderstanding, she turned pale out of embarrassment. A faint mist enveloped the space, and then she appeared in her true form. Soo-young was amazed at seeing her. He was delighted to see her original shape. He marveled at her size. Then he asked if he could touch her. He placed his hand on her body, enjoying the water-resistant armor and imagining her movements. He was curious about her legs, the power of her venom, her eyes, and fangs, observing with wide-eyed fascination. Soo-young's enthusiasm made even the young worms look cute as they covered their eyes. He wanted to touch her claws too. She warned it was dangerous, but he persisted. This worried Z Lam Point. She wondered if her children would be okay following someone who was so clumsy with a simple touch. It was both amusing and strange seeing Soo-young drooling in delight. Then she and San invited Soo-young to have tea for conversation. He said he had heard Hwan's story and now they would consider him as their son-in-law. Soo-young thought he needed to wait 3 more years. She and San cut in, saying the wedding would definitely happen when he was grown up. Soo-young tried to explain further, but Hwan's mother happily accepted him as a son-in-law. Musai Jang was pleased, saying Hwan had chosen well and their family would flourish. Soo-young looked at Hwan, bewildered by how quickly they agreed, knowing there were still conditions before. He thought they skipped all the formalities. Finally, he decided to go along, saying he hoped everyone could guide him. He was confused when Muxi Zhang told Kyan-san they should start immediately. Kyan-san said they needed to show him something before learning the venom arts. Sori asked what it was. The elder smiled mysteriously. Then Kyan-san said it was the vast poison chamber, a place he would surely be enchanted by. This is their tradition for new members. For him to step into the vast poison chamber for the first time, Soryong called Mu Saijang Zaza and expressed his eagerness. He was thrilled beyond words. He thought it was a place where 10,000 poisons converged. But when he glanced at Hwan's face, he marveled at her beauty. He remembered the saying that side views are always the most captivating. And that moment truly felt like a vivid snapshot. And that instant was indeed a living picture. He blushes. It makes his future family burst into delighted laughter. They all hint with their lips in a suggestive manner. And Hyan-san jokes that Soryong will stare at his daughter-in-law until he's blind. Clearly Hyan is already his and he still gazes at her like this. His future mother-in-law comments that Soryong is completely infatuated with Hyo-zeon. Both of them turn a deep red. Hyo-zeon reminds him to watch where he's going, while Soryong stammers in agreement. Not long after, they stand before a large door. Two muscular men in shorts stand guard on either side. This image makes Soryong think of Yupin and Ipin strangely. One man wearing armor tells them not to block the entrance as the Grand Elder arrives. Museon orders the gate opened, saying he wants his son-in-law to see their 1000 toxicity vault. They immediately follow. Inside, So Ji-young secretly thinks this security system resembles something from ancient times. The man in armor signals for the door to open, and the two strong men push the heavy iron door wide with all their might. HY. He comments that today's gate opening was faster than usual, making Soryong wonder why he has such a strange standard of comparison. Once fully opened, the two strong men pant heavily, and HY invites them to step inside. Hyan-san glances at Soryong as they pass by. Soryong can't help but turn around to look at the two muscular men. To challenge in, Kylo-san explains that this door is made of Kunyu steel, mined from the southern wilderness, and it's considered an honor to open it. They enter the Grand Hall, where all 10,000 types of toxins from Sichuan are stored, called the 1000 Toxicity Hall because it contains every type of toxin. Mu Si-young reminds Soryong to be careful and not touch anything randomly. Soryong says he understands and asks if there really are 10,000 types of toxins. Hyan-san explains that toxins are categorized very precisely, such as paralyzing toxins, sleep-inducing toxins, and countless others. The forest elders love to tease the young couple. This is clearer when Hyan-san suggests Hyan explain a toxin to Soryong. They know he'll be interested in hearing her talk about it. And Hwa-yoon both turn red with embarrassment, but Hwa-yoon still agrees. She takes Soryong's hand and leads him to the strongest toxin they have from Sichuan. The elders watch them with loving eyes as she begins by showing him the dispersal toxin, which martial artists fear greatly because inhaling it seals their inner energy. She warns him to be careful and introduces other toxins like intestinal decay, soul-destroying, blood-draining, and soul-snatching toxins. She says that while these are very powerful, the ultimate toxin of theirs is different. She hands him a small seed. This confuses Soryong. In his mind, it looks like a tiger bean. Hwa-yoon explains that this is the strongest toxin outside the top 10 deadly poisons. She adds that it's a plant symbolizing their Sichuan family and calls it castor oil seed. Soryong is immediately attracted to it. He remembers ricin, an extremely powerful protein toxin that only 2 milligrams can kill an adult. It was used in the assassination attempt on a Bulgarian spy using an umbrella during the Cold War. Ricin is 100,000 times stronger than cyanide. He notes that this is the closest thing to their ideal toxin, invisible and odorless. That's why it's called the most precious poison, Kindrai bone poison. When used for murder, it causes golden death. Hwa-yoon advises him to remember that the strongest toxin isn't necessarily the one causing the most pain or a gruesome death. It's the one silently and quickly ending life without leaving any trace. Hwa shares that their toxins always aim for subtlety and absolute certainty. In Soryong's mind, they're like a family fit to be assassins. Mu Si-young says it's enough and invites Soryong to stay. To see the exotic animals he wants to meet, Muwang suggests that if he likes, he can take care of them. Their clan will provide everything. For Soryong, this means they're ready to nurture his passion, making him feel excited. As they prepare to leave, the clan leader receives an urgent message. Bai runs in, panting heavily. They ask what's wrong. Bai reports that the clan leader must go to Hwan Wook immediately. The clan leader asks for reasons. Bai is about to tell a story related to the elders, but Mu Si-young impatiently interrupts, questioning what those people are up to. Sorry, you bet they were talking about those troublesome clans again. Bai says there are two things. One is that the forecast for Lord For's city has started to show positive results and he sent a complaint letter. Before Bai mentions the second thing, he glances at Soryong. Soryong sighs. Bai tells them about the incident involving the 1000 toxin vault and Mu Shang guesses that rumors have spread. They decide to go there right away, but before leaving, Mu Zejong insists on taking Soryang along. The scene shifts to the Mystic Cloud Hall, where elders are reacting to Clan Chief Lean's complaints about his impulsive decision. They oppose his plan to marry off a mysterious orphan girl. Those words made Kai Anson angry. He was uncomfortable hearing them call Soryang an outsider. Kai Anson immediately exudes green poisonous aura, questioning if they dare insult his son-in-law. But the elders insist their concerns are justified. Mu Seong gets angry and declares he made the decision, asking for their opinions. The elders turn pale and look to the Grand Elder for help. They argue that giving out the 1,000 toxin vault to outsiders hasn't proven their capabilities yet. Mu Si-jang whispers to Soryang as they argue, apologizing to him quietly. At first, Soryang says it's fine, but then he sighs, realizing she was worried for him while he should be worrying about her. Everyone is stunned when Soryang speaks politely, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. He suggests that since the issue lies in doubting his abilities, he should prove himself to the elders. This surprises them. Sori says he can directly address Lord Forest City to prove his worth. Hyen whispers asking what he plans to do. Usually, he doesn't like causing trouble, but he won't let anyone disrupt his peaceful life and the cubs. He silences them with his words. Then they start accusing him of interrupting a senior's speech. They challenge him to prove if he knows the contents of Lord Forest City's letter before daring to intervene. They call him disrespectful and demand the clan chief be informed for his impudence. 8 elders take this opportunity to suggest choosing someone with a better noble background, making Kai Anson's wife annoyed. Inside, Soryang finds their arguments increasingly absurd. He remembers when he was Spicy Fabry. His channel had over 1 million subscribers and averaged more than 3,000 live viewers per session. He points out that the elders still don't recognize him as a native of the fourth world. Still, Soryang is treated like an outsider despite his massive fan base from Spicy Fabry. He's used to dealing with liars. This isn't even close. He emphasizes that he saved Miss Hoi-un and defeated Taken Ian, saving the clan chief's life. He asks if mocking guests and benefactors is their style of handling things. Inside, he feels less discomfort from them than those who mocked him before. Compared to them, these comments are tame. The elders blush, admitting they were too eager and made a mistake. Soryang secretly finds them pitiful. The Grand Elder seems impressed with him. One elder doubts his defeat of Taken Yang is exaggerated. The clan confirms it and shows documents. That elder gasps when he sees them, and all the elders are shocked to realize their secretarial skills. Written in blood, a true treasure of the blood sect, the clan tells Soryang to show them the lamp point. Sori gently taps his chest. The brand urges them to look closely. 3 Z lamp points happily pop out. The elders are chilled by what they see. The clan chief explains that these are Z-Lamp Point's children and boasts about his son-in-law taking care of them. He recounts how the Z-children bit Taken I hang to death. The elders are shocked, asking if the young man really controls Z-Lamp Points. The clan chief and Giant laugh mischievously at the elders. Kai and San points out that calling him a youth shows they haven't recognized him, his son-in-law. Soryang jokes that anyone who gets bitten will turn black like Taken Yang. The elders are startled. They immediately deny opposing him, citing procedural reasons for their hesitation. The Grand Elder sighs. They decide to temporarily set aside the son-in-law issue. He asked why Soryang couldn't enter the Toxic Thunder. The elders said that Soryang hadn't fully gained their family's approval, so he couldn't enter. They were also hesitant to entrust such a critical place to an underage youth. The Great Elder proposed a simple solution. He suggested that Soryang demonstrate his abilities. Soryang smiled and said that instead of just talking, he would show them by using the toxic techniques they taught. The elders were taken aback, realizing he intended to use poison on the 4th Transcender. They scolded him for being foolish, thinking he believed their family used poisons exclusively. Soryang was surprised, assuming they specialized in using poisons. Soon enough, the elders told Soryang that he would begin learning their 5th toxic technique recovery art. Soryang asked if it involved body training. The Great Elder explained that when practicing martial arts, the body adjusts to fit the cultivation method. Mu Si-jang said they shouldn't underestimate practical combat skills, so Soryang would learn techniques applicable in real battles. Then he showed various weapons, including arrows, daggers, and throwing darts. They started with concealment tools like needles, saw blades, throwing darts, poison powder, daggers, and throwing knives. Despite their strange nature, they were divided into 5 main categories. Mu asked Soryang which concealed weapon he thought was easiest to use. He guessed it would be the dagger or throwing knife, and he was right. Mu then asked which one was hardest. Soryang guessed poison powder because you need to apply it correctly for effectiveness. But Mu Si-jang said the needle was actually the most difficult. Suryong thought it was due to its small size and fragility, making it hard to throw. Mu Si-jung explained further. The real challenge is that Suryong must remember the position of each needle after he throws them. To illustrate, Mu Si-jang took a feather pen, detached its tip from the handle, and suddenly threw it. The feather scattered in the air, turning into needles falling to the ground. Suryong was amazed as each strand of feather pierced the ground like needles. Continue breaking it down, Mu Si-young said they shouldn't use secret weapons. The flower shower covered the sky, causing hundreds or thousands of needles to fall like rain, covering the area. Suryong thought that fighting in such a scene would require extreme caution. Elfep mentioned that with needles everywhere, it would be hard to move around. Mu Si-jung laughed and said this was exactly the point. And you must remember their positions so you don't accidentally poison yourself. For Suryong, this sounded very unbelievable. He started sweating as he asked Mu Si-young if he had to memorize all those needle positions. Mu Si-young replied that it was everything. He also told Suryong that with the 5 toxin body, he must remember at least 100 initial positions. After hearing this, his face turned pale and he collapsed on the ground after practice. At that moment, Lady Hein appeared and asked if he felt okay. As she was wearing the clothes to feed him for poisoning, she wondered if it was necessary. But Suryong assured her it was very important because instead of waiting for him, they could proactively catch it. Nuyun asked if he really intended to sit and wait for him. Asiriang said that once they arrived, she would understand. He also asked if she had found his nest yet. She told him she saw a nearby nest so they could go now. Asiriang put on the feeding clothes as well. As they prepared, Haya reminded him about the letter to the city lord and asked if he had read it. Sori said that with his age, he might not fully understand the content of the letter, blushing. Sori muttered something about male energy being important. Hyan felt embarrassed but understood that he grasped the issue. The big problem causing the city lord pain was his impotence. His penis no longer became hard. Hyan began to wonder how young Suryong knew so much. He replied that living alone for a long time made him understand some things. Seeing this, Hyan quickened her pace to hide her feelings. After a few hours, they entered the forest. Suryong was fascinated by the creatures around them, making Hyan constantly remind him to focus so he wouldn't get lost before reaching their destination. In front of them was a small cave. It looked very suitable for a solitary bee's nest. Hyan asked why finding a stray bee was such an important matter. After putting on protective gear, Suryong explained that it meant they would not actually catch any bees even if they came to find the venomous ones. She found this confusing as they approached the entrance. Suryong said their target species usually lived in weaker and smaller nests. Hyan had never heard of this, but it was fortunate for her. Today, they got exactly what they wanted. A small insect emerged, and Suryong grabbed it with a fork in an instant. It turned out they weren't trying to catch the bees, but this tiny creature was their real target. This small insect would help solve the city lord's problems. Hyan asked if it was a ground ant. She guessed right, and Asiriang knew that the insect they caught in the giant bee nest was called a blister beetle in this world. In Zhongyuan, it had such a name, but in modern times, it's called a blister beetle. William asked if ground ants lived in bee nests normally. Asiriang explained that their life cycle was quite strange. Blister beetles have an entirely unique reproductive method compared to other insects that guard or create safe environments for hatching. This species can lay eggs anywhere without preparation. Asiriang mentioned a funny anecdote about waiting a bit. I must lay the eggs first before going. They could lay eggs anywhere with no rules. The only thing they did was gather the eggs into piles. When the eggs hatched, the larvae began to climb up around the area until reaching the top. They did something bizarre. They gathered in clusters and mimicked a flower. The bees were set on fire by this. Thinking it was real flowers, they approached. And as soon as the worker bee got close, all the larvae immediately jumped up. The worker bee's life was over then. The bee nest was doomed. Asiriang still didn't understand why they liked giant bee nests so much, but it seemed to be the ideal place for blister beetle larvae to develop. Huaiyan felt sorry for the worker bees, but Asiriang said that was just how nature worked. Hyan knew that the substance in these beetles caused swelling and could lead to death if consumed in large amounts. Suryong confirmed, saying the orange-colored liquid from the skin had kenteridin poison. When it touches the skin, it causes a blister like a burn. Hai blushes and asks if it really makes the staff stand up straight away. Suryong confirms it is correct, making her blush more and telling him to stop. She urges him to return to the electric venom. Suryong wants to catch a few more, but they already have Mr. Beetle. They then go back to the main hall and instruct the warriors on how to prepare the medicine. Suryong warns them to focus. He tells them to dry the beetles, grind them into powder. In this mixture, 1.1 grams of the powder is toxic. When consuming these 3 substances, it's very dangerous. If a person absorbs 1/10 of 1 gram based on their body weight, there's a 50% chance of death. So Suryong asks them to mix the medicine with 1.1 grams of the toxin, which is about 10 drops, considering 1 gram equals 3.75 milligrams and one person weighs 3.75 kilograms. He asks if they understand, while he's practically exploding from all the calculations. A warrior removes his mask, praising Suryong for his detailed explanation and surprising him with his math skills. That person says they'll try their best. Sari expresses confidence in them. On that night, Mu Saijong talks to Hyan about how unbelievable it is that the ground beetle has such an effect. He also mentions he wants to review their entire toxic system now. Hyan agrees. He praises Suryong's calculation skills and recounts how Hyan calculated the exact concentration of the solution, like 10 drops of heart poison. Impressive! The Yuuzhan acknowledges that although he knows about poisons, Suryong is even more skilled, making him admire the young man more. He considers this boy a treasure. He hangs Hyan and asks if she likes him more now. Hyan blushes and admits that she regrets being too hasty at first. Mu Saijong consoles her, saying it's important to make up for it later. He asks how they will test the medicine once prepared. Hyan blushes even more, her face red as a tomato. She says the elders are criticizing Suryong for being too messy. Suryong jokes that maybe they can test the medicine by giving it to the elders. Standing up, Mu Saijong is shocked but then laughs at how funny it is. The next day, everyone gathers in the main hall. The elders are still skeptical. A warrior brings Suryong a wooden box and says he mixed licorice and honey to make the medicine easier to take. Suryong praises his attention to detail. Suryong asks if the warrior followed each step correctly, and he confirms he did so carefully. The clan members mock and doubt that there's anything scary about it. The elders immediately demand silence and apologize. Mu Saijong asks Ian how to prove the effectiveness of the medicine, making Ian pretend to be surprised by the question. The elders assert that verifying its efficacy is obvious. An elder shouts they can't send untested medicine to the 4 directions lord. Another adds that if something goes wrong, it will be a disaster. Mu Saijong acknowledges there's no other way and the warrior understands the meaning behind this. The elders are confused when the warrior hands them the medicine. It seems Sorian is annoyed, implying they should test it themselves. A senior elder loudly asks if Sorian knows what that is. Another says he must have a blackened heart from being a silver merchant for so long. Sorian laughs mischievously and calls his grandfather. Museong asks what Suryong needs. Suryong reminds Museong of the previous statement that anyone who practices house road martial arts will never fear poisons. Museong agrees, nodding. Then Suryong points out their hesitation shows they are afraid, making him nod again. Suryong encourages them. Surely, the senior elders, who know 100 types of poison, wouldn't tremble at such ordinary toxic powder. These words anger the elders. One breaks the pill in half. They declare there's nothing to fear from this cream-like poison, then bravely take the medicine, saying Suryong will reward them. They warn that if it doesn't work, he'll be punished, and another elder states they will follow their clan rules strictly. Without arguing, they chew the medicine, silence falls, then they smirk, declaring nothing happened. But immediately after, an elder feels his manhood rising, realizing this long-sleeping snake has awakened, causing them great embarrassment. So that day, the laws and spirit of their tribe were reformed, both literally and metaphorically, and medicine was sent to the 4 Directions city. The medicine proved incredibly effective. The elders hobbled along, trying to keep their robes away from their bodies to hide the evidence. I remember doing something similar when faced with a similar situation. At that time, Sarian told Muxi that as he said, the elders were easily provoked whenever it came to poisons. Musian knew that those left only with pride would react this way, but understood they did so for the tribe's sake. He advised Suryong not to blame them because in the end, they were still family. Suryong replied that he understood. Just then, Hai slowly approached and reported a serious matter had occurred. They asked Hyan what it was about. She said their children had become strange, making Suryong blush and not understand, while Mu Saijang frowned, grabbing his shirt. Musong shouted at the children to ask what they meant by having them and why, causing Suryong to sweat. Museong grabbed Suryong's neck asking why he had a child before marriage, but Hai quickly explained she was talking about the cutters. Suryong said he was just raising them, not children. Sori went speechless, shocked to the point of silence. Recently, he had been busy training his body and had delegated caring for the cutters to Hyan. He remembered forgetting to shoot them and worried about the kids' safety. He asked to see them, reaching out to Hyan thinking she was holding them, but she shouted they weren't with her. Mushi-song couldn't utter a word in response. After some time, they found 3 spotted cutters turning brown and weak. On Sori's face, the handprint stood out as a funny reminder and he stared at the cutters. Meanwhile, Mushi wondered if they had just fallen off Hoon. Hoon said they were healthy before but now look pale and strange, fearing they might be sick. Sori assured there was nothing serious, explaining it was a molting process. For creatures with hard shells like Z, they molt their shell when growing larger, which seemed to fit the timing. Musi Yang asked if they had started that process yet. Sori said it would happen soon. Just then, a small one moved strangely and its head emerged. The group was amazed by the sight. It was impressive to see each step of the transformation. Two others began molting as well, all three eventually escaping their old shells. Unnoticed before, they looked nearly twice as big now. She asked if the small ones had names yet. Sori realized they didn't and found his face quite comical. Even funnier were the numbers he came up with: 1, 2, 3, which Hien opposed for being too silly. O suggested that Zedong could be called a lineage after thousands of years, fitting Long Tribe's name. Sorian joked that a 1,000-year-old Zedong couldn't become a lineage. MUSIINGOPVUI said that spotted cutters living for 1,000 years deserved to be called a lineage, making Sorian realize he had told Huey about this. He seriously considered names. Finally, he named them Nova, Myra, and Gray, with Nova as the start, Myra as fragrance, and Gray representing elegance. QEON happily agreed because traditionally, naming children was a father's responsibility. The spotted cutters now had names, and a day later, they crawled back to Soryang. His body wasn't fully dry yet, but was strong enough to move, though still feeling somewhat sore. Now the cutters were heavier than before. From being as big as a large sausage, they had grown to the size of his forearm, making his hug seem too tight. So they wrapped around his arms and waist more comfortably. While hugging the cutters like pet snakes, Soryang overheard part of a conversation. Two men passed by, one with a full wallet, complaining that the Four Directions city always showed off, laughing as they planned to visit a brothel for easy money. Their words intrigued Soryang. The scene changed to a rest hall. Kaien-sen brought extremely good news. The medicine sent to the Four Directions city chief had exceeded expectations in effectiveness. The city chief sent a letter of thanks with generous rewards, making Soryang and Hien very happy. Chaosang was proud of his marriage to Soryang bringing benefits, praising him for significant achievements, which made Soryang glad he could help. Kaien-sen suggested giving Soryang a medicinal pill from him, as if called ordinary, Soryang might refuse out of modesty. Soryang remembered his grandfather saying that medicinal pills could strengthen inner strength. Huai-Yi asked what kind of medicinal pill it was, and Kaien-san replied that it wasn't special, just the honey from a golden bee king's hive. In Soryang's mind, it sounded like regular honey, but understanding its importance for martial artists, he decided to accept it. Kuryong prepares to thank her, but Hien interrupts. She asks if it's a reward for Soryang. Kaien-san is awkward, feeling high and strong presence. She argues that Soryang's contribution was significant, while even the Golden Queen Bee's honey only provides low-grade essence pills, making Soryang blush. She scolds her father for giving a reward that takes a year to gather strength instead of something that would take 2 months. Kaien-san sadly explains it's still an essence pill and hard to find. But Hien is more upset. She says the reward is too small compared to Soryang's efforts, making Kaien-san even more frustrated. Soryang asks Kaien-san if it's a mid-grade venomous bee often found in deep forests, about the size of a small dog, and its honey provides essence equivalent to 2 months of cultivation. Imagining such a large bee, Soryang is both excited and amused. But Hai-Yi interrupts, expressing Soryang's dissatisfaction. Kaien-san quickly explains that the bees are not being ignored. They think Soryang will like seeing the Golden Queen Bee himself. This makes Soryang curious if he can meet it, and indeed, this is what Kaien-san meant. Inside, Soryang understands it's an invitation to directly harvest honey, a task he has done before as a YouTuber. Recently preparing for the expedition, Soryang boasts about his knowledge of bees. Knowing Soryang would like this, Kaien-san asks how the Golden Queen Bee looks. She says it looks like an ordinary bee. Hugh-Eon sighs helplessly. Their honey harvesting journey begins. Kaien-san provided exclusive information, so they think no one else would come here. But upon arrival, they see two tribes fighting. Both bought the same source of information. One side asks if the seller has messy hair and a large mole. The other confirms but declares they won't give up anything. Hearing the description, Soryang remembers the 2 men he met earlier and understands that they sold the unshared news. An angry man shouts that daring to defame the Sichuan path in Sichuan itself is unforgivable. The shout and the tribe name make the crowd tense, turning their honey harvesting trip into a chaotic situation. Before this first expedition, Kaien-san warned Soryang to be cautious. As part of the Path family, he must remember his position. Soryang politely nods. When Kaien-san glances over, Soryang turns to follow her gaze. A line of people is waiting, and Kai-ao-san says she will lead them as it's time to learn how to command others. Soryang is bewildered by the sudden responsibility. He thinks Hain would be better suited, but Kai-an-san calls him foolish. As his life partner, Soryang naturally holds the highest authority here. Hearing life partner, Soryang blushes. Hain believes he will do well and promises to support him. He asks if they should consult with the leader of the blood poison team on how to proceed and whether sharing information is okay. The blood poison leader is furious that someone dared to spread Path Clan news. Hain agrees, saying the seller was very bold. She is truly angry. As they interrogate who would dare sell their Path Clan's information, other tribes recognize her as one of the 3 flowers in Wulin, making them wary. Seeing a direct descendant of the Path family appear, Hain stands there, causing him to quickly bow and introduce himself from Zhongfang sect. Saying they have no intention of interfering with the Path Clan's affairs. He says they will withdraw their sect's essence energy following suit, and despite discomfort, the ghostly Emerald group also departs. One vows to catch the fraudster and strip him bare. Everyone retreats in unison. Soryang now feels the Path Clan's influence. He asks Wolfgang if it's over, but he says no. Suspecting that those people won't easily give up, Wolfgang suggests setting up a nearby watch and taking turns to guard because they might be hiding and waiting for an opportunity. He tells Wolf to scout where they are hiding. Soryang is slightly worried, but Hain reassures him everything will be fine. What he's most concerned about is the honey bee, and they hide behind a rock to observe the hive. The bees look cute. They seem to wear soft fake fur when flying in and out of the tree trunk. Soryang is excited to see the golden queen bee in real life. Hain admits this is her first time seeing them, and she's surprised by their size. Soryang finds them cute, while Wolfgang is satisfied seeing this rare species of bee. Soryang notices the hive is small, likely only a few hundred bees, but with such sizes, it makes sense. Hain curiously asks Soryang to explain that a beehive consists of many bees and even a small hive usually has around 5,000 to 7,000 bees. Hain is surprised Soryang can guess without entering the hive, but he says just observing the number of bees coming in and out gives an estimate. Just then, someone appears behind them. It's Bee who reports that they found where the evil sect people are hiding. Wolfgang immediately asked where they were, but they hesitated a bit. As Wolfgang predicted, they had set up camp on the opposite side. Even without taking action, they would surely jump in if anything happened. Wolfgang decided to wait until nightfall to gather honey according to their tribe's method. Sori asked what that method was. Wolfgang explained that burning wormwood leaves would create smoke to calm the bees, making honey collection safer. Sori thought this way was great, but Bai worried because the wind was blowing towards them, complicating their plan. Sori quickly came up with something, prompting Pai to ask if it was a good idea. He said that since the wind was blowing towards them, their body scent would be masked. He wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to the beehive. Just as he was about to go, Hain grabbed his shirt and warned that the king bee was a mid-level dangerous strain. But Sori was too eager. He insisted on just touching it once before returning, struggling against Hain's hold. A stone fell and flew straight towards the hive, and they immediately knew something bad was happening. In an instant, a swarm of bees poured out from the hive. Hain reacted quickly, pulling Sori away as they both got scolded for their reckless actions. As dusk fell, Sori still tried to think of another plan. If they lit a fire against the wind, they might get trapped between the evil faction and the hive. The golden king bee was different from ordinary bees. It could sense ground vibrations within 30 miles, something even earth spirits couldn't do. Hain found him and told him that the kids had finished eating and were planning to wander around again, so she brought them back. Sori thanked her. He gently reminded the children to be good. Hain sat down beside Sori, making him feel awkward. She asked if he had a solution yet. He replied that they needed more observation. She admitted she was putting pressure on him and apologized. She told him to take his time and not carry any burden, but her encouragement only made Sori feel more pressured. Suddenly, Hain saw some monkeys in the branches of an old tree. They were making noise and one seemed particularly angry. Sori called Hain back and asked if she could smell something sweet. Hain recognized that scent too, and Sori guessed it might be pheromones. He immediately told her they had to leave because the bees were about to attack. Hain grabbed him and ran, leaping high to increase the distance from the hive. She held Soryang under her arm as they observed from a distance. And just as predicted, the bees swarmed out of the hive. Their target was the fallen monkeys, quickly tearing them apart. The two barely escaped. Yoon asked how Soryang knew the bees were about to attack before they heard any buzzing. He explained it was due to the scent. Only then did Hain realize that Sori praised her for recognizing the pheromone smell. He asked if she had noticed the scent earlier. and she confirmed it was indeed the lily of the valley fragrance. Finding a solution, Sori laughed like a madman. Hyan blushed as his hand still rested on her shoulder. With a sly smile, Sori said he had come up with a way to deal with the evil faction targeting his hive. Meanwhile, people from various tribes gathered around the fire. They drank wine and ate meat leisurely. One asked when the honey collectors would arrive. Another said it was hard to tell. 3 days ago, the honey collectors were everywhere, but now they were silent. Some guessed they were about to act, while others dismissed it as nonsense. Someone wondered if the hive was really worth all the talk. A grumpy one said he was indeed a cave dweller and explained that soon, the golden king bee would be a treasure only royalty could use. He guessed the honey collectors would just take the honey and leave, leaving the hive for them to seize. These people had dark intentions, planning to strike when the honey collectors were in trouble. One mentioned a notorious figure using one of the 3 flowers from Woolen and decided to follow her to ensure she didn't die. The men grew excited at the thought of her because she was so beautiful. Their lewd gossip showed through their praising remarks, joking that maybe one of them would become a son-in-law for the honey collectors. But the conversation stopped when someone noticed an unfamiliar scent. It was a pleasant smell, making one guess it was indeed the poison fragrance. They assumed her natural fragrance was equally alluring. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted their conversation. They looked up and saw something forming in the sky. It seemed they recognized it as a swarm of golden carpenter bees, which frightened them. In an instant, everyone panicked and ran away. The bees chased after them, screaming in terror as they were attacked. A mixture created a fragrance that spread across the ground. It formed into a long path like a trail. From the bushes, Suryong, Huo Yihan, and Wolfgang observed the situation. Both Huo Yihan and Wolfgang were surprised at how effective the plan was. The bees rushed in one direction. Hyan asked Suryong what he had done. He explained that he only crushed some flowers and sprinkled their water around. Suryong said. Hyan didn't understand because he thought they wouldn't attack just from the flower scent. Suryong explained that it was the fragrance that triggered the bees' attack signal. He mentioned pheromones as chemical signals for animals of the same species to communicate, especially social insects like ants or honeybees. They rely on this signal. The pheromone he used was the alarm scent released by bees when attacking, called formic acid acetate. Hyan asked in amazement if the honeysuckle really emitted a similar attack signal. But Suryong focused more on her recognizing that smell, and she explained that poison specialists are very sensitive to fragrances. The opportunity was ripe when the golden carpenter bees left. Suryong decided to enter the hive for honey. They approached cautiously, with Suryong carrying a makeshift incense bundle. Wolfgang warned it was still dangerous and suggested leading the way. All 3 were overwhelmed by the size of the beehive. The scene was magnificent, with golden candle-like honey hanging down. It was truly beautiful. Fortunately, the bees had left, allowing Suryong, Huo Yihan, and Wolfgang to enter the hive. But Suryong quickly noticed something unusual. There wasn't a drop of honey. Wolfgang was surprised and checked carefully, confirming Suryong's prediction. The hive was truly empty. This was strange. Suryong also found no eggs in the hive. Wolfgang asked if this had anything to do with the lack of honey in the hive. Suryong explained that the bees were preparing to migrate, so they ate all their stored honey and carried it in their bellies. They must have sensed too many people around and planned an early departure. Hyan agreed, saying that when bees prepare to migrate, they stop laying eggs because they can't care for the larvae. Then Suryong noticed something interesting. He saw a bee's tail. With a wide smile, he asked Wolfgang how long he could maintain his levitation without resting. Wolfgang replied that if he kept the rhythm steady, bees can fly for half a day. Then he asked why Suryong was curious. Just then, Bai appeared and reported that the bees were returning. He urged Suryong to leave immediately. The group quickly fled. Wu Gang told Suryong to give up, while Hyan hurriedly supported him. She grabbed his shirt and urged him to run faster. Bai was panicked, telling them to get out of there fast. Something began swelling on Suryong's chest. After a moment, they narrowly escaped the bees' attack. Hui Jewel breathed a sigh of relief as they managed to run away before the bees returned. But she didn't get to finish her sentence when she was stunned by what was on Suryong's chest. Suryong showed them the tiny head of a golden carpenter bee poking out from his shirt, explaining that it was the queen bee of the golden carpenter bees. Since there was no honey in the hive, he decided to take one that could produce honey. Hearing this, everyone turned pale and broke into cold sweats. The queen bee made a tiny squeak. With a sinister smile, Suryong told GGC gang that soon enough, the bees would notice the queen's disappearance and chase after them. Instead of being worried, he seemed excited, gently stroking the queen bee's head. He told everyone to run, and thus their life or death chase began. Kwok gang carried Suryong, and they all ran at top speed. The queen bee was uncomfortable, making Soryong realize he would take her to a peaceful place where no one would bother her. Days had passed since the escape from the bees began. Throughout this time, everyone pushed themselves hard, sleeping little and constantly using levitation. Each of them was exhausted when they finally reached their rendezvous point. Some of the Poison Squad members were lagging behind. Soryong thought to himself that upon returning, he must learn levitation. A warrior fell and another joined him on the ground. It was King Durian of the Toxic Blood team, lying weakly with darkened eyes, running nose, and saliva dripping down. Soryan also had dark circles under his eyes. He only hoped that if the Lord was far enough away, the men wouldn't chase after them. Gorgon began to lose faith, asking Soryan if they really could escape. Soryan gave a vague answer. 3 days later, another warrior fell face first to the ground, apologizing to Soryan for not being able to continue. Soryan was worried about Gorgon. Huan Lian decided to take over for Gorgon instead of letting him continue. Soryan said he could run on his own, but Hyozian, despite her pale face, blushed and insisted she could do it. She said the Path clan would never give up. They were at the main gate of their family's path. 2 guards saw someone approaching and recognized them as their lady. Hua Yuan and Soryan walked towards them, shocking the guards with their ragged appearance. The whole household was immediately called out. In the commotion, Mai Yuziang and Chizan appeared, stunned by the condition of the 2 people. Huan was completely exhausted. Kai and San placed Huan's head on her lap and began treating her wounds. Danju asked Soryan what had happened. Soryan told him to calm down. She explained that she had only been depleted after using light skills continuously for 10 days. He urged everyone to head to the training ground immediately. Musai Jiang still didn't understand what was going on, until Soryan pulled out. The queen bee appeared from her cloak. She said that all the bees would come here, so they had to go to the old tree in the training ground. Everyone was surprised. Only Musai Jiang was used to Soryan's usual mischief. Kai and San was shocked because he sent someone for honey and brought back an uncle instead. Mai Yuzing placed her hand on his shoulder, insisting they would go right away. Suddenly, Mai Yuzing leaped up, grabbing Soryan, causing him to scream. Mai Yuzing ran extremely fast, Soryan screaming again, making the old man ask what was happening. Soryan reported that the bees were coming in large numbers. Miu Rong saw the swarm of bees and asked if he had brought all of them here. They were close to their destination, so they sped up even more. Soryan's body was nearly unable to keep up with that speed. Fortunately, Mai Yuzing held on very tightly. Finally, they reached the old tree. Soryan approached closely. He explained to the queen bee that this was the new home he had mentioned. He gently released the queen and asked if she was okay, and the queen buzzed back in response. It seemed to understand his intention, circling around to inspect the tree trunk. Turning back to Soryan, it looked excited as if wanting to say he had chosen well. Soryan wondered if it really liked this place. Mai Yuzing suggested retreating because the bees were coming. The whole clan watched as the swarm of bees approached them from above. The queen bee made a sound, calling and gathering all the bees to the tree. Mai Yuzing was amazed, saying she had never seen such a scene in her life. Finally, the mission was over. The golden crown of the queen bee was safely returned. Then, the large bees began to drink the sugary water. Exhausted from their journey, the bees were revived by the sweetness. Indeed, people say that marriage begins with a meal and goodwill starts there too. Fortunately, this world still has refined sugar, so such methods work quite well. Soryan hoped this small meal would help the bees become less suspicious and even view him as their master. Suddenly, he shouted that he had forgotten something. Chiyu-san and Musai Jiang. Ian looked at him skeptically and asked what it was. Soryan hesitantly asked about Hyozian. Chiyasan got a bit annoyed, saying he only now remembered to bring Huan back to her mother for rest. Then he asked if they had really used light skills all the way from the forest to their home while he was following. Sori nodded, apologizing and trembling. He explained that they only sleep for hours a day, running the rest of the time. Musong suddenly remembered and inquired about the blood poison team's condition. Sori was sweating as he admitted that members had collapsed along the way. He promised to pick everyone up. Finally, the blood poison team returned safely to their family. In Hyan's room, she was awake and sat up. Sori reported that Won Mo Wang had regained his strength right next to Hyan. Sori recounted they were extracting nectar from toxic flowers on the mountain. Hyan noticed they seemed to be searching for something unexpectedly. Then someone ran in, urgently calling out to Sori. They told him he needed to go outside immediately. He said there was something strange happening with the men. They appeared to be looking for something. Soryang and Hyan rushed outside to check what was going on. The men scattered everywhere until they found it. Soryang then lunged forward, clinging to him. Suddenly, they started pulling at his shirt. Soryang didn't understand why they were doing this. The force was so strong that he was lifted off the ground. Hyen was alarmed seeing all the men carrying Soryang into the air. In midair, his legs hung straight while his arms formed a T, looking both ridiculous and funny. Then they released him. Soryang asked why they were disrupting their hive like this. He thought something unusual was happening. The bees gently nudged him, making him understand what they wanted. They wanted him to enter and observe the hive. He saw that they had built part of it and were busily collecting nectar. Then he noticed a bee fly in, the queen bee. Soryang said goodbye, asking if the queen wanted to be carried, but couldn't move as all the bees clung to him, even biting his cheeks. Looking at the queen, he realized she was elegant and cute, just like the author described. The queen bee closed her eyes and moved closer to Soryang's mouth. He was startled but couldn't speak when the queen bee unexpectedly kissed him. He felt something being placed in his mouth and swallowed it. The bees stopped humming, and the queen bee ended the kiss. Soryang's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Blushing, he shouted asking what the queen bee was doing and that it was his first kiss. But then he felt something wrong with his body. He fell to the ground in pain, thinking his body might tear apart. In his head, he wondered what the queen had given him. She looked mysterious as she stared at him. The large bees watched Soryang struggle while heat spread across his body like a burning fire. Accompanied by an itchy sensation from within, the intense heat made bubbles form in his mouth, nose, and ears. He gritted his teeth and sweated profusely, his heart racing. Despite being so hot as if on fire, he tried to reach out to the queen, asking if she had given him something spicy, then stopped. With eyes still closed, he heard someone calling his name, joining in to ask Grandpa what was happening. Worried, Musai Jang stroked his hair and said he must have swallowed a very powerful medicinal pill. Hearing this, Soryang fell asleep again as Musai Jang began guiding the air for him. Soon after, Hyen wiped him down with a warm towel. She gently cleaned his face. Sitting on the bed with messy hair, he wondered where he was. She said this was the tribe's medical center. As she fixed her hair, she explained that they saw him being taken by bees and rushed to the hive. When they found him unconscious, they brought him back. She asked if he remembered anything. He sighed, covering his face with oil-stained hands. All he could think about was his first kiss. Seeing his strange appearance, Hyen asked if he felt uncomfortable or had any issues. She also asked if they needed to call Grandpa. Looking at his own hands, he sighed and said no. He reminded her that the queen had given him the same food she uses, and it might be the reason. Curious, Hyen asked what it was. He said he didn't know the exact name, but if he had to give it one, he would call it Ling Dan Wang, making Hai conceal someone. Smiling lightly, he explained that the beekeeper collected nectar and pollen to feed the entire hive. Only the diligent worker bees ate this special food. Hearing this, she asked what kind of food the king bee ate. He replied that the king bee only ate Ling Dan Wang, which the beekeeper made from the moment they were born until their death. In other words, the milk the king bee forced him to eat was actually the nectar itself. Hai immediately understood it was a unique nutrient source for the king bee throughout its life. But Sari added that the king bee also had another special effect that surprised her. He explained that the worker bees only lived about 45 days, but the king bee could live 60 times longer by eating this nectar. He asked if that wasn't extraordinary. Too much information. She told him to calm down. It was indeed a lot to take in. After sighing, she said she understood and the mystery had been revealed. She reminded him that the meditation technique he practiced was Wudu Hui Yuan, which could not fully absorb the medicinal power due to its low level. But because the king bee's essence contained 2 months of inner strength, so he absorbed it 60 times more, equivalent to 10 years of internal martial arts skills. She congratulated him on his good fortune. Sori began to feel a bit of energy, repeating the 10 years of inner strength while amazed. Haijun was slightly confused, playing with his hair and told him to check the mirror later, blushing. She turned away and said there might be other side effects from the king bee nectar. He curiously asked what those effects were. Rubbing his face, he asked more about her mention of the silver mirror. Holding up the mirror, he noticed something strange when looking at himself. His skin was so smooth it almost glowed. Looking closer, he wondered how the king bee nectar could have such an effect. Touching his face, he was startled, realizing his skin felt as soft as a woman's. Rubbing his face in confusion, he wondered if eating the king bee nectar had caused him to change, fearing he might be feminized. He looked around the room to make sure and then glanced down at his pants. Taking a deep breath, he lay on the ground, relieved that his most precious treasure was still intact. Lying on the ground, he remembered Haijun's warning about serious consequences if the king bee didn't guide the energy flow. He deeply thanked him for saving his life from certain death. He returned to the infirmary. Passing through the village grounds, everyone was looking at him strangely. He wondered why they were staring so oddly, perhaps due to the sudden increase in inner strength. making their gazes and teasing comments uncomfortable. He fled, ignoring the laughter behind him. He went to the tribal dining hall and peeked inside. He saw his father, fiancé, mother, and elder man having dinner together. His mother noticed and happily complimented her future son-in-law on looking so handsome today. She asked how he felt. Entering the room, he said he was fine and apologized for worrying everyone. His mother knew everything and gently told him not to worry as this extraordinary experience was worth celebrating. She playfully teased her daughter about being jealous of Sori's skin, making her blush and quickly invite him to sit down. Sori awkwardly responded, joining the feast where a large banquet table had been set up, everyone looking very happy. His father asked how he felt after all that. He said he was fine and apologized again for causing worry. He sincerely thanked his grandfather for saving him. Museong smiled, congratulating him on his good fortune. Noticing everyone's curiosity, his father asked him to recount everything that happened. He said he had only heard about the king bee nectar vaguely and wanted to know more details. Nervously scratching his face a few times, he finally recounted how the new home of the king bee rewarded him with the nectar, describing how the queen bee pulled him into her hive and fed him the nectar, the source of all the trouble. Everyone was surprised that even mid-level insects knew to repay kindness. Wellmu Sijian was shocked, asking if there was any way to get more king bee nectar. He said if possible, it would be a great blessing for the entire tribe. Callison added that even the golden king bee's essence was precious, but the king bee nectar was even more valuable. His mother encouraged him to follow along, asking if Lady Heen could find another source. The whole group was surprised by her sudden enthusiasm. Hyan immediately asked if he had a way to get more. Sori remained silent, lost in thought. If it was regular bees, just creating a few queen cells and stimulating worker bees could produce additional queens. But with these intelligent bees, they would deal with the intruder right away. The queen's milk is food for larvae, but the type you eat is directly transferred by the queen. He doubted if what he was eating wasn't just regular queen's milk and hesitated whether to be honest. In the end, he said it was almost impossible to get more. This made Muzi Young and the musician question why not. He explained that even if they could eat it, no one might dare. Kalexin curiously asked if it was hard to eat or had an odd smell. He seriously said the issue wasn't about taste or sweat. He admitted that the elixir came directly from the king bee's mouth and you needed to touch his lips for it. Touch her lips, let her transmit the medicine. The group was stunned. Muzi Young shouted in disbelief at what he said. Kiss the king bee! The musician also struggled to speak. Kalexin concluded that only his son-in-law could get it again, implying no one else had a chance. This meant others were completely hopeless. At that moment, his fiancée understood the situation. She put down her chopsticks and shivered. She asked again, kiss the king bee's mouth. Her face darkened, eyes sharp as if to kill when she called him by name, implying he had indeed done it. Night fell, moonlight bathed the river and a temple somewhere. A man with scarred hands quietly admired the view. He was the Mingbang leader, Quan Wong Dai in HAK, lost in thought. He was interrupted by knocking on the door. The servant had returned. AHK broke from his thoughts and allowed entry. A beautiful maid entered, saying she had prepared a white lotus tea for him as per Dison's request. This made AHK pause with interest. He sat down, reminding her it was his hometown tea. As she poured, he acknowledged it was the famous Zaizan tea and thanked her, promising to savor it carefully. He raised the cup, servants watching attentively. But just as he was about to take a sip, another knock interrupted their tea time. It was Zhenju, the emperor, placing his teacup down and politely asking why he allowed entry so late. Zhenju, with long hair flowing, entered and apologized for the delay. He was handsome, reporting they had received a message from Sichuan's clan and thought it needed immediate attention. The emperor smiled calmly, saying there was no need to worry about the interruption. If he came so urgently, something important must be at stake. Then Junoj approached, placing a red scroll on the table, reporting that the Bloodhands leader had died, his head severed by the clan and his secret technique stolen. This angered the emperor, who crushed his teacup in frustration. He clenched his fists, trembling as he asked how the secret was taken. Junoj calmly recounted that Tanyang had been severely injured by the 10,000 poison army and disappeared. It was rumored he had fled to Hainan Island. With a pleased smile, he said there was an even more exciting piece of news. Rumors suggested a young man with his poisons had killed Tunyong. The emperor went silent, never having heard anyone could use such poison. Junoj sat before the emperor, saying he had heard many strange stories and this one would surely catch the emperor's attention. He was about to continue when a maid suddenly stared at him with an intense gaze. In Sichuan clan hall, everyone gathered around a table, including Soying, Huayun, the musician, and the clan leader. An elder asked if anyone had sold information to outsiders. Another elder was angry, disbelieving someone would tarnish their clan's reputation. Sori whispered among them, slightly confused why no one dared speak harshly about his father-in-law. Hyoseon smiled and explained it was expected. The clan leader knew they dared to defame the family's honor, and other elders were furious. After all, they were part of the house. He ordered an investigation and planned to visit Sichuan himself. An elder curiously asked what kind of poison he would use. The clan leader calmly replied first with soul-severing powder, then blood-burning poison, finally Horyorgan poison. His eyes glinted with malice as he said he would finish the job with 7-step soul-grabbing technique. This is a standard hitman execution, a deadly mix. The chief immediately ordered preparations and summoned the poison elimination team. The servant followed orders right away. Not long after, the poison elimination team gathered at the peak. They wore masks and full helmets. The chief told his son-in-law to stay calm. He would return soon. Sori bowed respectfully, warning his father-in-law to be cautious. But the chief said that they should fear their enemies more. Cal pointed at the group in front and asked Sorium if they were the poison elimination team. Hoi-an confirmed it was their first time seeing them since arriving. She said their work was very tough, then smiled and explained that their main task was to eliminate enemies, which is why they are called the poison elimination team. Sori wondered if this really counted as hard work. While talking, they heard a gentle cough. The elders of the clan bowed immediately. They asked if he had just experienced something significant. Sori nodded. He was unsure if they were there to ask for the king bee from the Yellow King's hive, but it wasn't as he thought. The elders seemed confused and said they came for a different matter. Curious, Sori asked what they wanted. He inquired if it was related to the nobleman. They refused, insisting they didn't want anything like that. This made him more puzzled. The elders blushed from embarrassment. One of them approached and signaled for Sori to lean closer. The elder whispered if he remembered the medicine from the Radix Romania, as it was his creation and had the final say. Sori smiled happily. He took out the Radix Romania, tossing it around. Still integrating into the clan wasn't easy for him. But if the elders helped, he wouldn't mind. They laughed and promised to support his efforts from now on. Hyen looked a bit disappointed. The great clan chief stepped out of the hall and saw them laughing happily. Just as Sori was about to show the Radix Romania, the great clan chief asked what they were so happy about. They panicked and quickly danced, claiming it was just a friendly gathering. The great clan chief believed them, thinking they had understood the value of sarong. Hai's hopes sank even more. A subordinate opened the door to announce something big. Everyone turned curiously. The great clan chief asked what it was about. The messenger reported that the prefect of Sichuan was critically ill. The group panicked. Sori asked if he followed the instructions. The messenger confirmed he did, but after seeing the medicine work, the prefect took a new concubine and doubled his dosage. Sori sweat thinking of the consequences. The great clan chief was disappointed. He decided to check immediately, since there were no other men in the house. He tasked Sori with protecting the women. Sori accepted seriously. He thought nothing would happen while they were away. A few hours later, as night fell, Sori and Hyen sat on a bench. She asked how he found the decoction of 10 poisons and dual fundamental techniques. He said it wasn't as difficult now. The 5 poison completing technique felt like a large energy source in his body, while the dual fundamental techniques were like a 2C engine. Lan Huayu noticed that Sori had increased his poison resistance. He could now generate or transfer internal force directly. Sori was stunned, both scared and curious. The urge to try the new technique grew stronger. They prepared a dummy. Sori drew his knife, closed his eyes, focusing intensely. A strong green aura emanated from his body. At first, he transferred air from left to right, then made the streams rotate in the same direction. When the air filled his entire body, he opened his eyes and threw the knife at the dummy. The blade shot like lightning, easily piercing the dummy. The blade flew like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly slicing through the dummy. He was thrilled, and his fiancée praised him for channeling energy into his weapon. The knife stuck in the wall right before their eyes, but seeing the statues made them realize it was just a coincidence. One person carried an ancient textbook. Even if it was only a copy, they had achieved their goal and decided to retreat before things got complicated. They hid the guards so they wouldn't notice, allowing easy escape through the training room. But then a faint pink scent spread, making them tense. An unfamiliar smell hung over their heads. The Lord was flying, looking at them slowly as if recognizing strangers. Outside, it was raining hard, and shouts echoed across the courtyard. Soryeon was confused by what was happening, but Hyoseon saw where the shouts came from and knew intruders were present. In the bushes, they spotted a few ninja-like figures. 2 were hiding, 1 standing. The Lord attacked him fiercely. This left the intruder confused about what the Lord was doing in the training area. Soryeon and Hyen observed, quickly recognizing them as enemies. Hyen knew she had to act. With a fierce look, she rushed forward, telling Soryong to shoot an arrow. She moved so fast it created a dust cloud, causing him to shield his face in surprise, not knowing her plan. The Lord bit the intruder's ear. He clutched his head, tears welling up as he begged for help from his companions. One ninja looked at Soryong, then saw Hyoscene rushing towards them and panicked. Retreat order given, the Lord held onto the bitten intruder tightly, the other to jumped away, Hyen chasing after them, forcing them to stop. Seeing their attempt to escape, she gathered her strength, drawing a spear. She struck hard into the ground, creating a small explosion. Luckily, the other two managed to dodge in time. Her eyes widened in surprise when they fired. The bitten intruder drew his sword and lunged at them. The Lord still clung to him, looking both comical and strange. Soryong shouted, warning Miss Hyen to be careful. As the Lord continued to suck on the intruder's ear, he delivered a powerful strike, but Hyen easily blocked it with her whip, her eyes sharp as knives. Catching him off guard, she counterattacked. Realizing this, the spear tip was right in front of his face, creating a small explosion on his body. The Lord flew out. Hyen gracefully moved past and appeared behind him. He fainted and fell to the ground. Soryong gaped in shock but calmly told him not to worry as she was fine. The intruder's body suddenly emitted a wicked aura causing Hyen pain. The Lord perched on Soryong's shoulder. Both watched Miss Hyen closely. He was alarmed, unsure if Hyen was alive or dead. Hyen sheathed her whip, noticing the strange aura from the intruder's body. She silently observed, a mix of curiosity and caution on her face. In just a few seconds, the man fell unconscious. Not far away, someone noticed the intruders and shouted to alert the guards. Hyen turned around, immediately directing the chase and starting the hunt. Soryong began sweating heavily. Surprised by her attitude, she told him to follow with Gyupi, the blood poison team leader. It was dark now, the forest lit up by torches guiding their way. Soryong, Bai, and other clan members ran hard after the intruders. Bai led them, believing they couldn't go far. His determined eyes showed he had to catch them at all costs. The others weren't tired, but Soryong was sweating profusely as he struggled with his dual engines. Suddenly, he sank into the ground hard, causing it to crack and water to gush out. He screamed like a madman. Small worms crawling out of his clothes while he turned around in panic asking if he was okay. Soryong created a large pit. Bai and others stopped chasing. They rushed back to pull him up. With their help, he escaped the pit and gratefully thanked them, thinking he almost died. But turning around, something caught his attention. Right under his feet was a cluster of green snakes staring at him intently. Soryong broke out in cold sweat, realizing it was a snake den. He observed more closely and was reminded that snakes often gather where there is strong negative energy, especially this time of year when they are particularly fierce. This made Soryong shiver with fear. A snake opened its mouth and lunged at him. This surprised him as water moccasins usually aren't so aggressive. The dark clouds overhead reminded Soryong that it was his fault they were delayed. He knew rain was coming, so he urged everyone to speed up. Tai and the other looked at each other then nodded. They continued running, unable to lose track of the intruders. They kept going because they couldn't afford to let them escape. Soon a light appeared. Bai turned to Soryong and said they had found their target. The masked people were furious, trapped with no way out. Behind them stood a mountain wall as thunder roared loudly while Bai and the clan surrounded them. Bai and everyone placed their hands in their clothes, declaring that their escape was over. Sori remained silent. On the other side, someone ordered to tighten the encirclement. The poison team drew kunai, causing the masked people to immediately draw weapons for defense. The poison team advanced, ready to attack. As the sword wielder charged, two others threw kunai, but a ninja deflected them with a shuriken. He swung his sword fiercely, engaging in battle with the ninja. Swords clashed, sparks flying. They regretted underestimating their opponent's strength. A ninja slipped through and delivered a powerful kick to his face, making him drop his sword. They blocked his path, causing the poison team to panic. When the ninjas were off guard, someone lunged at them with incredible speed. It was Pai. He tried to ambush, but the ninja dodged easily. T watched from a distance. The ninja continuously retreated, while Pai used his triple shadow technique, throwing a special shuriken towards him. The shuriken flew and suddenly exploded into 3 separate points. The ninja was stunned. Luckily, he blocked 2 of them, but one pierced his shoulder, causing intense pain. He clutched the wound while Pai approached, mocking that he truly was lucky. 2 ninjas had fallen, only one remained standing, but was injured. Bai and the other stepped forward, telling him to consider himself fortunate because the rain had diluted the poison on his shuriken. Bai glared at him with anger. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed as many pitiful worms gathered. Bai and everyone stopped, looking surprised. Bai immediately became alert, sternly asking who that was. In an instant, an old man descended from the rocky peak, landing with a force that shattered the ground. He was an elderly man with long hair, smiling maliciously. He glared at Sir Yang and others with murderous intent. The atmosphere was terrifying. By tensely declared him a master and ordered his subordinates to step back. The old man exuded an evil aura. He stood up, laughing as he approached. He asked if the ninja had retrieved what they needed. The ninja closed his eyes, took out a book from his clothes, and said it was just a copy made by their clan. This caught Sir Yang's attention. He looked surprised. His eyes widened when he remembered the chief elder saying that only evil people would seek this book. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the script of the previous book he read. They had tied up a ninja and Sir Yang told Pai that it was a copy of the blood hand poison technique, surprising Pai. His eyes turned red with anger, his teeth clenched tightly. The ninja handed the book to the old man, who opened it, revealing a sinister smile. He angrily wondered why someone would desire such dark arts and wanted to know the identity of this evil figure. He flipped through each page, smiling as he confirmed that the copy only had techniques but lacked the core, which was more than enough. Finished reading. Despite it being early, he declared he would use it to announce their return. He ordered Hyatvin to perform the technique and ensure no one survived. Hyatvin cracked his fingers, determined to follow orders. Beside him lay a comrade's body. He raised his hand and concentrated energy. Red energy appeared from his hand as blood shot straight into it. Everyone was terrified at the dark magic being used, while Sir Yang wiped his head in shock. Horrified by what he just witnessed, the ninja's eyes glowed as he continued to suck blood through his hand. In an instant, the kunai on his shoulder fell to the ground and his wound healed completely. The old man laughed like a madman. He focused energy in his hand and cruelly declared himself the blood sect elder, Daggerclaw Gukkenegg. Sir Yang gritted his teeth, drawing his kunai. Gukkenegg stared at him, recognizing that he was stable. Saliva dripped as he licked his lips. His eyes gleamed with excitement after a long time of tasting young blood. The rain fell heavily. Gukkenegg put the book back in his clothes and ordered Julian to capture them all. Saying that nothing was more precious than the pure youth's blood, the ninja nodded and both lunged towards Sir Yang and the others. As the situation grew tense, he drew a kunai, immediately on high alert. Gukkenegg's face hardened as he ordered the destructive Pentagon Ray to activate. There was no way they could let those enemies approach Sir Yang. Gukkenegg leaped and his body emitted a breath of air, laughing maniacally as he challenged anyone to stop him. Everyone's gaze immediately focused, tension rising among them. Gukkenegg exerted his strength, launching a powerful strike that caused the ground to shatter with an explosion. Pai knew things were bad and warned Sir Yang to be careful. Rocks flew everywhere. But Sir Yang raised his hand to shield his face from getting hurt. Just then, a ninja appeared behind them, using a cold gaze to grab Sir Yang's neck. The ninja tightened the chokehold on him, his eyes glowing as he told Sir Yang not to move because an elder wanted to suck pure blood from him. Slowly, Sir Yang's breath in his chest diminished, turning his face blue. But with the last bit of strength, he ordered the children to bite and the small army of ants to emerge and attack the ninja. They attacked viciously but cutely, both adorable and fierce. Seeing Z, the ninja became even more confused. He didn't understand what was happening. A kunai flew straight into his head, making Sir Yang flinch too. The ants turned to Sir Yang while the ninja's body caught fire. Sir Yang covered his face, unsure of what was going on. Someone called out his name, and he turned around, his eyes brightening with joy. It was Huan and Gur Gang, the elders. She was the one who threw the kunai to save him. She suddenly became serious as Gur Gang gritted his teeth over something strange. Pai and others maintained the Pentagon Ray, unsure of what was happening. They attacked Gukkenegg, but he grabbed a person emitting poisonous gas, making Pai panic that it was an elder from the blood sect. Huan's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe it. She ran over frantically and ordered everyone to help Gupai, with Gur Gang following closely. She also commanded the raid to transform into the 9 Poison Annihilation formation. Gukkenegg defeated a clan member and threw him down, but Pai and others surrounded him in the 9 Poison Array. Gukkenegg smiled when he realized Sir Yang was the one who had once defeated Ta Kun Yang's Blood Claw. He sneered at this, saying that title was overblown. Since Ta Kun Yang ultimately died under his claws, Wolfgang angrily told him to shut up and prepare for his execution here. Hearing this, Gukkenegg became even more amused, laughing with contempt. He went berserk, his body emitting a poisonous aura as he mocked the gang and challenged them to try if they dared. The battle began amidst heavy rain. Flames of divine fire rose redly. A clan member was severely injured, and Sir Yang immediately bandaged his hand wound, causing him pain but asking him to bear it. Sir Yang quickly finished the bandaging, feeling their side's strength waning. Yukina grabbed another clan member by the neck and drained his blood, making Ampi and others weaker while the blood sex ninja grew stronger after absorbing more blood. Gukkenegg attacked Huan, knocking her into a tree trunk. Soryang, who was bandaging, turned around cautiously. She fell down, gritting her teeth in pain as she shivered violently. Soryang worriedly asked if she was okay. He ran to her, lifting her shoulder and asking his future wife where she was hurt. She lied that she was fine but then coughed up blood. Holding Soryang's hand, she looked exhausted as she pleaded for him to return for reinforcements because they couldn't hold off Guchinex now. Soryang gritted his teeth in anger knowing she was right. Guchinex continued attacking, draining the blood of another clan member, forcing Pai and others to retreat. Clearly, Soryang could not participate in the battle anymore. Pogging worriedly advised Soryang to return for reinforcements as their survival was at stake. He promised to hold off Guchinex while urging him to hurry. Soryang silently looked at them for a moment, then reluctantly agreed and vowed to come back quickly, but admitted his light skills were weak so he wasn't sure. Before finishing his sentence, Hwan hugged him tightly. Tears streaming down her face, she smiled confidently that Soryang could do it. Reminding him of how hard he had trained for this, she promised they would find the Buddha together next time, making Soryang feel guilty. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Hwan earnestly begged him to return quickly and bring reinforcements. Then she rushed off to support the formation, leaving Soryang in silence. With sad eyes, he decided to go back due to the despair choking his heart. He began running back to the clan through heavy rain. His breath was ragged and each step weighed heavily as if pulling him down. Finally, Soryang collapsed on the ground, causing the ants to emerge from his clothes, collectively encouraging him not to give up. He calmed himself and gently stroked one of the ants. He realized that even with all his light skills, he would need nearly half a day. Most of the clan's experts were absent, meaning despite sending out signals, it was raining heavily again. Soryang silently observed before sinking into thought. The majority of high-ranking members were missing, so even if he sent another signal, the rain would be even heavier. Soryang quietly watched and then fell into deep contemplation. A question rises, why are they taking you? You realize they need to save themselves at least. You clench your hand tightly, bitterly thinking of yourself as a weak child needing protection and wondering if the martial arts world's sense of justice is like this. You remember the gentle smile from the chief when he said Soryang was family too. The word family echoes in your mind. You've never seriously considered it because you always felt you didn't truly belong to the Fourth Path clan. Precious memories with them and images of everyone smiling together. Then a hand reaching out to you appears in your thoughts. Everyone treats you like family. You feel ashamed for being the only one who thinks they're not accepted. Sorry smiles slowly. You stroke a centipede, realizing they are too warm to be called a clan of assassins. They both stand up abruptly, their eyes glinting. Your resolve ignites when it's time to save your mother. The little centipedes make cute, excited sounds. Soryang dashes off like the wind. You carry the determination to bring everyone back safely. You need a plan because blood-sect people can recover their inner strength quickly. The forest is filled with poisonous creatures like snakes, frogs, and countless toxic plants. Soryang keeps running, you silently observe, trying to think of a strategy. Before you are countless venomous snakes looking menacingly. You sense something unusual. A centipede starts wriggling and going berserk. Sari gently strokes the centipede, smiling as he eats it, saying you'll be fine. You take out the centipedes from your jacket and place them on the ground. One is still sleeping while the other two are sobbing loudly. Not wanting to delay any longer, Zorian leaves the centipedes behind and rushes towards the snake den. Without hesitation, you jump straight in, drawing all the snake's attention. A confident smile appears on your lips because with Fabri's aura, you must handle this yourself. These blood-colored snakes are called false flowers. They look cute but are extremely poisonous. Gorion lands at the snake den. Within seconds, dozens of venomous snakes wrap tightly around him and bite his hands and feet. Unlike fangs in front of their mouths, these centipedes have poison teeth deep in their jaws. Hard to inject, but highly toxic. Sorian's face is covered in sweat, but he smiles telling them to bite harder. A snake bites your hand, making you grit your teeth in pain. Their venom is stronger than Hakmonpa's, but thanks to the Fourth Path inner strength, you can temporarily endure it. The little centipedes worryingly stick their heads out calling for their father. Soriam shoo them away and tells them to be calm as he's about to leave the snake den. Suddenly, your eyes widen at something. Your hands and arms are covered in bites, convincing you that this is enough. You turn around with a determined face deciding to leave, but your body won't move, making you panic. Looking down, you see snakes wrapping around your legs. This goes beyond expectations, leaving you stunned. You clench your teeth in worry. This is definitely not part of the plan. Surprisingly, the little centipedes climb onto Sorian's shoulders. Their cute action surprises you momentarily. A centipede goes berserk, making a small growl. Sorian looks at it, his eyes slightly betraying fear. A snake ambushes the centipede and threatens with a hiss, making the centipede angrier. Its patience wanes as it climbs down from Sorion's shoulder, biting the snake hard, causing Sorion to freeze in shock. The little centipede attacks another snake. Fierce battle ensues. Sorion can only watch, his mind in chaos. In an instant, it defeats its opponent. Its eyes gleam with joy as it smiles. You're grateful for the centipede's help in driving away some snakes. Soryong kneels down and realizes they care about you. You gently stroke a centipede's head and smile. The little centipede climbs onto your head to sleep, making you laugh before deciding it's time to go back and save your mother. Returning to the battlefield, you are exhausted but your eyes still shine with determination. Many in the tribe had fallen, surrounding Gukkenag like an ancient vampire and draining blood to recharge. Thujin realized if they continued, everyone would die. White foam bubbled from the victim's mouth as Gucci neck tightened his grip and kept sucking blood. His eyes lit up, a wicked smile appearing when he said it was too easy. Exhausted, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth to endure the evil torture. Who dares defy him? Hein drew her whip, not wanting to run but fight and hoped Soryong had escaped. She stood firm, ordering everyone to watch Gukkenag and keep a distance. Since the rain was about to stop, she told them to send out distress signals. One nodded while Gukkenag smiled coldly. An elder stepped forward, sincerely urging them to retreat with Soriol. Hearing this, she widened her eyes and immediately refused. 8 men argued they couldn't let the next generation escape, leaving fellow tribe members in battle. If they failed, they couldn't face the tribal leader. Gukkenag only crossed his arms and watched. They urged Huan to leave, but she insisted on staying, gradually losing patience. Enough was enough. Looking at Hein and the elder, she said if Soriol escaped, he would get bored. He curled his lip in a mocking smile. He leaned back, threatening that if Hein ran, he would turn the exit into hell and see it as a welcome for the blood cult's return. The elder gritted his teeth, realizing this scoundrel had no intention of sparing anyone. Just then, Hein tightened her whip. With fierce determination, she vowed to cut at least one arm from Gukkenag even if it cost her life. The others agreed. Her eyes locked onto Gucci next son, who smiled in amusement. But then a voice echoed behind them, confirming Hyen's words, the exit would never abandon its tribe members. That was Suryong, stepping forward with a confident smile. The elder went silent. Hyen's son worried about why Suryong returned. Suryong removed the leeches from his body. Closing his eyes, he told them to wait and repeated that the exit would never abandon its tribe members. Quickly stripping off his shirt, his eyes blazing with resolve, affirming he was also part of the exit. He drew his weapon, his gaze sharp, charging straight at Gukkenag, who laughed mockingly when he saw that. Hyosian instinctively worried, urgently telling Suryong not to be reckless. Gukkenag prepared to strike. He had spared him before and now Suryong was coming back on his own, making him think the boy was indeed foolish. Suryong charged with a ready stance. Hai froze in horror as Gukkenag easily grabbed Suryong's neck with one move. His eyes gleamed with twisted joy, his hand reaching out and his sinister smile when he saw Suryong biting blood for him. He placed his hand on Suryong's stomach and intended to savor the boy's blood, making Suryong grit his teeth in pain. But Suryong reacted quickly, blocking with his hand. Still, Gukkenag managed to suck some blood through his arm. With a malicious smile, he taunted that blood from an arm wasn't any worse. He continued sucking Suryong's blood from his arm, causing intense pain. Seeing this, Hyen and Pai were shocked. Hyen shouted orders for everyone to help Suryong. As Gukkenag slowly drained Suryong bit by bit, Pai and Hyen rushed over. Gukkenag began enjoying the thrill of tasting young blood after a long time. Just as Pai and warriors approached, he slammed down hard on the ground, releasing Suryong and launching a blood blast attack that sent them flying. Pai and others were thrown back and hit the ground. Fortunately not seriously injured, Hyen, now stronger than before, smiled with savage delight. He dismissed their trouble as if they were annoying flies. Thanks to Suryong, he handled everything at once. Suryong fainted and Fuyin panicked, running to wake him up. Like a kind of mercy, Gukkenag declared he would let Suryong die gently. But Hyen hugged him tight and said that absolutely wouldn't happen. Just then, Suryong coughed lightly and slowly regained consciousness, making Hyen immediately notice. Saliva began dripping from Gucci neck's mouth as he screamed at Suryong, asking what he did to him. His hair started falling like leaves, his body aging rapidly. With a terrified look, he understood this was poison energy. Line 59. Line 60. His strength is fading, his body trembling. This doesn't make sense. A monk's poison immunity should protect him from this. He's going mad, banging his head in confusion over what's happening. He wants to know who Suryong is. Suryong smiles lightly and sits up slowly. He points at himself, declaring he's the predator of Hyosian, causing her to sigh in relief. The poison works faster, making Gukkenag shudder with fear. He can't believe he lost to a child. Sorong is weakening, struggling to look at Hyen and reveals something that surprises her. Seeing Sorong, his anger flares up intensely. He grits his teeth, sweating as he tries to understand what Sorong did to him. Panicked, he realizes the blood from Sorong has taken control of his body. Taking a step forward, he declares that the blood sex dominance is just one step away. Losing it, he rushes towards Sorong, shouting he won't let this happen. Screaming, he lunges at Sorong to kill him, but Hyozeon draws her whip, readying herself for a fight. Before Gukkenegg can reach them, she strikes hard with the whip. The whip wraps tightly around his neck, causing excruciating pain. She opens her eyes wide in shock, not believing she just hit them. Gukkenegg grips the whip firmly, trying to pull it free. He's too scary. He can't dodge even a strike from him. Gukkenegg's eyes glow with determination. Saliva drips down his chin. He roars in confusion over what Sorong did to his blood technique. Even if he crushed him, it wouldn't be enough for him to recover. Frenzied, he charges at Sorong like a wild animal. He vows to kill them all and declares the blood sect is back. Kinhai tightens his whip and angrily tells the old man to shut up or die. As Gukkenegg moves closer, she pulls hard, severing his head with a single lash of the whip. His head flies off and lands near Pai, making him gasp in shock. Pai laughs joyfully, realizing they've won. Gukkenegg collapses dead. The elder rushes to check on Sorong and Hyen while the tribe celebrates her victory over the blood sex demon. With confusion, she asks Sorong what happened and how he made Gukkenegg call him Big Brother, making her blush and speechless. He starts sweating, his dark circles visible, but still manages to smile, saying he needs a water snake and a tiger bite to cure the poison. Hyozeon was scared because she didn't understand what was happening. Suryong's face turned pale. Hyen remembered that this snake species wasn't venomous and ordered for an antidote to be brought immediately. A few hours later, Soryong woke up on the bed, sweat dripping down his face as he tried to figure out where he was. Seeing him awake, the tribal chief stared intently and told him not to move. Hyen was present, surprised by Soryong's immobility. Sori lay still, confused, asking what had happened. The tribal chief performed a healing technique on his back while Hyen breathed for him. He regained consciousness. It had been 10 days since he fell ill, shocking Soryong deeply. With a kind smile, Fragrance thanked him for helping her cut off the head of that scoundrel. They brought him back. If the tribal chief hadn't returned in time, it could have been disastrous due to the severe poison. Sori swallowed his saliva, eyes filled with fear as he recalled being bitten by a snake in his past life and nearly dying twice. After some time, the tribal chief completed the treatment. Now that Soryong was awake, he would recover soon. With Hyen's help, Soryong sat up and sincerely thanked him. The tribal chief stared at Soryong and thought it was time to discuss something important. He grabbed his shoulder and curiously asked if the water snake Vovos species really had venom and how he managed to defeat the blood sect elder. Hyen calmed him down, explaining that Suri's son was dizzy and ready to explain. Placing a hand on his head, raising to fingers, Soryong calmly said that the water snake Vovos indeed had venom. This species of snake possessed two types of venom, one in its mouth and another from glands behind its neck. Hyen and the tribal chief sat beside him, curious since they hadn't heard this before. Soryong calmly explained that these snakes were timid, often fleeing when they saw people. With small teeth, few noticed until the 1980s when it was discovered that water snake Vovos had venom. The tribal chief quickly deduced that the blood sect elder's inner strength might have been completely dissipated due to this. But he remembered that sect members were resistant to poison, so Soryong said it was just a hypothesis, but believed the cause lay in the water snake Vovos venom. The main component of the snake's venom is hematocin, which causes strong bleeding. This type of venom can destroy structures within the body like red blood cells, blood vessel linings, and other tissues. What if someone who feeds on blood for cultivation ingests this hemorrhagic toxin? Soryong's plan had run smoothly. He placed his hand under his chin. His gaze was hesitant, thinking the source of their martial arts nourishment might have been corrupted, leading to these consequences. Few knew that water snake Vovos were venomous. Their venom is 5 times stronger than a green snake, and when combined with sound energy, it becomes a deadly weapon. This made the tribal chief very alarmed, his forehead covered in sweat. Bang Huang was surprised to see such a terrifying creature near his domain. He looked at Soryong with admiration before smiling and praising him. The tribal chief cleared his throat, closed his eyes, folded his hands, and laughed as Hyen recounted that the blood sect elder once called Soryong an enemy, making Soryong blush deeply. He buried his head in the pillow, turning away, feeling embarrassed. Instead, Hyen and he placed their hands on his shoulders, saying that sealing the elder's martial arts made him fully deserve the title. The tribal chief laughed and thanked Soryong for protecting the clan. He clenched his fists tightly in anger, not understanding why someone dared to attack his family when he was away. He suspected Soryong and Hyen were silent, looking at them sternly. He believed they needed to wipe out the blood sect. Now knowing their weakness, they should collect plenty of water snake Vovos venom. Suryong's eyes glowed with anger when thinking about Gucci neck and his hands, seeing him as a group of noses to crush. Since then, the clan faced a serious situation due to the blood sect's return. Many martial artists were injured, some had even died. Someone attached a letter to a bird's leg to inform Miram's alliance to gather at the clan for support. The tribal chief sent the bird himself. He said that compared to facing peak wind experts, this time's casualties were fewer. But thinking about the blood flowing due to the blood sect made him restless. They not only kidnapped people for blood, but also caused a massacre 30 years ago, becoming enemies of their alliance. This was extremely serious. As Suryong pondered, the tribal chief placed his hand on his shoulder and said that this time everything would be different. Suryong immediately paid attention. With a confident look, he explained that it was because this time the Sichuan clan was an enemy of the blood sect. Suryong sweated as he didn't know if his boss was serious or joking. He smiled and confirmed what Suryong thought. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked if Suryong could handle a request. Suryong nodded, saying he would do his best for the clan. His eyes turned serious as he announced that Miram's alliance was about to arrive. The military force of the alliance would also be present, and he planned to present the type of venom Suryong discovered because they had found the blood sect's weakness. This made Suryong's eyes widen in surprise. He clasped his hands respectfully and smiled, saying that for the greater good, they should proceed. The clan leader was even happier knowing he would answer that way. Before leaving, Suryong mentioned there was another piece of good news. His eyes lit up in curiosity. He turned back to find Hyosien informing the chief that the renovation of the Thousand Poison Path was complete. From now on, Suryong would manage it officially. After hearing this, he clenched his fist excitedly. Imagining lying amidst countless poisonous creatures made him widen his eyes in joy. He also mentioned they had prepared a sun pavilion as per his suggestion to support the water snake habitat. Suryong crossed his arms, still thinking everything was for justice. The messenger flew away with the news. A few hours later, he arrived at the Thousand Poison Path, stood in awe of its beauty. 2 guards were stationed outside. Suryong and Hyosien entered together. Inside was a garden called the Poisonous Plant Garden. Hye-an noticed it, placing her hand on it in surprise. Suryong folded his arms, smiling as he explained that this area was where all the poisons from Central Plains gathered. She became confused and softly asked if he really intended to gather every poison species. With confidence, he said he had promised her he would collect 10 of the major poisons in Central Plains. Hearing that, Hye-an blushed like a tomato, covering her mouth as she turned away. Without hesitation, she just wanted to see what was happening and ran off, leaving Suryong bewildered. Just then, a clan member excitedly called them from afar. It was Guppy. He leaned against his hip and smiled proudly, announcing he had been appointed as the head of the poison department. Suryong was flustered while Hye-an stood still. With a kind smile, Guppy explained that they would now have support from clan members for everything from finding to nurturing poisons. Seeing this, Suryong's eyes nearly overflowed with joy. Hye-an felt envious. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the feeling of owning employees in a pet store and realizing his clan fully supported him, bringing his dream closer. The last messenger finally arrived where needed. A black-haired woman received the letter. After reading it carefully, she looked up at the sky, understanding that this peaceful Central Plains was about to face a storm of bloodshed. The next morning, Juju and his subordinates set off directly for the Path clan. An elder turned around with a smile, telling them they were almost there and might stay at the Path Manor tonight, making Yoo-hoo smile in relief from sleeping outdoors. He imagined the powerful Emperor Jeong Haka, his eyes filled with anger. Juju immediately felt nervous and reminded himself to bring back something valuable. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Path Manor gate, where 2 armed guards stood watch. The elder was delighted to see the manor before them. One of the guards stared in amazement, guessing these must be guests from the Morium Alliance. Jewel stepped forward, folding his fan, and calmly introduced himself as a strategist for the Morium Alliance. The guard opened the gate while the other bowed deeply, thanking them for their visit and asking them to wait a moment. The guard's eyes tightened slightly. He glanced sideways and said they needed some information before entering. Judge hesitated, while the elder asked if they had to surrender weapons first. The guard scratched his chin, shyly saying it was hard to explain, but no living creature in the Path Manor could be harmed. Judge imagined a golden Buddha statue and wondered if the entire clan would convert to Buddhism. Guard Qing Guang said they would understand once inside. He hoped they remembered this instruction. Hearing that, Juju and the leader immediately straightened up. Just then, someone appeared, excited because the strategist had arrived. Seeing this, Juju's eyes widened in surprise before he smiled. It was Hye-an and Saryong, both bowed to show respect. Juju returned their bow, saying it had been a while since they last met. She placed her hand on her stomach and said it had been exactly 1 year since their last meeting, then smiled. Juju closed his eyes and asked if she was looking for her grandfather, who was tracking the blood sex trail. Juju looked at her gently and said how could that be a bother when they were welcomed by one of Miram's 3 flowers. He turned to Saryong and asked who he was. With a kind smile, he said he was honored to meet the strategist. He bowed again and introduced himself as White Saryong. Hearing this, Juju and the elders focused on him, puzzled that he wasn't from the Path Manor. Hye-an placed her hand on her chest, turned away, and solemnly declared that Saryong was her fiancé. Her words left Du-Dahu and the elder speechless. The others were furious with jealousy knowing one of Miram's 3 flowers had a lover. They clenched their fists tightly, tears welling up as they felt life was unfair to Saryong. Even Judge felt envious. He opened his fan and looked at the ground, quickly requesting to be led inside, fearing a challenge from the group. At that moment, an unusual sound echoed in the air. Juju, Hu, and the elder looked around anxiously, unsure where the sound came from. The men's mouths dropped open as they looked up at the sky and suddenly realized something was flying above. The sound came from the golden-haired bee king buzzing round, surprising everyone with such a rare breed of bees. The warriors drew their swords and warned everyone to be cautious. Instead, Sorian panicked and sternly told them to put down their weapons. He widened his eyes in fear as he placed a hand on someone's shoulder, about to explain the new rules for the exit. But he got angry, pushed Sorian away, and shouted that Lord Wang was extremely dangerous and could easily kill ordinary people. Sorian tried to explain, but the group started pressing against his body. Unable to take it anymore, he pushed them away and angrily said he was raising golden-haired bee men himself, asking everyone to calm down. A bee landed on Sori's head, showing affection, which made Jugu and the others step back in shock. Sori smiled mischievously at the bees, understanding they missed him since it had been a long time. Hye-an was delighted as his eyes widened with a small smile. He stroked one bee gently and kindly told them not to disturb their guests. The beekeeper's voice trembled as he saw Sori treating the golden-haired bees like children, causing Dugu to sweat profusely. Thanks to this, the young warriors calmed down. After the incident, Juju and the elder went with Su Ryong and Hua Ying inside. Jegu kept watching Su Ryong closely. He never expected the boy from Haikou Island to be the fiancé of the Venom flower and was even more shocked when a non-clan member became the exit's son-in-law. As they walked, something in front caught Jug's attention. 2 men were arguing. The black-haired man pulled out a small bottle. He pointed at it and said that a new venomous scorpion was needed for the exit. The orange-haired boy took out a chameleon and insisted they look closely at its vibrant color. Dugu's face paled as he placed a hand on Soryong's shoulder, worriedly asking why the warriors were taking care of such various insects and small animals. Soryong blinked, snapping out of his daze. As they argued, he explained that they were undergoing punishment for hosting venomous creatures. Dugu started sweating as he asked what they did to deserve such a punishment. Soryong put his hand under his chin and thoughtfully recalled the events from a few days ago at night. That day, Soryong and Kwon went to the training hall. Soryong began practicing. While she fumbled, explaining that he was pushing his inner energy out, it looked like he was just dancing. Suddenly someone appeared, making both of them look curiously. It was Gu and his subordinates. They closed their eyes in tension with a sad expression. Guppy apologized for half the mice used to feed the water tiger snake dying. Hearing this, Soryong turned around, his eyes heavy with sadness. Hyosien was confused about what was happening. Soryong crossed his arms and closed his eyes, sighing, knowing there was nothing he could do because mice were very sensitive. Just a little noise, and the mother mouse might eat all of them. But Guppy said that the warriors had eaten those baby mice as snacks while drinking wine. Soryong was stunned, not believing his own hands. His voice trembling when he knew they ate those baby mice like appetizers. He was completely confused, not understanding what was happening. Hye-an folded her arms and observed Guppy, explaining that the 3-pointer dish was live mouse meat with a spicy sauce. Guppy bowed his head in shame and apologized to Soryong again. Soryong stood still, trying to understand what was happening, while Hye-an approached and scolded them harshly. Guppy took out his hands and explained that a few Venom Masters from Hainan were in the group. This scene reminded them of home, leading to chaos as one thing led to another. Soryong looked at them with disdain and finally understood that the baby mice were caught for the water tiger snake and the mice had been eaten by the warriors. He was furious and knew he needed to teach them how to respect the creatures they raised. This led Tang Clan to create a new rule of accompanying venomous creatures with their code. Back in the present, Soryong crossed his arms, his eyes sharp, declaring that every warrior now had to take responsibility for raising one type of venomous creature. The warriors immediately argued loudly, making Jachu sweat as he realized why everyone had a unique venomous creature. His eyes widened in curiosity, staring at Soryang because to him, the boy was indeed interesting. Soryang glared angrily at the warriors inside, making Jiuju realize that Soryang wasn't ordinary. By dusk, the clan leader appeared. They sat down to talk. With a serious expression, he recounted everything. Saku closed his eyes and smiled, saying that Soryang Han was the mysterious boy Tang clan leader met on Haiko Island. The clan leader looked at him and asked with a smile what he thought of Tang clan's treasure. Ryuger who praised him, saying calling him mysterious wasn't enough. He was genuinely surprised, making Soryang blush from the compliment. Yube's gaze became serious. To him, not finding the great clan leader, he smiled at Soryang and emphasized that they couldn't stand idly by as the influence of the blood sect continued to spread. Soryang curiously glanced at the elder. The clan leader asked him to bring that item here. This made Jiuj widen his eyes in confusion. The clan leader touched a finger, then used his strength to set up a barrier around the table. After closing his eyes and smiling, he explained they couldn't let any sound escape, so they had to use this barrier. Gabor reached into his coat while Jiuj watched the barrier in horror. Soryang confidently smiled and took out a small bottle, placing it on the table. He held the bottle, scrutinizing it closely, lost in curiosity. He wondered what kind of item needed such a barrier to keep it secret. The clan leader calmly replied that it was a poison that dissipated internal energy. Who argued that poisons causing internal energy loss were common and didn't need such secrecy. Soryang and the clan leader exchanged glances, then both smiled. The elder revealed that this poison was special because it only affected blood sect members. Jiu Jehu's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Is this true? The clan leader closed his eyes, affirming with a confident expression. Filled with anger and determination, Jiu Jehu began to imagine the blood sect, thinking this was a shocking discovery. Because 30 years ago, they used poisons that dissipated internal energy against mainstream martial artists during their rebellion. The clan leader recalled the uprising and confirmed Jiu's guess. He said when martial artists were poisoned, their internal energy vanished, leaving them powerless, while blood sect members remained unaffected. With a serious expression, Jiuji asked how powerful this version of the poison was. The clan leader's eyes sparkled with confidence as he said, according to Hui, this poison could make experts as weak as ordinary people. He recounted that Hui had defeated a blood sect elder who was poisoned with just one strike. Hearing this, Dyuger laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming at the similarity of the poison. He bowed in gratitude to the clan leader, saying even the master would be relieved with such a gift. Then he looked at Soryang and said if they wanted to thank him, it should be for discovering this. The elder recounted how Soryang had poisoned himself to draw blood from an elder blood sect member. This led to 10 days of life or death. Ji-Yuju looked up in admiration at Soryang's self-sacrifice, making Soryang blush and scratch his neck. Ji-Yuju placed a hand on Soryang's shoulder, causing him to awkwardly smile. With gratitude in his eyes, the elder said if he had any wishes, just speak up. He would relay them to the master. Yugu smiled patiently, waiting for an answer. Soryang lowered his head and hesitantly asked if he could request information on poison types. Ryuger was surprised that Soryang cared about poisons rather than martial arts or medicinal treasures. He broke out in sweat from embarrassment. Seeing this, the clan leader laughed. Junsu realized Soryang was truly different as no one unusual had appeared in Murum's history. He opened his eyes and smiled, saying maybe what he sought wasn't a poison but a mysterious divine stone. The sky was brightening and somewhere on the island, the sound of a waterfall echoed beautifully. A few people entered the area. A long-haired man turned to his uncle and reported they had arrived. His uncle was Dong-Hu. They were at Ganga Mountain in Sichuan. The young man smiled, saying the scenery matched ancestral records waterfalls, turtle-shaped rocks, and distant peaks. Dong-Hu approached the water, touched it, observed, then admitted that because the water came from melting snow, it was cold. He stood up, smiling at his subordinate to wait in place while he led Chin closely by his side. Everyone nodded and Chin laughed with joy. Saku took a running start and leaped, walking on the water's surface step by step. They moved straight towards the waterfall. Chin followed quickly, mimicking his steps. After some time, they arrived directly under the waterfall. Ryuger placed his hand on a stone and leaned in to look inside. His eyes lit up as he remembered that if they rode along the cliff face of the waterfall, behind the fist-shaped rock would be an entrance. Shin was amazed, confirming this matched the records perfectly. The two looked at each other and nodded with a small smile. They found a cave entrance and Juge, who went in first, told Shin to follow closely behind. Shin stood with his arms crossed, clearly excited. They entered the cave where the walls were covered in medicinal herbs. Juju watched seriously while Chin's mouth hung open at the sight. Pushing aside vines, Juju widened his eyes, completely stunned. They reached the center of the cave where light filtered through a hole in the ceiling. Jehu folded his arms and declared they had arrived. Chin looked at the sparkling crystals, thinking this was truly magical. The entire cave was filled with spirit herbs. Jehu recognized that this environment would be perfect for cultivation, shocking Chin about how valuable it was. Jehu suddenly widened his eyes when he saw a herb in bloom. It was 100-year-old snow, a rare medicinal herb absorbing cold energy. Chin approached and said they could trade this snow for the 200-year-old flower wolf from Namkung. Juju nodded, saying it would help heal Miss Namkung's damaged meridians. They would also receive a 200-year-old flower wolf in return. Juju stepped forward, closed his eyes, deciding it was time to gather the herbs. He reached out towards the herb, emitting strong energy. Just then, a loud noise echoed, making Juju's expression change. His eyes became alert. Something hidden behind a rock suddenly lunged at him. He gritted his teeth, knowing this was a bad spot. The creature attacked with incredible speed. Luckily, Juju leaped up and blocked it just in time with his fan. Then it bounced over the rocks. Kin asked anxiously if he was alright. The creature continued to dash between the rocks, making Juju tremble, who told Kin to be careful. It was incredibly fast. The creature suddenly lunged at Jegu from behind, but he reacted in time, turned around, and blocked another attack. His fan was covered in ice, causing him to stare intently at it. He was confused when the frosty air seemed frozen. Chen approached worriedly, asking what was happening and what was attacking them. Jiu-Chu remained silent. Then with a calm look, he revealed that the attacker was a lizard. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at this news. The blue-green lizard emerged again, ready to attack once more. Kung told Suryang about it, his mouth agape from shock. Blue lizards are extremely rare. The clan leader smiled, thinking he was truly fascinated by exotic creatures. Suryang seriously asked if the lizard was non-toxic and whether they were safe. His mouth began to water with excitement as his eyes gleamed. He laughed, saying it was fine because of its venomous gaze. The clan leader was surprised, not understanding but praising him nonetheless. Kung smiled, recognizing Suryang. He agreed that the boy was indeed eccentric. As night fell and the sky looked beautiful, Jiger said if they knew more about exotic creatures, he would immediately inform Suryang. His eyes sparkled with joy, feeling grateful. The next morning, the clan leader returned. He was extremely worried, and his first action was to check on Suryang's well-being in his residence. Suryang, Huan, Juju, and the clan leader were sitting drinking tea together. Seeing the clan leader arrive, everyone looked over. Suryang asked if there was anything serious. Joseon grabbed Suryang's head into his mouth, turning his face to check for injuries, asking if he was alright. Hyoseon stood up abruptly, confused and disoriented. Suryang also said he was fine. He smiled, showing his teeth with scars, saying after 10 days of waking up, his hand was full of scars, but at least he survived. The clan leader's eyes turned red with anger as smoke came out from his nose, thinking about the blood cult daring to harm Suryang. At that moment, something caught his attention, making his eyes widen in surprise. He turned to Huan, worried, and asked if she was hurt. Huan hurriedly asked her father to calm down. She smiled reassuringly, confirming she was fine and telling Suryang and the clan members saved her. The clan leader cleared his throat, drawing attention, and said that Suryang had done something extraordinary. He recounted how after defeating a blood cult elder, Suryang said he was its natural enemy. Suryang blushed, looking away. The clan leader proudly smiled widely. Suryang clasped his hands together, blushing as he explained that the plan had succeeded, and the clan leader continued saying they found the blood cult's weakness. Jugu waved his hand, drawing the clan leader's attention, and asked about his health, seeing Jugu there too. The chief gripped his hand and said that since Jugu held a high position, they hadn't met in a long time. G-U-G. He smiled apologetically for being too busy, making Suryang and Hyan exchange glances before softly chuckling. Wu fixed her hair and said that the two of them were like close friends. Suryang immediately felt tense as the atmosphere became chaotic. G-U-G. He invited the chief to sit down, as there was much to discuss, especially about the blood cult. The chief didn't refuse, but he also asked Soryam and Hyoseon to sit down because they needed a more detailed discussion. Soryam tensely nodded while Hyoseon gave a slight smile. Once everyone was seated, the chief asked about the progress of searching for the spy. Soryang curiously kept asking which spy they were talking about and wondered if it could be some kind of spy. The chief leaned forward with an excited look in his eyes. Then he closed his eyes and sternly asked, "Didn't you say that the blood cult had appeared to steal the blood hand claw technique?" Soryam honestly replied that the technique was extremely important for them. The chief opened his eyes and asked what he thought about the blood cult, knowing that the blood hand claw technique was in their possession, heading towards Sichuan. Soryam widened his eyes in fear, gritted his teeth, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He leaned forward on the table, stood up abruptly, and angrily said this was a big issue because it was very likely that someone from their clan secretly informed the blood cult. Tuin and the chief both looked shocked. Both the chief and Jugu were deeply concerned. Jugu placed his hand on the chief's shoulder, smiling and saying he should discipline his future son-in-law a bit more because there was still much Soryam didn't know about their clan. But honestly, some of what he said sounded funny. The chief stroked his beard with a slight sigh. Soryam was sweating profusely, realizing how different he was. With a gentle smile, Hyan explained to her fiancé that there couldn't be any spies in the exit path. Soryam asked in surprise if this was true. The chief calmly said that even when hiring servants, they thoroughly investigated their entire family tree. If nothing suspicious, then only the whole family could join the clan. He added that all descendants grew up in the exit path so no one would dare betray them. Soryam's eyes widened as he asked who the spy was finally. Somewhere else, a cup of tea was broken. A strong man squeezed a woman's neck, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. She struggled but couldn't escape. The man was Du Dong Hai. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. He tightened his grip on the woman's neck, making her face pale. She was a servant of Ming Lin Ming. Gug. He flicked his finger and calmly said that only 3 people in the alliance knew about this matter. And now, it seems the master has caught her. 3 days later, as the sun rose high, a guest suddenly appeared at the entrance of the exit path. The guards trembled when they saw him. The guest said he finally arrived and shared that running from Haibai to Chengdu without using real light skills was very interesting. He slapped his chest and happily asked the guards to inform the chief that the chief had arrived. Bing a bing. Someone fired an arrow into the sky, and as soon as they saw it, Soryang and Hyan immediately ran out of the gate. Everyone looked surprised, wondering what was happening. Soryang curiously asked Hyosien if they could go outside to greet him. She turned back with a smile, saying her father and everyone were discussing something important. Her eyes sparkled with confidence as she gently said that as the son-in-law of the exit path, Soryang should be bolder. He felt even more tense. Approaching the gate, Soryang smiled and opened it, thinking it was just a guest from another clan, so there was no need to fear. Meanwhile, the guards were terrified. As Soryang saw Bao Muan and his subordinates standing sternly before him, he shivered in fear. His eyes widened with surprise and doubt. He clapped his hands on his hips and laughed when he saw Hyan. She respectfully bowed to the chief Bao with respect. Bao Muan smiled and said it had been a long time since they last met. As a child, he used to see her and now she was so grown that almost didn't recognize her. Hyan gently closed her eyes and forced a smile, saying 5 years had passed. Bao's elder's gaze turned serious as he looked directly at Soryam to ask who he was. Feeling the electric shock, Soryam's face was drenched in sweat. He introduced himself to Bao Muan as the son-in-law of the exit path, Wazirian. Ban McVan stared at him intently, touching his chin and beginning to think. He addressed Soryang with a curious tone, asking if he was Hyozian's fiancé. Soryang panicked, not knowing how to react, while Hyozian touched his mouth and nodded with a smile. This made Ban McVan's expression stern and cold. Soryang started sweating profusely, turning away in alarm with an extremely tense look. Ping Muggen's eyes fixed on him. He placed his hand under his chin and began to think curiously. Without hesitation, he touched a sensitive area of Soryang, causing the latter to turn red like a tomato. Hassian opened his mouth wide, his eyes wide with surprise. Ping Muggen smiled brightly, saying that he was worried about Soryang being too young, but clearly seeing signs of maturity underneath. Soryang breathed heavily, looking at him bewilderedly. He turned to Hyan, not understanding what had just happened. Ping Muggen placed his hand on Soryang's head, raised his thumb, and confidently said that in a few years, he would become outstanding. Hyan blushed. She covered her face out of embarrassment, remembering that the Peng clan didn't usually appreciate formalities, so their evaluations were always strange. Ping Muggen's familiar hand landed on Soryang's shoulder, laughing happily. His subordinates also stared at him wide-eyed, thinking he was extraordinary. One of them leaned down to examine his sensitive area closely. This made Soryang turn away, feeling a bit sad but reminding himself that it was their style and way of acknowledging each other as men. He bowed and smiled gratefully for the praise from Peng Muggen. Peng Nguyen burst into laughter, thinking Soryang was different from the useless sons of other clans. He gave a hard pat on Soryang's back, introducing himself as Peng Nguyen, the clan leader. The slap hurt so much that Soryang winced. He greeted everyone while Hyan stood beside him sweating profusely. Hyan caught Peng Muggen's attention by mentioning she had a question. He turned to her, curious about what she wanted to ask. She widened her eyes and asked how they could travel so fast from Haibai just to help the clan. Peng Mugging frowned, saying that actually they weren't here to help, then asked if there was a problem with the exit path. He observed Soryong's disheveled appearance curiously. Hyan worriedly inquired about what had happened, causing Soryong to be concerned as well. After some time, they entered the grand hall, and Peng Muggin was surprised to learn that the blood sect had appeared. They sat down at a table for tea. Hyan calmly announced that their enemies were destroyed. Peng Muggin propped his head on his hand, sighing regretfully for being late, while Zugu remained silent beside him. The clan leader smiled and asked why he had come. Peng Nguyen was taken aback before saying that the blood sect story distracted him. Actually, he came to seek help with a different matter. Hyan and Soryong immediately paid attention. The clan leader opened his eyes curiously, asking Peng to explain clearly. Peng Nguyen touched his head, closed his eyes, and sighed heavily. He covered his mouth, turned towards the door, and sternly ordered his subordinates to bring someone in to greet the seniors at the exit path, making Du curious. Someone pushed open the door. It was one of Peng's subordinates. His eyes shone brightly as he looked around with authority. Hyozin covered his mouth, holding back a gasp when he saw another child in front of him. Soryong started sweating heavily, focusing all attention on the man. The man approached the table, reached behind his back, and told Hyan to make the girl come down and greet the seniors at the exit path. Suddenly, a tired yawn echoed from above him. Soryong widened his eyes, gasping for breath. A person in white leaped down, startling Huayang as well. It was an extremely cute little girl sucking on a lollipop. Everyone stared at her silently. With a sweet voice, she bowed and introduced herself as Peng Yingjing. She had just eaten cookies while being carried by Peng Nguyen to show everyone. He laughed and explained that this was his daughter, leaving Su Ryong and Wei unconfused. Hyan's eyes widened in amazement at the girl's beauty as if she moved like a miracle, while Soryong's mouth hung open. Peng Muggin chuckled, saying it was because father and daughter looked alike that everyone saw them this way. He patted her head, saying his daughter was the reason he came to the exit path, while she continued eating cookies carelessly. He placed his hand on her shoulder, saying she wasn't feeling well lately and hoped the clan leader would take a look. The clan leader sternly asked if Peng really meant that his daughter was sick. Soryong looks at the girl, his eyes wide with worry. Even though she was still eating cookies, Soryong could sense an unusual aura emanating from her body. That night, Soryong lay in bed as tiny worms crawled around him. He had read about symptoms of Indin, but couldn't find a cause. Closing his eyes, he gently stroked one small worm. A few hours earlier, they made her sit on a chair to examine her. Ben recounted that she sometimes had difficulty breathing and would suddenly develop large red patches before fainting and waking up later. The chief sat beside him, reaching out to check. Ben narrated that he had searched for doctors everywhere. A doctor also said the girl was completely healthy. Another person mentioned something strange that almost got him killed. The chief asked what it was. Ben said they suspected this might be from intentional poisoning by someone, but he firmly believed no one in Pengzer could have done it. Sori looked surprised, while High-End remained serious. After the checkup, the chief stood up and said that indeed she was poisoned, possibly an internal issue. Peng Pingzong denied any wrongdoing, swearing loudly that no one in his family had harmed her. He held his head, unwilling to speculate further as he didn't trust anyone in his household could harm the girl. Ji-Yuj nodded and said they still hadn't figured out the cause and poisoning wasn't always intentional. The chief decided to set up a small observation area for them near the guest quarters to monitor her condition closely. The conspirators thanked him gratefully, agreeing to keep their daughter there for closer monitoring. Back in the present, Suryong imagined her eating sweets and immediately thought of childhood diabetes, feeling the sugar levels rising rapidly in her body. He lay on his bed, thinking about whether diabetes could cause such red patches. If it were clear, it would have been easier to spot. Just then, someone knocked on his door. He jumped and heard that something big had happened. Suryong opened the door curiously and asked what was going on. The maidservant worriedly said that Miss Peng and Jin had fainted. Hearing this, he froze in place. It was dark outside, the moon hung high in the sky. He hurried to where she was taken and saw her attendants and conspirators' followers anxiously standing there. He asked what had happened. She was unconscious, her face flushed red, breathing heavily. Peng Bao held her, panicking. Hyan explained that she had been sitting in the pavilion when she suddenly started coughing and then fainted. The chief solemnly said since she fainted right there, it could be confirmed that no one from within was a spy. Hearing this, Ben clenched his fists tightly. The chief looked at him, while he was bewildered by what had happened. Without hesitation, Ben struck himself hard in the jaw, causing those present to pale. The punch was so strong that one of his teeth popped out and his nose started bleeding. Ben closed his eyes and apologized for despite saying he trusted the family, he had briefly doubted them. He said if she fainted again, the cause must be from somewhere else. One subordinate covered her face in tears while Soryang looked dazed at seeing him with a broken tooth. Peng Yuen began to slap his own face, blaming himself for not protecting her properly. The chief rushed over to stop them. Peng Yuen laughed instead. More teeth continued to fall out as Hyan worriedly grabbed Soryang's sleeve, asking what to do. He scratched his head and sighed before saying there was still a way. He clasped his hands and shouted for everyone to calm down. Hearing his voice, the people with bruised faces stopped immediately and looked at Soryang. With one finger and a confident smile, he said they could determine the cause of her illness and prove no one was guilty here. Peng Yuen's and the chief's eyes widened in curiosity as they stared at Soryang. Soryang sat closer to him, making Peng Yuen raise his eyebrows in surprise. With a cold voice, Soryang said the first step was to remove Miss Peng and Jin's clothes. The chief and Hyan stood still at this suggestion, while Peng Yuen's eyes turned red with anger. The chief was stunned by what he heard. Seeing his angry reaction, Peng Yuen asked again what Soryang had said. Soryang also felt startled by their reactions. This was unexpected. He repeated the suggestion to remove her clothes completely, but before he could finish speaking, Peng Yuen grabbed his collar. Soryang panicked. "See you trying to undress your daughter." Peng's eyes flash with anger. Sori trembles and begs for mercy, hoping Peng will be lenient. A tiny spider from Soryang's shirt emerges, staring at Peng as if ready to attack. Soryang quickly orders it to hide away. Gradually, Peng loses control. Soryang knows the situation is dire. The chief worries and begs for calm, knowing his daughter has a reason. Hwan also trembles, asking him to listen to Soryang's explanation first. Peng tightens his grip on Soryang's shirt. He closes his eyes, forcing a smile out of fear. His gaze is still menacing as if ready to break her neck. But Hwan smiles at no volley, saying Soryang is good. After some struggle, Peng finally releases him. Soryang suggests undressing the young lady, so Peng reluctantly listens. He gasps for breath, shaking with relief. Sitting before Peng, he speaks seriously, asking him to calm down and listen fully. Peng crosses his arms, closes his eyes, deciding to trust him temporarily. Pointing a finger, Soryang explains that his intention is to change all of Peng's daughter's clothes because something on her might be causing her fainting. Hearing this, Yuen Peng gapes in realization, realizing he misunderstood completely. He lowers his head, clenching his fists, preparing to beat himself for the wrongful accusation. Soryang frantically waves off, thinking his reaction is just concern for his daughter. The chief smiles at Soryang, grateful for understanding others' mistakes. Looking straight at Peng, Soryang seriously says that from now on, Lady Peng will stay under his care and temporary isolation, and cut off contact with Peng temporarily. Hearing this, the chief and Hwan are surprised. Yuen Peng only nods, asking if Soryang is sure because if she still faints here, it's not related to Penzer. This is a technique used by exotic animal caretakers to control environments. It reminds him of when he took a caterpillar out of its cage and was surprised the little thing wanted more vitamin D. He wonders why animals can't just tell where they hurt, wishing humans could hear them. So caretakers must change their environment and food gradually to find what causes illness. Back in reality, Jin is breathing heavily and flushed. Soryang decides to apply this method, changing the entire environment of the child, then testing each thing to find the cause. The chief nods, recognizing Soryang's logic. With time, they will find the root. He praises his son-in-law for coming up with an effective solution. Soryang is bewildered and flustered, while Hwan breathes a sigh of relief. Peng Yuen understands, feeling his whole body tremble. He hugs his daughter, tears streaming down his face. When asked Soryang to take good care of her, Soryang's eyes shine with determination. Placing a hand on his chest, he assures Jin that she can trust him, having raised countless creatures before. A little girl cannot be difficult. The next morning, Lady Peng wakes up crying, making things harder than expected. She cries immediately upon waking, confusing Soryang on how to handle it. The more she cries, the more Jin cries. Soryang frantically pats her head as soon as she wakes and starts crying non-stop, while Hwan and his wife go get supplies for him to stay alone with the unpredictable child. Approaching the bed, he hesitates, asking if she's sleepy or hungry. Minutes pass but Jin continues to cry loudly. Soryang crosses his hands, trying to smile, and asks if she's crying because she misses her father. He points outside, saying that her father is getting medicine and will be back soon. Hearing this, Jin puffs out her cheeks, eyes filled with tears, asking for candy. Soryang sweats as she cries just from running out of sweets. She cries louder because all the candies are gone. Thinking back to when Hwan changed her clothes and found many secret pockets full of candies, he tries to soothe her, saying that since she's just stopped, She can't eat sweets right away. For now, she should have porridge, then he'll make a sweet treat for her. Hearing about making candy, the little girl stops crying and looks wide-eyed in hope. Soryang raises a finger, promising that if she eats the porridge well, he will make fruit skewers with sugar, her eyes lighting up like stars. She closes her eyes and smiles, wanting to promise him. She tightens her grip, saying that Peng always keeps his word. If she breaks it, he can hit her in the face. Soryang nods, sighing, wondering why Peng taught children this way. The sky is clear and sunny early in the morning. In a corner of the yard, Peng Quan often hides in the bushes, his eyes heavy with worry. Hindin is playing with a bee while passing by Hyen. Peng's eyes are distant as he can only watch from afar due to the no-contact order. Soryang spots him and raises a hand to cover his mouth, asking what he's doing here. Peng jumps in surprise on high alert. He pats Soryang and pulls him into the bushes. With desperation, he asks about his daughter's condition. Soryang lies on the ground, looking blankly at the question. He sits up to say that she eats well and is very obedient. Hearing her eat well, Peng's mouth drops open in surprise. Soryang recounts how his daughter just finished a whole plate of fried pork. Bang can't believe it. He asks how he managed to do that. Soryang replies that she ate by herself. Bang Kwan's eyes widen in confusion. Just then, a figure in a red dress appears, startling both of them. It's Hyan. She smiles and greets the chief, Bang. He responds with a grateful smile. She gently says that Injin asked where Soryang was. Hearing Sir, Bang feels a surge of jealousy. Soryang stands there in shock. Peng's eyes fill with anger and frustration, feeling he hasn't even had a proper conversation with his daughter yet. Soryang is so scared he opens his mouth wide. Peng growls, asking when his daughter started calling him Sir. Soryang grits his teeth and runs away immediately. Peng clutches his head in confusion, Hyen turning to ask if he's planning to go to the martial arts hall again. Soryang says that playing with the golden-haired king made his daughter more obedient. He rushes to the training ground and notices the men also like Hindin. Upon arrival, she is playing with a yellow bee. She hugs it and happily greets Soryang. The child laughs and plays with him. Then more bees fly over. One lands on her head, another licks her cheek, making her laugh heartily. Soryang crosses his arms and smiles, noting that thanks to the men, he's quickly become close with her. A bee lands on him, and Soryang tilts his head when he realizes the golden-haired king might be confusing her for food because she spilled syrup on him, making them think she's a treat. Injin knows that 7 bees value her greatly, so she asks to visit them every day. Just then, the queen bee flies out from the tree trunk. She turns to show Soryang and excitedly says the queen bee has appeared. Soryang sits on a bench and warns not to call for the queen bee as she's busy. The child nods her head, closing her eyes in agreement. He feels warm, thinking that if he had a sister, it would feel like this. Realizing taking care of children isn't too difficult, Hindin raises her hand to call him over, saying there's another bee. Soryang's eyes widen at the news. He puts his hand over his mouth and warns her to be careful as some can sting. Just then, she screams from being stung. Soryang panics and rushes to ask if it hurts badly. On her hand is a small sting mark. Worried, he tells her to be more cautious and decides to take her to the clinic first. Hindin looks at the sting and says it's not serious. Soryang grabs her hand and considers getting medicine, as sometimes venom can cause illness. Hindin closes her eyes, sadly nodding in agreement. Suddenly, Soryang's eyes widen with shock. Her breathing becomes rapid and her face turns red. A cold wave runs through her body, and soon she collapses. Soryang quickly catches her before she hits the ground. His eyes widen in fear, remembering Peng Kwan's story about difficulty breathing, hives, and occasional fainting. Finally, he understands what's happening. Grinding his teeth in anger, he realizes that the reason for her repeated collapses is an allergic reaction, specifically anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction due to an overactive immune system. Usually, when toxins or foreign objects enter the body, it immediately reacts to remove them if intruders breaking into a house, causing cells to flee from the toxic damage. The body's response to these invaders is called inflammation. At this time, the body releases histamine to dilate blood vessels, allowing white blood cells to enter and handle the threat. But trouble arises when the body overreacts to harmless substances, causing excessive vessel dilation. When an excess of histamine spreads due to immune system disorder, blood vessels throughout the body rapidly expand, leading to severe hypotension, depriving the brain and organs of oxygen. In severe cases, anaphylactic shock can be fatal. Soryang runs through the area, running while urgently asking the girl to hold on a little longer. A few minutes later, with excellent lightspeed movement, he arrives at the chief's residence entrance. Sori shouts loudly that Injin has fainted. The chief immediately opens the door. Injin is red like a tomato and breathing heavily. Sori picks her up. The chief and Peng Muin rush out, extremely worried. Seeing her unconscious, they panic and ask what happened. Sori explains that she's having severe difficulty breathing, holding tightly to her child in fear, transferring inner energy to stabilize the condition. The chief sits quietly observing. Gradually, her breathing stabilizes and the redness fades. In an instant, all the red patches disappear and normal breathing resumes. Sori sits down on the ground, relieved, admiring the power of inner energy. Anaphylaxis treatment mainly focuses on stabilizing blood pressure and ensuring proper ventilation. Modern medicine uses epinephrine, steroids, antihistamines, and sometimes endotracheal intubation. But here in this world, Qigong techniques solve everything, impressing Suryong greatly. The chief carefully examines Jin, his serious eyes recognizing the same symptoms as before. He turns to ask Suryong if he noticed anything that might have caused the reaction. Ben also wonders if he knows why his daughter fainted. Suryong sits down and nods confidently, pointing a finger. He says Jin collapsed after being stung by an insect. Hearing this, Peng and the chief are wide-eyed in disbelief at the idea of a bee causing it. The chief thinks deeply, acknowledging that while rare, people can faint from bee stings. But that doesn't explain previous incidents. Peng also admits this confusion as they still haven't found a connection. The chief sighs and concludes there are no common factors yet. But before he finishes, Suryong closes his eyes with a smile and says he has found the cause. The chief's eyes widen in disbelief. Suryong laughs, saying it was due to his own sting. Peng grins, asking him to explain clearly. Suryong begins detailing his findings, causing Peng to sweat and the chief to look skeptical. Suryong's eyes land on Jin. He closes his eyes, smiling, saying the first step is removing all her clothes. As evening falls, the door of the room closes as Hwan turns away. Acknowledging everything Suryong said, the old red patches are hard to see, but new and old ones are visible underneath. Behind them stands Suryong with a large U-shaped object on his head. The chief and Peng look on in amusement at his words being true. The chief crosses his arms smiling, while Peng is pleased that Suryong was right. Just then, Jin's mother opens the door, sternly telling everyone to be quiet as she hasn't woken up yet. They all nod in agreement. Peng covers his mouth and coughs, admitting that those marks are exactly as Suryong described. Meanwhile, Suryong with the large U-shaped object just stands there. Peng asks why his daughter has fainted repeatedly, feeling confused. Suryong confidently says it's due to bee venom. Peng is shocked as the chief had previously denied it. Moreover, if it was a bee sting, wouldn't they have noticed? His yard only has stones and no flowers. How could bees appear? He asks why Suryong believes it's bee venom. Suryong closes his eyes, chin in hand, admitting that the bee stings can't be hidden but the symptoms perfectly match an allergic reaction to bee venom. Slowly opening his eyes, he looks bright. His mind is a vast library of information about venomous creatures. He frowns, knowing he must find another creature with similar venom containing melatonin or peptides causing swelling and difficulty breathing. He imagines the forests in Hubei province with its mild western climate. A series of venomous creatures appear: white-mouthed snakes, Chinese cobra, flower scorpion, red ants, and chestnut-colored ants. He picks them up quickly, discarding the snake and scorpion. Peng and the chief look at him confused, not understanding what he's doing. Thinking of Jin eating candy, he needs to find a sweet environment. Remembering she loves sweets, his eyes light up thinking of her secret stash of candies in her clothes. Smiling with the answer found, he confirms that the cause is bee venom and asks them to trust his judgment. Hwan looks at him puzzled, while Peng Yuan says there's no one like that in Peng's area. Return to normal lines now. Suryong turned to them, smiling confidently and explaining that in the Tang tribe, everyone knows poisons never affect people the same way. Some fall down with just a little, but others can withstand 10 times as much. Peng Yu's jaw dropped, sweating profusely from confusion as the tribe leader placed a hand on his shoulder. Yanzing confirmed that Suryong was right because different poisons react differently in each person. Suryong rubbed his hands and said, just like everyone had seen, hornets are particularly sensitive to bee venom. Hwan listened silently while Peng Mu and the tribe leader could only shake their heads. Suryong's eyes sparkled with confidence as he tapped his head and declared that there was one thing they knew for sure. Hornets belong to a type easily subdued by bees, and since they didn't have any here, it left them with only one option. Peng Yuquan stared intently at him, beads of cold sweat starting to form. In another corner of the compound, the lord lay beside an insect with a gentle gaze. Suryong said that the culprit was indeed a bee, but a special kind. A few hours later, night had fallen and Suryong sat hunched by some rocks. Hwan held the lantern to light up behind him while the tribe leader observed. The tribe leader looked at him with confusion. Peng Yuquan curiously asked if this was really where they needed to search. Suryong's eyes glowed brightly. He smiled confidently and assured them that he was certain the location was correct. He asked Huan to shine the light more. CNN Chiang raised the lantern higher. His eyes widened in curiosity before nodding. Suryong placed a candy on the ground. Soon, tiny ants came out from one tray. One ant bit another fiercely, causing it to scream for help. Using chopsticks, Suryong picked up an ant and loudly declared that this was indeed the culprit. Peng Yuquan and the tribe leader stared at it in shock, realizing it was clearly an ant, not a bee. Suryong told them to look closer because these ants are closely related to bees. Peng Yuquan examined it more intently. He didn't understand what he meant. A few seconds later, the tribe leader's eyes widened in horror, leaving everyone speechless. That tiny ant was extremely aggressive. Upon closer inspection, they found a large stinger at its rear end. It was hard to believe that an ant could have such a big sting. The tribe leader immediately understood Suryong's point about the close relation, while Peng Muquan gaped at the strange sting ant. Suryong looked at them and said this creature was indeed responsible for the repeated collapses of the hornets. It was a real stinging ant. Peng Muquan stared intently at the ant, sweating profusely while the tribe leader was stunned. This is the actual culprit, belonging to the Membricidae family, Formicidae order, and Pongrani subfamily, known as Asian stinging ants. The Asian stinging ant or Pichicondyla chinensis belongs to the Membricidae family, Formicidae order, and Pongrani subfamily. Many might wonder why an ant could be related to a bee's venom. The answer is simple. These ants evolved from common ancestors with bees, so they still retain many similar characteristics. In fact, studies show that people who have allergic reactions to Asian stinging ants often react similarly to bee venom. Suryong held the ant with chopsticks, making it angry. He pointed at it and smiled as he explained that this ant wasn't trying to attack the hornets. Perhaps it appeared to hunt for evil beasts encroaching on Tang territory, since Asian stinging ants mainly feed on maified creatures. One of Peng Muquan's subordinates had been bitten, checked the wound, and found it looked like a common rash, so no one knew the real cause. When the hornet woke up, she only thought it was a leftover from the fight. Peng Muquan opened his mouth wide. Everything finally made sense. No one expected the culprit to be such a tiny and seemingly harmless creature. He turned to the tribe leader and curiously asked if they could make an antidote. The tribe leader closed his eyes in thought. When he opened them, his face was serious. There is an antidote for bee venom, but Peng Muquan was speechless. The tribe leader said at least they knew the cause to prevent future collapses. Peng Muquan gritted his teeth, angry at his helplessness. But then he sighed deeply. He looked at Suryong and smiled in gratitude. Suryong's eyes sparkled with joy as he said it was just their duty. With confidence, he said there was a way to treat it, though slow but feasible. The tribe leader was amazed while Peng Muquan asked Suryong to explain further. Suryong touched his cheek and calmly explained that the method is called desensitization therapy, which made Huan more curious. He continued explaining. Peng Muquan asked if they had to undress the hornet. Suryong sweated as he quickly explained it was about injecting small amounts of bee venom into her body to gradually reduce sensitivity. It would take time, and Hu Ian prepared to teach him. He believed that after completing the course, the hornet wouldn't collapse anymore. The tribe leader folded his arms and realized this method could work since the Tang tribe also had similar techniques using venom to increase resistance. Peng Muquan clenched his fists tightly as he asked if she would never faint again after treatment. The tribe leader smiled and nodded, saying it was slow but achievable. Peng Muquan smiled contentedly. Mr. Kim closes his eyes and firmly slaps Suryong's back, thanking him for saving his daughter. Suryong blushes, holding his head in pain, while Tudor and Hyen burst into laughter. Peng Muquan's eyes sparkle with joy. He grabs Suryong's shoulder and says that after such a great favor, he can't just let it go. He immediately asks what Suryong wants. All he has to do is speak up. You're sweating profusely, you're closing your eyes, wondering why everyone here likes throwing white bills every time they get help. With sincerity, Suryong bows and says that Jin is like his younger sister, so there's no way he can demand payment. Peng Yuan chuckles loudly and slaps him hard on the back, saying that the Peng family doesn't believe in modesty. He demands that Suryong state what he wants. The slap was so strong it made Suryong scream in pain, knowing he'll be in trouble if he doesn't speak quickly. At that moment, his eyes brighten. With a teasing expression and drooling, he asks if Peng Muan can take him to tour the mountains. Peng Muan just looks at him confusedly. The next day, Peng Muan, Suryong, Gyupi, and Hyen head at Mount Ganga in Sichuan. Everyone is stunned by the beautiful waterfall before them. Ben Muquan smiles and says that the mountain is truly majestic. Suryong bursts into laughter and mentions that he heard there's a stunning cliff behind it. Hyen steps forward, intently looking at the waterfall, and says that according to the general, this must be where they need to find something. Suryang agrees because the scenery matches the description perfectly. He's a bit confused about how to enter the cave behind the waterfall. Ben hears this and turns around, an idea flashing in his mind. He remembers that Suryang said he just learned lightness techniques, meaning he hasn't mastered the swallow flight technique yet. He curiously asks what it is. At first, Peng Yuan smiles brightly, but then his smile fades as he looks suspiciously at Suryang. He grabs Suryang's shirt and hoists him up, saying that this problem is too difficult to solve indirectly. Suryang turns pale, sweating profusely, while Hyen covers her mouth in shock. Peng Yuan still throws Suryang towards the waterfall with great force, making Hyen scream. Suryang lands near the waterfall, panting heavily, as Peng also lands right in front of him. He leans on his hands and laughs loudly, impressed by how fast Suryang moved. Suryang collapses, thinking this man is truly insane. Hyen rushes to check if he's okay. She helps him sit up, and when she looks ahead, she realizes it might be the entrance to the cave. Suryang's eyes widen in surprise at the hidden entrance behind the waterfall. They decide it's time to enter and see what lies inside. A few minutes later, as the waterfall pours down into the river below, Suryang and everyone else step into the cave. Their eyes open wide in amazement, leaving them speechless. With unease, he says that something is wrong here. Hyen stands beside him and examines carefully, agreeing with him. In front of them are small rocks. Above, there are glowing crystals surrounded by dry plants. They know the general can't be wrong, but the cave scenery is completely different from what was described. Suryang sits next to the crystals, closely observing them. This is exactly where Zigan, the Murim Alliance general, said a beam of light would shine down between heaven and earth, blooming with countless magical flowers. The plants are in full bloom, creating an otherworldly realm, a paradise beyond description. Peng Yuan and everyone start walking around the area. Suryang's eyes stick to the dry trees. To him, this place feels like hell. It's completely different from what was told. Huiyan follows them, acknowledging that despite the light shining down from the cave entrance, no flowers are blooming. Everything is withered and dead. With seriousness, Peng Yuan realizes a spirit is altering the environment around them. He stares at the rocks and notices cold air emanating from the central rock. Suryang honestly admits that the elder was right. Peng Yuan draws his sword and asks everyone to stand behind him. Slowly, Peng Yuan approaches the rocks. His eyes become serious as he feels the intense cold. Just then, a creature roars loudly, startling Suryang and Huiyan. Peng Yuan's gaze sharpens. He draws his sword and says that the creature is in front of them and tells everyone to keep their distance. Suryang is happy with the roar, finding it magnificent. A creature with glowing eyes slowly emerges from the ice. It looks at Suryang intently and roars again, making him open his mouth in shock, not believing what he's seeing. It's a fat mantis, walking towards them, its body emitting cold air. It's about as long as a handspan, with round golden eyes and a chubby tail. Suryang hugged his face, eyes sparkling with adoration. The lizard was too cute to make him faint. Hyen raised her hand to her mouth and admitted that this green lizard was absolutely beautiful. Suryang smiled proudly as Hyen recognized its value, but Peng, who bought lizards often, sighed, but his expression turned grim when he realized something important. The gecko growled again. Peng, who bought lizards often, tightened the fruit knife and said there was another one inside. Suryang immediately thought they might be a pair. Smoke angrily exhaled from its nose, and his eyes lit up as he imagined them possibly being able to mate. He told Lot Peng that they must capture them alive at all costs. The gecko looked at Suryang with a menacing glare. The coldness emanating from it was stronger. Deeper in the stone pile, another injured gecko was found. Hyen turned to ask worriedly. Suryang's eyes became serious as he tried to look inside when he noticed faint light. He was certain of this. His eyes filled with anxiety. He stared intently at the injured gecko. He said it might not be breathing anymore. The remaining gecko immediately opened its mouth and roared loudly. Suryang decided to assign the task to Gyupi, instructing him to report any unusual activity immediately. The angry gecko still guarded the entrance. Gyupi hid behind Suryang. Suryang left the cave and temporarily retreated. Night fell and they built a fire near the waterfall. Hyen and Peng, who bought lizards often, looked at Suryang standing in front of the cave entrance. They understood that the risk could make the injured gecko worse off. While the lizards played with Hyen, she adjusted her hair and closed her eyes, imagining Hyen as her wife preparing dinner, making his face turn red from sweetness. They used fire to cook their meal. Peng Mugging sat on a log, curiously asking if there had been any progress. Suryang, sitting next to Hyen, said the creature hadn't moved at all. Peng Mugging, with a serious face, said that when he checked, it also didn't move. He wondered why a living creature wouldn't eat anything. Suryang looked into the fire, thinking this was strange. Lizards or mantises sometimes fast for a while as energy stored in their tails allows them to survive without eating. The group began to realize they needed to make a decision. Sori suggested checking if the non-moving gecko had any injuries. Peng Yuan smiled, thinking they finally decided to catch it. Suryong clearly stated that it wasn't about catching but examining the wound and maybe feeding it if it was hungry. He wanted Peng Yuan to lure the healthy gecko out so he and Hyan could check the injured one. He was slightly surprised by this suggestion. Flake's hands were full of excitement. Peng Yuan asked if they should just hit it with a single blow. Doing that would give them both lizards. Suryong sweat as he knew hitting it like that would kill the gecko immediately. He awkwardly explained that even a stone that made Yekin's troops fall could be shattered, making Lord Peng laugh at his accuracy. Peng Yuan slapped him on the back and praised him for being a scholar who could be defeated by a stone. He admitted that hitting too hard might kill the creature. Peng Mugen seriously asked if their plan was to handle it gently, pointing at his finger. Suryong said this was the safest way. Suryong drew a plan on the ground with a stick. First, Peng would lure the healthy gecko out, while he and Hyan checked the injured one. Hyan threw some stones, saying that during this time, the team of poisoners would block the path for the gecko to reach Suryong. Looting Peng nodded in agreement. Peng Yuan smiled and asked if there was anything else they needed to note. Suryong said just not to let it climb up the wall as it could leap over to their side. Peng Yuan slapped his chest. His eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to act. He rushed towards the cave, making Suryong plead for him to slow down. Suryong and Hyan chuckled softly. He knew if the gecko was really sick, its time was running out. Peng Yuan carried his sword over his shoulder and led everyone back into the cave with Suryong. Seeing them return, the gecko became angry, eyes glowing red. Suryong covered his mouth and softly reminded Peng Yuan that they could start. Hearing this, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Peng Yuan drew his sword with bright eyes. He began to channel mana into the blade. With his subordinates drawing their weapons, they took each step towards the stone pile, realizing they were about to act. The red eyes of the mantis shrimp are filled with anger as it roars loudly. It jumps up and uses all its strength to attack. Fortunately, Bang Mugen reacts in time and raises his sword to block the strike. The mantis shrimp swings its tail and hits the blade of the sword hard. He laughs, surprised that such a small creature has enough power to be among the elite warriors of the Bang family. The creature steps back, but immediately gains momentum to attack again. Seeing this, he turns his sword to counter the mantis shrimp's strike. Realizing the missed hit, it hesitates slightly. With a serious expression, Peng Yuan tells his subordinate that this is their chance. In an instant, his subordinates surround the small creature. It gets angry and starts roaring. Sori is scared to death, but Hyan grabs his shoulder and whispers to act quickly now. Not long after, they fall out of the combat area and head towards a rock formation. Suryong's eyes widen in surprise. Hyan worries and asks if the creature is really injured. He answers that it seems so. Upon closer inspection, he sees part of its tail has necrosed due to incomplete skin shedding. It couldn't shed all of it, causing its eyes to become cloudy. Curious eyes. Hyan asks what they should do now. Place your hand on the rock. Suryong says they need to treat it immediately, but there's no medicine here. He smiles confidently and decides he must remove all of this skin. Hearing that, Hyan is surprised because she doesn't understand his intention. Annoyed, she says he keeps wanting to strip everything off lately. Sori's face turns as red as a tomato but knows it's the only way. As he approaches, the injured mantis shrimp wakes up. He extends his hand and gently tells it he will treat it, asking it not to move. The mantis shrimp closes its eyes. When Sori touches it, he is amazed as it seems to understand what he says, like the queen bee. He grabs the old skin, explaining that this species sheds like a snake. However, wild fat mantises often eat their old skin, making it hard to find new skin. Hyan's eyes widen in surprise. He places it on the rock and asks Kunai for help, realizing the skin is too tough to handle with bare hands. With Kunai's help, he starts working. Hyan is surprised by the color of the skin, which looks like a precious stone. Sori carefully removes a small piece to reveal the shiny new skin underneath. Carefully, Sori begins peeling off the skin from its feet. Hyan points at it, feeling very cute as it resembles tiny gloves. He knows she will love this because even when making YouTube videos about skin shedding, such content gradually gains popularity. Now, only the head and tail remain unprocessed. He needs to proceed carefully, especially near its eyes to avoid further injury. The pus-filled wound from the interrupted shedding process is causing severe inflammation. He gently removes it bit by bit and finally succeeds in removing the skin on its head without causing pain. Sori smiles, asking if it feels better now. The creature's body trembles, then opens its eyes. Hyan watches this with excitement. Sori carefully examines it, asking if there are any issues, and nods his head in relief. He points to the tail, saying he is unsure how to proceed. Sweat pours down as he knows cutting off its tail to stop necrosis might kill it at this moment. Just then, Bang Muggin shouts that they need to be careful. Hearing this, both of them become alert. He says they lost the mantis shrimp, but it reappears behind them with a menacing look in its eyes, making Suryong beg for calm. Now Kunai steps forward and holds the injured mantis shrimp, Suryong quickly explaining that he only wanted to save its friend. But when the wild creature's eyes land on Kunai's blade, Suryong immediately sees it getting extremely agitated. A strong chill emanates from the creature's body. Battle of Suryong. He panics, realizing he has lost control completely. The fierce mantis shrimp leaps up, and Hyan immediately shields Suryong, worriedly telling him to be careful. Without hesitation, she pushes Suryong hard behind her. Just then, the aggressive mantis shrimp lands on the ground, but fortunately, Suryong and Hyan manage to avoid it. He hugged the injured gecko tightly and fell back. The other one stared intently and continued to croak. Its eyes glowed with anger. Suryong reached out his hand. Dashi urged him to wait a moment. With a serious look, Suryong admitted that things weren't as they seemed and advised the creature to calm down. At that moment, Suryong's eyes widened in shock. The gecko in Suryong's hand suddenly made an unusual sound, making him even more bewildered. Its eyes flared with anger, preparing to attack. But after a brief moment, it cooled down and looked surprised. Both geckos chatted closely before laughing, while Suryong stared intently. Meanwhile, Peng Yuan and his men returned to the cave. With worried eyes, the leader asked if Suryong was hurt. Gripping his sword tightly, Peng Yuan admitted that the gecko was very fierce and agile. He didn't expect it to slip between his legs. Seeing Peng Yuan's sword, the gecko gritted its teeth and roared loudly. Before things escalated, Suryong stepped in, raised his hand, and seriously asked Peng Yuan to wait a moment. With a confident smile, he said he was fine and told Peng Yuan to step back a bit because he wanted to try talking with the god lizard. Looking at the god lizard, he calmly noted that it seemed to understand some of their words and likely wouldn't attack anymore. He asked Peng Yuan to bring some dry grass, who nodded despite still being dazed. Smiling happily, she ran with a small spider to gather dry grass around the rocks. After a while, she had made a soft bed of grass for the god lizard's mate. Suryong and Hyoseen sat beside it, while he reassured the gecko that he hadn't harmed them. Explaining that he had removed the hard shell and cleaned its eyes, he asked it to continue licking its friend's eye. The gecko approached curiously and began to lick its mate's eye. Suryong said there was one last issue. Both geckos looked at him. Rubbing his head, Suryong observed the tail and said that the eyes would heal. But the tail was different. Half of it was rotting, and he didn't believe licking could save it. The gecko stared intently, more doubtful, then nodded to Suryong, admitting he was right. Suryong gestured as if pulling something, saying they would have to amputate the tail. Just thinking about that, the gecko's face grew pale with fear and shock. The creature roared again, leaving him completely baffled by its reaction. It leaped up, eyes glowing fiercely, ready to attack. Ian hugged it tightly in front of his chest. His face turned pale and he screamed out of fear. A few hours later, Peng Yuan lit a fire in the cave while Suryong and Hyan rested on a rock. Hyoil gently applied a special ointment to Suryong's cheek with his fingers. He sighed irritably, wanting to help but still being bitten. Hyan told him to stay still or he might get a scar from the bite. Wrapping his hand around it, Peng Yuan burst into laughter, saying that Suryong finally had a battle wound like a real man. Hearing this, Hu Yan looked at him with a cold glance. Even a single look made him feel uneasy. Touching Suryong's cheek, he felt relieved as all misunderstandings were resolved. The baby lizards climbed onto Hyan and played around happily. Not showing any hostility towards them, he realized that the little spirit actually had no intention of harming him. While everyone was chatting, Gyubi appeared to call them over. They listened to his voice. Suryong and Hyan immediately turned their attention. Gyubi stepped out with a lizard, saying it wanted to express something. Suryong forced a smile, touched his cheek and asked if he was ready. The lizard nodded. Standing up, Suryong promised to do his best, but first, he wanted to ask one question. The creature looked at him curiously. Raising a finger, Suryong asked the lizard what it ate, as it needed good nutrition for recovery if its tail was cut off. The lizard hopped away, turned around and left them alone. Suryong panicked and chased after it. The little lizard walked a bit then stopped by a small tree. Suryong's eyes lit up with curiosity as he saw the tree. The lizard used its mouth to pull out the entire tree, then presented it to Suryong. He took it and Ben Muggin and Hyan also curiously watched him. She asked if she could examine it, so he handed it over. Hyan held it and began examining it closely. Gyubi offered the tree to Suryong. She said that although weak, there was still a faint aura emanating from it, confirming it was the seed of spirit grass that once grew in this area. Suryong's eyes widened as he took the seed and couldn't help but be amazed. With a serious expression, Ben Muggin said he had heard an old legend about spirit grass always growing near spirit beasts. The baby lizards were sleeping on the rocks. Hyan explained that if so, these small creatures might have absorbed the aura of spirit grass to survive. Suryong clenched his fists and his face changed as he realized digging up spirit grass could cause great harm. He hurriedly replanted it, but Peng Muin said it wouldn't matter much anyway. Even though the tree was replanted, Peng Muin placed a hand on Suryong's shoulder and told him that when humans touch spirit grass, it can no longer grow. The lizard knew this, so it dug up the seed to inform them. No matter how much he replanted it, it couldn't grow anymore, leaving Suryong speechless. Suryong imagined Dugu pulling out all the spirit grass in the cave and baby lizards crying tears of sorrow. His eyes filled with pain as he saw the cruelty of humans. With a curious look, Peng Muin asked Gyubi what kind of spirit grass grew here. Gyubi remained silent for a moment. Then he replied that it was snow ginseng, causing Peng Muin to pause in thought. After a while, a smile appeared on his face as he realized they only needed to find something with similar aura. Suryong stood up excitedly and asked if such a thing really existed. With a light smile, Peng Muin nodded slightly and told him that it was called ice jade, similar to snow ginseng and containing cold essence. Suryong pondered, saying the biggest challenge was obtaining ice jade as even with money, it was hard to get. While everyone was distracted, Hyan stepped forward and caught their attention. With a serious expression, she said that if they talked about ice jade, she knew someone who had it. Hearing this, Suryong and Peng Muin's interest showed on their faces as this was indeed good news. Suryong approached curiously and asked who owned the ice jade. She panicked and told him to calm down. She started fidgeting, unsure how to answer. Seeing her reaction, Suryong and Peng Muin became more confused. She swallowed hard in tension. Then she touched his chin and sincerely said they were just ordinary grasses. Hearing this, he was stunned while Peng Muin became even more puzzled. She took a deep breath seriously. Suryong's eyes widened in fear, not understanding what was happening. Ben Muggin and Suryong looked at Hyan intently, unable to guess what she would say next. Even Ben Muggin was lying. Suddenly, Hyan smiled confidently while Suryong felt a chill down his spine, fearing so much he started sweating. He put his hand over his face and sighed, wondering why his wife's father had blurted out such a thing, then remembered that women in this world are compared to wild grass. Kangwoo asked with crossed arms, who owns the jade ice? Suryong startled awake. Surprised and suspicious, his eyes immediately turned confident. He pointed a finger and said that one of the Miram flowers was actually Hong Maodan, whose real name is Namgung Seo, the daughter of the Namgung clan. According to rumors, Xiao kept the jade ice but didn't need it herself, which made Peng Muyin smile in relief, while Su Ryong seemed relieved too. As they were talking, a little spirit appeared, calling out for Su Ryong. Hearing its cry, Leon turned around curiously. The small creature's eyes filled with tears as it asked what it said, and Su Ryong explained that it was asking them to treat the injured spirit quickly. Suryong reached out his hand, deciding to address other matters after treating the wound. Hyosin nodded in agreement, seeing the small creature's concern and thinking this was best. Suryong poked his head into the stone fissure, finding a sleeping little lizard inside. He gently carried it out of its nest to check carefully, making the little lizard worryingly look on. Hyan nervously remembered that lizards could cut off their tails. She couldn't understand why it was so rotten. With a sad face, Suryong admitted this, but also mentioned not all species do this. Upon hearing this, Hyosin's eyes widened in confusion. He explained that when lizards cut off their tails voluntarily, it's called ototome, and each species has different characteristics. Suryong carefully observed, remembering some could cut but not regrow, others both cut and regenerate, while some couldn't do either, so they had to be checked carefully. He tried touching the tail, saying that if you can identify the section to separate, just pressing it will activate it. Hyan didn't understand much of this. With a smile, he explained that although it looks like any part could be cut, the actual separation point is always fixed and naturally occurs. Hyosin was surprised by all she learned about lizards, and even more so when Suryong knew so much. The injured lizard lay asleep in his hands, his voice full of confidence, but its tail being rotten made him unsure the surgery would go smoothly. He held the tail with basic skills. After a few minutes, Suryong and Hyan began the operation. Peng Muin sat on the stone, observing. This took longer than he thought, making his face serious. He stared at Suryong while the little lizard cried anxiously. A moment later, Suryong appeared with the sleeping lizard. Peng Muin immediately asked about the result. Hyosin smiled and happily reported that the surgery was successful. Just good care would do. Hearing this, the little lizard sobbed in gratitude, smiling. He sat beside it, happy to see the small creature so happy. Ping Yuan's gaze turned towards him, increasingly disbelieving. The couple of lizards returned to their nest. After the surgery was over, they decided to stay and observe for a few days. A few days later, with an excited smile, Soryang and Hyen returned to the cave and rushed to the stone. At the nest, the couple of lizards were playing happily, noticing their child's condition had improved. Soryang chuckled softly at this. The little lizards looked at them with cute eyes. Soryang tightened his grip excitedly, thinking if he was in a past life, this scene would go viral. He stared at the female lizard, seeing her recover further. Seeing she was stable, Soryang decided it was time to leave. The lizard's eyes drooped with sadness. With a gentle smile, he reassured that they wouldn't go away forever, just temporarily leaving for food and returning soon, reminding her to keep the pin safe. Then all lizards nodded in agreement. His eyes burning with determination, he squeezed his hand, thinking it was time to claim the jade ice. A few hours later, they returned to their clan's compound and chatted with the chief. Returning to their clan and temporarily leaving the lizards, new news flooded in. The most serious was the Blood Shadow Alliance betrayal. The chief crossed his hands, looking solemn as he prepared to speak. After the snake spy's identity in Miram's alliance was exposed, warriors immediately followed a trained assistant to a vulture. A man with a beard hid behind a tree, but widened his eyes in shock when he peeked out. The vulture flew to the blood cult's lair, where ninjas were bustling about. Tongue hooped together. A group returning from Miram's alliance brought back poison from the water snake, greatly aiding their ambush. Holding up a letter, the chief said that the alliance leader personally sent it to thank them and praise Soryang. He just cleared his throat awkwardly. The chief asked if they had caught the strange lizard yet, deciding to visit the toxic animal garden himself. Soryang started sweating as he lied with a guilty look that they had only caught half of the lizard. Hearing this, the chief's expression changed slightly. Just then, Hyosien stood seriously and explained everything to his father. The chief set down his teacup on the table. He stroked his beard, deep in thought about the jade ice. Leaning forward, Hyosien stood up and explained that they planned to visit the Namgung clan in Anhui province together. After some thought, the chief calmly approved their trip because he needed them to deliver an item on the way. It wasn't a good time due to the blood cult, but with Soryang accompanying them, he felt more at ease. Suri sighed, his eyes full of confusion as he wasn't sure if he had just been given a task. Before they left, the chief sternly asked them to wait for a moment longer. He closed his eyes and mentioned that strange rumors were circulating about the Namgung tribe recently. Sori and Hyoseong looked at each other, their eyes widened in surprise. As night fell, near the Namgung territory was Huangshan Mountain. Two men were walking around the area. The bald man was startled as he broke out in a cold sweat when his friend asked if he was joking. His friend looked confident and affirmed that what he said was true. The miss of the Namgung tribe wasn't an ordinary person. The bald man angrily told his friend to stop spreading impolite rumors. But his friend's eyes were drawn to something. Not far from them, a man lay sprawled on the ground. Both of them widened their eyes in fear. They hurriedly ran to the man and wondered why he had fainted there. His friend lifted his head, but didn't know if he was still alive. Just then, the man broke into a strange smile. They looked at him in confusion. He hadn't actually fainted. Instead, he had blood coming out of his nose, his face red as a tomato, and he was breathing heavily like someone who had just been deeply moved by something. The two men looked at each other even more bewildered. They lifted him onto their backs, intending to take him back because they thought he was drunk. Not far away, a woman was secretly watching from behind a tree. From her body, an odd aura began to emanate. Her hair stretched out on the ground. She looked like a giant spider hanging upside down on a web. Under the moonlight, another woman was practicing swordsmanship in the night. Focused intensely, her eyes shone with determination. Each swift and smooth slash of her sword cut through the leaves around her. Suddenly, she realized she hadn't cut all the leaves and thought she needed more practice. A girl with braided hair carrying a lantern approached, calling her by the name Annie. This was Namgung Ian from the Namgung tribe. She seriously advised her to return immediately. If they were late, they would be caught and her father would surely scold them. While praising her sword skills, she reminded Anai that as a highborn lady, she needed to take care of herself. Anai looked at Ian silently. She took off her hat. With sincere eyes, she admitted that Yoon was right. She was the eldest daughter of the Namgung tribe, known as Hong Maodan or Seo. At that moment, she coughed violently, making Yoon worry about Seo's well-being. Anai tightly gripped her hand, her face pale from the withdrawal symptoms. Initially, everyone in the family thought it was a blessing because all acupoints were fully open, allowing for faster and unobstructed flow of internal energy. The doctor treating her said that too many acupoints being open caused excessive depletion of vital energy. Her father worriedly asked if there was any way to cure it. The old man stroked his beard in thought. In a musty environment, he said she needed pure and strong yin energy, She had to use it before her vital energy ran out or her lifespan would be shortened. Back to the present, Yunai was breathing heavily and gradually weakening. Ayan worriedly ran over to ask if she was okay. Seo smiled and told her not to worry and suggested they return. Ayan looked blankly, asked if she was sure. At that moment, Anai's eyes turned towards the lantern. She felt like a wick burning inside it. After a long silence, she realized she would also wither away when the oil ran out. Looking up at the sky, she silently vowed to master the Emperor's sword technique quickly. Under the moonlight and in the wind, she silently thought that she must perfect her swordsmanship before her body disintegrated and vanished. During the day on the Yangtze River, a small boat drifted slowly. On board were Sur Yang, Hyozian, and Gubi. Gubi pointed to the water and called out for Sur Yang to look as Beiji dolphins appeared. Hearing this, Sori's eyes widened, recognizing them as Yangshan dolphins. The dolphins surfaced next to Sur Yang, unable to believe what he was seeing. Extinct species were still alive. Even though she loved insects and reptiles, the dolphins were a special sight. Haiyan smiled and said that following the Yangtze River would bring them to Wuhan, where the Miram Alliance was stationed. Sur Yang immediately looked at her. He explained that according to his wife's orders, they had to stop in Wuhan to deliver ancient red-flowered snake venom and then disembark at Anyang for a safe area. Haiyan smiled. She said they would arrive earlier than expected with this speed. Sur Yang sat beside her, worriedly mentioning that he was concerned about something. Kyuan sat down beside him, curiously asking what it was. He understood that if the Jade Quip clan were like this, the Namgong clan would definitely not easily hand it over. He reached out his hand and said that made him ponder endlessly. She laughed and told him to trust her. She began imagining a night when she said the jade had special effects on Namgong Seo's young lady, that she needed to eat it, but the jade couldn't be swallowed. Pointing at him, she was sure they now had something that could be traded for the jade because at least it could be eaten. Sori reached into his coat and touched his chest, admitting that what she said wasn't entirely wrong. He was a bit worried about whether the Jade clan would be safe. Moreover, he remembered that the god Leon was a cold-blooded creature, so it hated anything cold. Feeling uneasy about feeding them something he didn't fully understand, he called Huan back with a serious look. He recalled her mentioning that the Jade clan contained yin energy and asked what that meant. Though he had heard of yin and yang, it was still confusing, so Huan turned to explain, her eyes shining. She traced a finger and smiled. Explaining that this knowledge was important in cultivation, she would explain but told him to listen carefully. Yin energy is the kind of energy that creates harmony, and in the realm of meditation, it's the downward flow that accumulates. With a serious expression, she said yin energy usually suppresses life, darkness, coldness, or fear, so yin cold energy was just one form of yin energy. Absorption opened wide, thinking that yin energy must be very bad, causing her to smile. Haiyan said no because yang energy creates yang fire which, if excessive, would overstimulate life, leading to faster aging and depletion of energy. Soryang imagined the cold-blooded gods fighting with ice energy, realizing they needed it because their nature was already cold. They grew by absorbing yin energy. He thought it was like charging a battery. Soryang touched his head and wondered that yin and yang should balance like male and female. He didn't understand how to maintain this balance with Pori energy. Sori scratched his head in confusion, Huan blushing as she looked at him. Shyly turning away, she admitted she also didn't know. She shouted that they would find a way to balance yin and yang later, confusing the young man even more. He blushed too, his mind in turmoil. Huan covered her face with both hands out of shame. At that moment, Gyupi appeared announcing they had arrived and told them to prepare to leave the boat. The ship docked at Wuhan port. When the ship stopped, Sur Yang and Huan stepped down, introduced themselves, and said they brought what was requested. A man with a ponytail raised his hand, smiling as he told the general was waiting. Crossing the bridge, Sur Yang couldn't help being amazed. He was dazzled by the grandeur of the Miram Alliance. Nearby, a woman slapped a man, causing him to cry out in pain. Drenched in sweat, Vansad Fornick stopped as he was about to teach that man a lesson. With angry eyes, she told him not to compare his sword with allies. The other man honestly admitted Hu's cart was right because he had acted rashly without verifying the truth. Hu's cart was only defending the young lady's honor. Suddenly, something caught Shang WKU's attention. He stared at Huan and realized she was the poison flower. She turned around and recognized it too. The man with a white scarf was slaying dragon. The woman was Sword Phoenix, and Si-ong was Spear Dragon. Chi remembered this as their first meeting since the Longfeng conference. She asked everyone how they were doing lately. Si-ong chuckled. It had been a while since he last saw her. They chatted happily. Sori remembered that only those with exceptional talent in Miram received titles like Dragon or Phoenix, showing they were all experts. Symphonic said she had something to ask and mentioned a strange rumor. Hearing this, Hwan looked surprised. She told him there was a rumor that he had a boyfriend, her eyes widening in surprise. The boy sweated profusely, his mind spinning with confusion. Hwan asked if the rumor was really so widespread. Zigu smiled shyly. Confirming it was true, he revealed that soldiers were gossiping. He challenged a fight to defend her honor, thinking someone had fabricated this, making him realize he liked her. Huan turned away, affirming Sori, who was furious and determined to find the one who spread the rumor to teach him a lesson. She stepped forward. She intended to correct the rumor, then grabbed Suryong's arm tightly, causing him to wince. She starts showing off Sae-ri-ang, proudly declaring she has a fiancé instead of a boyfriend. She introduces Sae-ri-ang as her fiancé. Everyone is stunned. Symphonix is surprised to see Suryong looks very young. He hesitantly smiles and apologizes for not introducing him earlier. Suryong greets everyone. When he stops, he notices Seong-hu glaring at him with a menacing look. He approaches closely and asks if his name is Suryong. Suryong turns pale but answers affirmatively. Seong-hu suddenly kneels in front of him, shocking everyone present. He introduces himself as Yang Xianghao, the heir to the Yang family's dragon clan in New City. He is drenched in sweat. With anger, Seong-hu challenges So-ri-ong to a duel. Seong-hu demands that So-ri-ong accept his invitation, leaving everyone surprised. Sword Phoenix and Slaying Dragon sigh disappointedly at Seong-hu's behavior. Sweating profusely, Se-orion asks if he really wants to fight him. Seong-hu's eyes blaze with fire as he declares he wants to compete like men. At that moment, Sword Phoenix grabs Seong-hu by the collar and pulls hard, making him stagger. With anger, Hyen asks why Seong-hu suddenly demands a fight. Sword Phoenix looks at him with fiery eyes and tells him to take it seriously. Suryong's eyes widen in confusion. He can't believe he was just challenged after meeting them. He wonders why he keeps running into strange people. At that moment, a white-clad person approaches and asks why they are making such a commotion. This is the strategist Junju. Suryong bows his head in greeting to the strategist. Seeing this, Seong-gu's eyes widen with fear. He panics and can't speak. Junju whips a fan across Seong-hu's face and with angry eyes, questions him for daring to treat guests of the Alliance disrespectfully. Surprised by the sudden attack, Seong-woo is terrified to the core. Junju then speaks softly, suggesting they go to the martial hall where the master awaits. So-ryong's eyes widen in surprise and he nods. Jeon-su, So-ryong, and Hyen proceed towards the martial hall. Seong-woo tightens his grip on his hand, his eyes blazing with desire to fight Suryong. His friends, only Hyen, decide to let it go for now. During the day, next to the martial hall is a tranquil river. Kwon chooses to stay in the living room. Suryong walks beside Junju and agrees immediately. A maid in white greets them with great importance, sweating while pointing the way, saying they must first present their master. Suryong looks at her and realizes she is new and quite flustered. Junju laughs, telling how a previous spy was caught by Suryong, and this girl was chosen as a replacement because she was still inexperienced. He forces a smile. The maid closes her eyes to announce that the general and the young warrior of the clan have arrived. Hearing this, the master allows them in. The grand hall's door slowly opens. The master stands on the balcony, enjoying the scenery. Zenzu and Suryong bow and greet him, introducing themselves as White Suryong from the Sichuan clan, surprising the master. He smiles kindly, inviting them inside, knowing Suryong must be tired after a long journey. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He becomes alert. He points to him and sternly asks if the small creatures on his wrist and waist are biting people randomly. Sori is startled but denies it. The tiny worms are sleeping under his clothes. He remembers the master is one of the 3 strongest experts in Muram, so he's surprised the master recognized the venom right away. After sitting down, the master gets straight to the point, asking if he has brought snake poison and tiger venom with him. Sori confirms he has. He laughs, saying he prepared as much as possible before leaving and brought 3 vials. The master is relieved but calms down to say he once saw the way of death from venom, a very difficult task. He doesn't know how to thank him enough for bringing 3 vials. He looks at Suryong intently and says he heard that Suryong has become part of the clan's family. Sori nods back. The master asks about his parents, and Suryong honestly says he doesn't have a family. He lives alone in this world with no one to rely on. Junju steps in, seriously saying that after a disaster, he lost hope but was saved by the clan leader and lived alone on Hainan Island, hunting snakes for survival. The master folds his hands, easily understanding Suryong's tough and lonely life. Suryong scratches his head and laughs, saying actually he wasn't completely alone. The master changes the topic. He contributed greatly to the blood cult incident and deserves a reward. Suryong's eyes widened in worry as he said he had clearly stated his needs before, smiling nervously. What Suryong discovered was huge. It made even the blood cult's maggots dare not venture to Central Plains anymore. According to the master, such merit deserved more than a small reward. Soryan flailed his hands in rejection, saying he only accidentally found out while saving his clan members. The promised gift was enough already. The master and Junju's eyes turned serious. The master placed his hand on the table and asked if he really just stumbled upon it while rescuing his own people. He stood up. Crossing his arms, he smiled, saying he understood why he felt familiar from the start. Soryan glared at him, explaining that he wasn't talking about appearance. With a stern face, he recounted losing everything, his clan and loved ones under the blood cult's control. He fought to save those who survived, eventually gaining enlightenment and becoming a high-ranking expert. The master looked at Soryan and said he had rushed into a blood elder's trap to save his clan members when they were feasting. Soryan nodded in confirmation. Smiling, the master recalled doing the same 30 years ago. He approached Soryan with an imposing demeanor but softened his gaze. He had fought to the death with a heart full of despair. Placing his hand on Soryan's shoulder, he made Soryan slightly uncomfortable. The master smiled and said the reward for him was the unique skills from the said Hap Gong. Both Soryan and Junzu were shocked. The master laughed and said he had never taken a disciple. If he died, those secrets would die with him. He wasn't taking Soryan as a disciple, so there was no need for the clan to worry. Zenzu stood up, his face covered in sweat. Soryan opened his mouth, sweating profusely. From the bottom of his heart, he thanked the master and vowed not to tarnish his name. The master smiled kindly at this. As night fell, Suryong walked around with a heavy book in hand. He hugged tightly the skill manual. The master had given him unique martial arts. He must keep it secret and only reveal it to clan elders if exposed. Otherwise, he would be targeted by the blood cult. Thinking about telling Hyen Chak Ko, he felt excited at the thought. Just then, a man appeared silently observing him. The man called Suryong over and he turned curiously. Seeing Seong-hoo's anger, Soryan trembled. Xianghu approached sternly, saying he had heard that Soryan had visited the Heavenly Martial Hall and was there to demand an answer about their match. When Huan saw his persistence, Xianghu sincerely asked if Soryan was worthy of marrying Hoen and wanted him to prove it. Soryan worriedly said the challenge was very dangerous. Xianghu pointed at his sword, explaining he wouldn't need to worry as he would remove the sword's tip. With a cold gaze, Soryan warned him to be afraid of Xianghu and face death. Both remained silent, with Xianghu's words making Soryan furious. He grabbed Soryan by the collar, his eyes blazing. He demanded that Soryan repeat what he said. At that moment, something in Suryong's clothes began to move, drawing Seong-hoo's attention. With anger, tiny ants crawled out of his shirt and rushed towards Xianghu. In an instant, Soryan caught them and told him not to bite Suryong. Xianghu fell to the ground in shock. His face drenched with sweat and fear, Soryan approached and with a light smile reminded him that he had warned of danger. Sitting opposite Seong-hoo, Soryan made him sweat like never before. With bright eyes and pride, Soryan affirmed he had given Xianghu one chance. Seong-hoo began to breathe heavily in fear, realizing Soryan wasn't joking. If not for his intervention, he would have died. Soryan stood up, his sharp gaze making Seong-hoo understand the fear he inspired. In his eyes, Soryan was a monster. He asked if Xianghu was okay. At that moment, Hui appeared with puzzled eyes asking what they were doing. Hearing her voice, Soryan panicked and jumped. With angry, sharp eyes, she directly asked Seong-hoo if he intended to harm Soryan. Placing his hand on Xianghu's shoulder and smiling, Soryan explained it was just a misunderstanding. He got lost after leaving the martial hall, and Xianghu appeared to guide him, so they ended up walking together. Hui hesitated, unsure if she should believe that. Looking closer, she noticed the tiny ants were very agitated and worried. So Ryong placed a spider on Seong-hoo's head and said that after their talk, he wanted to show him something, which is why he asked him to emit a killing aura. He said he was just playing with Seong-hoo's car. He still lied but went along for now. He stood up, placed his hand on So-ryong's shoulder, and laughed, agreeing that she was right. Hyen's eyes were still filled with doubt. She didn't know if they had told the truth or not. She thanked Seong-hoo for guiding them and said it was time to return to the guest hall. So Ryong smiled nervously and ran off. Seong-hoo patted his head, sighed, realizing he almost fell into a big lie. After taking a few steps, So Ryong turned back and smiled, reminding him that he had saved Seong-hoo's car twice. They left, leaving Seong-hoo gaping in confusion about what just happened. The scene changed to the next morning. The boats began docking and So Ryong, Hyen, and Gupai prepared to leave. They bid farewell to Seong-hoo and everyone, saying they had more work to do and asked for permission to go first. Thanking their hospitality, Slain Dragon advised both of them to keep safe. Before leaving, Sword Phoenix called So-ryong back with a curious look. Then she placed her hand on Se-ong's shoulder, making him tense as he bowed respectfully to So-ryong. Sword Phoenix said she had heard about what Se-ong did the previous night and thanked his generosity. So-ryong looked angry, while Se-ong scratched his head nervously, thanking her with a shaky voice. After their conversation with Sword Phoenix last night, he realized he had acted foolishly, and his friends smiled proudly at him. His eyes filled with tears as he hugged So-ryong tightly, knowing that he was the most suitable person to be Hyen's fiancé due to his magnanimity. He asked her to take good care of her. So-ryong bid everyone farewell, feeling happy inside. She also heard they would meet again at the Longtham conference, so didn't need to consider each other enemies. As So-ryong and his team boarded the boat, Se-ong and other martial artists waved goodbye in joy. The boat sailed under a sky full of birds. Late that evening, at a guest house at the foot of Huangshan Mountain, So-ryong and everyone stayed and sat down to eat. Lady Hao brought the food up and left. They had left Wuhan and arrived in Anking. Gupai suggested they rest here as it was late. The path to Huangshan Mountain was quite difficult, taking half a day to reach the Namjiang tribe. So-ryong leisurely ate and agreed to stay for the night. Hai's eyes widened in amazement, not believing that So-ryong had received the secret technique of the iron chest from the emperor. So-ryong said the master told them they were alike and asked if this was a good thing. She nodded, saying even though the iron chest technique caused pain when practiced, it could eventually be used without relying on swords or strikes. With bright eyes, she explained that it was a unique technique of the emperor. Some said it was comparable to external techniques and wouldn't be affected much by magic. So-ryong would have no trouble learning it. So-ryong was stunned, knowing his body would be protected like steel when he mastered it. He understood that he had just gained a real treasure. She smiled and offered to help him practice because she heard the first emperor used a whip every morning to train. She could do the same for So-ryong. So-ryong's eyes widened when he heard about the emperor who once whipped himself. She firmly held his hand, confirming that whipping with a whip was part of external techniques. Just thinking about the servant girl holding the whip made him blush. At that moment, an old man approached and asked if they planned to climb Huangshan Mountain. So-ryong turned curiously. Hai nodded slightly and asked why he was asking this. The old man introduced himself as the owner of the inn and asked if they were planning to visit the Namjiang tribe. So-ryong stood up, surprisedly asking if there was a problem. Hyen suddenly remembered her father's warnings about strange rumors. She wondered if this had anything to do with it. The old man approached and told them that in recent months, people climbing Huangshan Mountain had disappeared. When found, they were alive but their yang qi was completely drained. So-ryong paled while Hyen felt strange. She didn't understand how this related to the Namjiang tribe. The old man coughed and blushed as he remembered that all those who woke up said they had spent the night with Miss Nam Gongzu. Upon hearing this, Hyen's eyes widened in horror. She argued with the old man, saying it was unreasonable and could be slander. So-ryong advised her to stay calm. The old man was scared, his face tense, and said everyone reacted just like her. Down below, the moon hung high in the sky, and not far away was the Namjiang villa. Seo sat in her room, carefully sewing. At that moment, a servant entered the door, making her curious. Lines 41 to 60 repeat lines 39 to 58. Please provide unique content for these lines to meet the exact line count requirement. She was told by her mother that the clan chief had summoned her to the main hall immediately, which left her a bit stunned. Without hesitation, she rushed back to her room and headed straight for the main hall. Her heart raced as she wondered if her father had discovered her late-night sword training. Upon arrival, she widened her eyes in surprise. Before the clan chief stood a group of men kneeling on the ground. They looked up when she appeared. Her father's stern gaze brightened and he ordered them to bow their heads. Then, he asked if the person they saw that day was indeed his daughter. One man trembled as he stopped bowing, while another pleaded for forgiveness continuously. The clan chief angrily demanded truth from them immediately, causing the CEO to panic. With a serious face, her father questioned whether she had secretly gone up Mount Huang at night and said that those people accused her of draining their yang energy. Her eyes widened in fear and confusion, her face flushed red. The sudden panic overwhelmed her, causing her to burst into tears. The clan chief pointed directly at her, demanding a clear explanation. With sincere eyes, she admitted that recently she had been training swords in the Huang Valley but swore that nothing else happened. Turning to the men, he said his daughter had confirmed her purity and demanded concrete evidence from them. Tears streaming down, the fat man swore they only told what they saw with their own eyes. Another man sobbed, unable to comprehend everything. He didn't know if this world was chaotic or if they were being framed. Hearing this, the fat man's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up abruptly and said there was a distinguishing mark. The clan chief asked what that mark was, pointing to his chest. He said the woman they met had a mole on her breast. With disbelief, the clan chief turned back to CEO and asked if this were true. She covered her mouth with her hand, eyes full of fear, body trembling. Seeing that expression, the clan chief couldn't hold his anger. He found it hard to believe this was correct. Meanwhile, Hyun and Sori had left their inn and entered the forest. Hyun's face was filled with anger. He approached her and asked if she still harbored resentment towards the inn owner. Despite clearly being upset, she denied it. Previously, Guppy sent all their luggage, so Hyun angrily turned back. It was unreasonable to think that every night Seo would suck the yang energy from men. Sori's face paled as he knew she was very angry. Hyun sighed with sincere eyes. She apologized for getting upset, but said those rumors were ridiculous. Seo could never be near a man. It made Sori feel uneasy. With a sad expression, she explained that Sol had a strange illness and needed to absorb yin energy regularly or her lifespan would decline. Due to her unique constitution, yang energy was like poison to her, so staying with men every night was impossible. So Ri felt bewildered. The situation seemed like something out of a fantasy. A few hours later, they arrived at the gate of the Namgong Academy. The guards looked suspiciously at Sori and asked their purpose for coming. Hyo Seon whispered, her eyes serious as she realized the Namgong family atmosphere was heavy. If they said to meet CEO without reason, they would definitely be stopped. She told Sori to come up with a reason. He curiously followed. He approached and cleared his throat. With confident eyes, he said they came for business. The guards remained silent, which scared Hyun as she didn't understand what Sori was saying. Failing the plan made him sweat profusely. Just then, someone inside heard and opened the door. Recognizing who it was, both Sori and Hyun were taken aback. It was Namgong Ion. She was equally surprised to see Hyo Zeon. With her help, Sori and his group entered the academy. Hyun and Ion rejoiced greatly. Ion was delighted after not seeing Hyo Zeon for a long time. Hyo Zeon smiled and said it had been 2 years since their last meeting. With confusion, Ion asked Sori what kind of business they were doing. Hyun closed his eyes and sighed. He forced a smile. She explained that they came to request the Jade Band. Yun Chuan Cheng had said they really needed it. They wanted to see if they could get or exchange for it. Yun clasped her hands, smiling, and suggested going to the main hall to discuss with the clan chief. She believed her father would be very happy to meet Hyun after so many years. Placing a hand on Sori's shoulder, she smiled and said she had brought something to trade for the Jade Band. Sori's eyes widened in confusion. Yun asked again if she really intended to bring Sori to trade. Not long after, they entered the Great Hall of the Southern Ingong tribe. They recounted everything to the tribal chief. His eyes widened in shock as he asked incredulously, "What is this?" Hyun reminded Sir Yang to take it out. Hearing that, he smiled and reached into his robe. He took out the spirit pill and placed it on the table. The tribal chief's gaze immediately fixed on it, filled with amazement. Inside the spirit pill, something was glowing. With curious eyes, the tribal chief asked if they could examine it more closely. Sir Yang smiled and agreed. He couldn't help sweating. This was the spirit pill he had carried for a long journey. All he hoped was that they would accept this trade. The tribal chief carefully examined the spirit pill and said it contained extremely pure cold chi, enough to keep her alive for another 10 years. Ian curiously asked if it really was as miraculous as everyone thought. Considering its great value, he immediately decided to trade it for the jade ring. Hearing this, Hyun and Sir Yang's joy was evident on their faces. Pointing at the spirit pill, the tribal chief wondered aloud what was inside. With a forced smile, he said he couldn't reveal its secrets. The tribal chief understood that it might be related to where the spirit pill was found and didn't ask further. Sir Yang coughed lightly, smiling gratefully. But his face turned pale when he realized there was a real reason behind this spirit pill. A few days ago, Sir Yang had walked with an elder in the tribe. He felt something cold inside his robe, which caught the elder's attention and prompted him to ask what it was. He took out the item and couldn't help trembling. It was a tail. He handed the tail to the elder, explaining that there was something like ice crystal in the thistle's tail, which he kept as a memento. The elder curiously examined it, surprised to find cold chi inside, suitable for martial artists who rely on cold or icy chi. Sir Yang propped his chin and recalled the small thistles, guessing they stored nutrients in their tails, like faded thistles, but never thought it was cold chi. The elder laughed and asked if he wanted to try making a spirit pill with that tail. Back to the present, Sir Yang was still shocked by this. With a cheerful smile, the tribal chief told Ayn to inform CO about trading the spirit pill for the jade ring. She nodded in agreement. The tribal chief invited them to rest as he had to prepare a feast for his guests. He also noticed how close Hein was with CO. He said that his daughter had gone through a big change and hoped Hein could comfort her. Hein nodded and smiled, not refusing the offer. The group stood up and Ian led them to the guest area. They left the main courtyard and began walking in the courtyard. Ian smiled as she recounted how her father was happier with Hein's help. Recently, their family seemed to be on thin ice. Wan curiously asked what had happened to Seo since he heard some rumors from Mount Huangshan. Ian was surprised to see that she knew about it. Ian's eyes shone with sadness as she didn't believe Seo could do such a thing. But without any clues, Seo was locked in the forbidden room and had to apply maiden purity powder on her body to prove her innocence. Ian was shocked while Soryang was worried. Maiden purity powder is a type of powder women use to prove their virginity. If fed thistles with cinnabar, the body would turn red. Hein continued that it's finely ground and applied to the body. If there are no marks on the body, the red mark can't be washed off with water. Hearing this, Soryang was visibly upset. He was angry because proving maidenhood is a task for unicorns, not thistles. Seeing his anger, Hein tried to console him. When they arrived at Seo's confinement room, it immediately caught everyone's attention. Soryang's eyes suddenly widened in genuine shock. Not far away, Seo was sitting quietly, still with a red mark on her hand. Ian smiled and greeted her. Seeing Ian, Seo nearly froze. Ian handed the spirit pill to Seo, saying it contained cold chi and that the tribal chief wanted her to trade it for the jade ring. Seo's eyes widened in shock as she realized the amount of cold chi inside. She thanked him and agreed to the trade, making Hein and Soryang very happy. She took out the jade ring and placed it in Soryang's hand. He examined it closely before smiling contentedly. But at that moment, Seo sighed, her sad eyes catching their attention. Hydron sincerely said she had heard rumors but didn't believe Seo would do such things, hoping Seo wouldn't be too discouraged. Seo sadly mentioned there were many witnesses who knew her secret spot. Sori suddenly got interested. He realized this was a strange case. He covered his face and chuckled lightly, remembering how good he was at reasoning from his past life. His friends called him Sherlock Faber when they played mystery games. He smiled and asked if Seo had ever bathed alone by the stream or lake at night. She looked confused at him. With a calm voice, Hydron asked if he was trying to confirm if someone had secretly followed her. Sori widened his eyes as he realized she had guessed correctly. Seo blushed and admitted she had never bathed outdoors. Even if anyone saw her, they wouldn't have a reason to slander her. The people in the hall were familiar since they lived at the foot of the mountain together. Eunuch Sorian thought he had made a mistake in his reasoning and was sweating profusely, not believing he could be wrong so quickly. He slumped down, apologized, then killed himself. At that moment, Hyen noticed something unusual. She folded her hands and smiled, saying she had solved the mystery. According to her, there was only one possibility. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted towards her. Everyone stared intently, curious about what she would say next. With a serious expression, she began announcing the solution and bluntly named the most suspicious person. Everyone looked at her anxiously, waiting in silence for dramatic effect. Then with confident eyes, she declared that the culprit was actually a ghost. Ajin and Sion were drenched in sweat, their eyes wide with fear. They were completely stunned. Hyen nodded slightly, making Suryong more confused as he thought she would say something profound, but instead brought up ghosts and spirits. With curiosity, Suryong touched his chin and began thinking seriously. He remembered encountering the ghost of a spotted green spider after it died, so this wasn't entirely unreasonable. Suryong pointed at Seo and asked if she had recently touched anything strange or done something unusual, like eating Suryong's thoughts. He then seriously said that lately she had touched an oak tree and a branch, causing him to sweat profusely as he realized this was textbook attractive nonsense. Seo's eyes widened as she folded her hands, remembering something important. She recounted how during nighttime sword practice, she always felt someone standing behind her, the feeling of being followed throughout that time. Yoon asked again and Seo affirmed confidently because she was sure of it. At first, she thought it was Yoon, but after checking, no one was there. She wondered if she was too sensitive. Sori observed and realized this was full of suspicion. At that moment, a hunter rushed over, panting as he called them. He reported bad news, making Seo worriedly ask what had happened. The hunter folded his hands and said another villager had disappeared. She also informed the martial artists to leave the training hall to search for him. Jun was surprised to ask if that was true. Seo lowered her head, so angry she shook Jun's hand. Sori looked at her and calmly asked if she was okay. Her eyes sparkled with determination. No matter who it was, she had to catch them and restore the honor that had been lost. Jun clenched his fist, but Gi advised her not to go alone because another unauthorized departure from the training hall would have serious consequences. Seo thought for a moment then smiled. Comforting Jun, she turned to Soryong and Hydruan and said they wouldn't let her go alone this time. Dumbfounded by what his sister meant, Seo walked up, grabbed Hyen's hand. With a sad look, she asked if both of them would be willing to help her. Sori and Hyen widened their eyes in shock. Night fell. Among the trees in the forest was a small owl perched quietly. It turned its head and saw Soryong and everyone searching the area. They shivered, tears welling up. Jun tightly held Haijuan's hand, fearing she would be locked in her training room for half a year if caught. Hearing this, Haijuan only laughed sarcastically. Jun turned to say that Soryong must have been trying to stop Seo from going alone. She didn't understand why the boy had such strong feelings for her sister so quickly. Soryong panicked. He gave a twisted smile, unsure how to explain it. Earlier, Seo had taken out a golden accessory. She said this was a noraji made of buttons with bangmok in the middle. Soryong and Hyen listened intently. With a serious voice, Seo said she didn't understand what they needed bangmok for, but if it had to be worn on one's person, this would fit well. Soryong and Hyen bent down to examine. Both were surprised. She split the accessory into 2 parts and said it could also serve as a symbolic token between them. She promised to give it to Soryong if he helped her. He was stunned, his eyes fixed on that sparkling accessory. Soryong silently pondered. He placed his hand behind him, seriously said he wasn't helping Noraji out of duty, but to protect Miss Shin's honor. His face turned red as he knew he was lying. Seo looked at his sister and advised her not to act rashly. His smile was forced and fake, while Yoon was confused about whom to trust. After a moment, they stopped. This is where she once felt an unusual presence. She intended to thoroughly check for any traces. Hyen worriedly asked what to do if the culprit really was a demon. Seo drew his sword. He swore he would cut through the demon spirit with purifying sword energy. Soryong saw the scene and only sweat. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he noticed something. The void mist spread over the forest, obscuring everyone's view. Soryong kept looking around anxiously, confused about what was happening. He shouted for CO and everyone to gather. Then he searched through the bones, unsure if they were separated or not. Soryong stumbled on something, pausing. He wasn't sure what it was. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a spider web. He touched it and felt unusually thick silk, instantly realizing the creature must be large. At that moment, a scream echoed. Soryong turned around, his face pale. He panicked knowing it was Jun's voice. He didn't know what had happened to her. He called Zigray and Myra, telling them to find their mother. The children were delighted. They leaped from his clothes and ran off, Soryong instructing them to protect Gwezion. He immediately ran deeper into the forest, realizing they were being pulled into a more dense area and wondering why there were so many spider webs. He remembered that spiders are divided into 2 groups, fixed and wandering. Fixed spiders have silk in one place, while wandering ones move like web spinners. But here, the webs had teeth everywhere, making him certain no ordinary spider could produce such thick silk underground. Red fog covered the forest. As the mist began to dissipate, Soryong grimaced and sped up to find Jun and others. A few seconds later, he stopped. Before him was a whole section of the forest covered in spider webs. He examined more closely, his eyes widening with confusion. He didn't understand what was happening. Just then, he heard Jun scream and panicked. She was tightly wrapped in spider silk and stuck to a tree trunk. Soryong turned back and saw a woman sitting on the back of a giant spider. The woman smiled slightly. It was Sion, her eyes filled with malice, staring at Soryong as if wanting to devour him. With an evil gaze, Sion continued to smile in a strange way. Soryong's face turned pale. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The forest was covered by spider silk, similar to the ground-dwelling spiders he had never encountered before, making him think it might be a new species. Soryong gritted his teeth and stared at Jean. She still sat on the giant spider, and now he understood everything. What stood in front of him was Seo's male form, actually a pedipalp, a sensory or manipulative appendage of the spider species. Pedipalp is essentially a sensory organ or used for manipulation. The male spider's palps are often mistaken for legs, but are specialized organs for sensing, mating, or catching prey. He saw it slide down, intentionally revealing its shoulders and alluring skin, clearly an evolutionary strategy to lure in victims. Soryong blushed, thinking it didn't need to do that since he was already attracted. Jun woke up, struggling against the tightly wrapped silk. She scolded Soryong for falling into the trap too easily. Without hesitation, he approached Sion. The spider tilted its head and smiled contentedly. With a weak smile, Soryong said she was beautiful. Without delay, he grabbed the spider. Making it squirm, it prepared to attack Soryong. At that moment, he ordered a small ant to attack. In an instant, the tiny ant leaped from Soryong's clothes and bit into the spider's neck. The spider opened its mouth in pain. Soryong stepped back. The ant sprang out and ran back onto his body. The spider with tear-filled eyes reached towards Soryong as if pleading for help. Its expression was too convincing, easily deceiving others. It hugged its neck, its body trembling. A few seconds later, it fell to the ground. Suryong panted, his eyes wide with uncertainty about whether the ant's venom had paralyzed it. He used his stick to touch the spider's body. The venom is neurotoxic and used to paralyze opponents. He guessed that the size of the spider correlates with its venom amount, so the spider should be fine. He started petting the spider, telling it not to be angry because he just saved it from being hunted by the villagers. Suryong's eyes lit up excitedly, and immediately, he hugged the spider like a pet, enjoying its warm, red body. The soft, silky fur made him stroke it more, saying it was a beautiful red spider. Curious, he leaned down to look at the spider's face, wondering if it could have huge fangs like a tarantula. Just as Suryong lifted the spider's dress, Hyein appeared, her face turning red, and punched him in the face. Suryong was shocked, not understanding what had just happened. His body flew back, hitting a tree. Hyein sternly told him it was a dangerous demon. She instructed him to breathe slowly and focus his energy to calm down. She covered her face in fear, realizing she had used too much strength. Suryong looked up at the empty sky, seemingly dazed. After a few minutes, he woke up, Hyein worriedly asking if he was okay. He vaguely looked around. With trembling eyes, she said her vision must have been blurred by the spider's venom. Breathing it in made her realize something was different after just a little, so she used inner strength to push out the bones before running here. Suryong casually said he felt nothing. He rubbed his chin and concluded that the villagers were probably cursed by the spider's bones, possibly pheromones produced by spiders. He bent down again, asking Hyein what kind of spider it was, so big, venomous, and knew how to create bone illusions. She turned pale at his touch. She lowered her head. Linai apologized, covering her face in embarrassment, turning as red as a tomato, thinking Suryong might have been bitten by the spider. He was confused but partly right. She did misstep. Suryong gently stroked the spider's leg, saying he just wanted to observe its body structure. According to him, the spider's legs were soft and cute. She started sweating, telling him to stop touching it. She suddenly remembered something, her face turning red, her ears flaring up. The thick fur and layers of silky hair made her realize something. Suryong was still confused, not understanding why she was so embarrassed. Just then, someone cleared their throat, making both of them turn around with bewildered looks. They didn't see anyone but wondered if it might have been the spider's voice. The voice echoed again, making his eyes widen in surprise. It turned out to be Jun, still trapped by silk threads and almost forgotten by Suryong. Seeing her cry, Suryong immediately bent down to gently lift her. They placed her body on the ground. Hyein and Suryong sat beside her. Jun's face turned pale, her breathing uneven but still alive. This showed she was only paralyzed. Hyeozin breathed a sigh of relief. At nightfall, Soryam reminded them they just needed to find Seo, and when the fog cleared, Hyeozin believed they would find her quickly. The boy stood up, deciding on one thing before searching for Seo, leaving Hyein puzzled. He started binding the spider's body with its own silk threads. In just a few seconds, the entire spider was tightly bound. He pulled it up and planned to take it back to his tribe to examine what kind of demon it was. He believed it wasn't an ordinary creature. Hyein didn't object. Soon after, Sion sneaked through the forest towards them, shocking Hyein with wide eyes. Xian's eyes shone with worry as she saw the scene before her. She looked at Jun lying on the ground, breathing fast and weakly. Her tears mixed with anger. Not only did the spider damage her honor, but also hurt her sister. Sion drew her sword, preparing to kill the spider immediately. Seeing this, Hyein panicked, shouting for Sion to stop without hesitation. She rushed forward to stand in front of the spider, forcing Sion to halt. With a stern look, she pointed her sword at him and demanded he move aside. With determination, Suryong refused to step back, confusing Sion momentarily. He pointed to himself, asserting that since he caught the spider, it belonged to him. Hyein was stunned, opening her eyes wide. Sion lowered her head and hesitated on what to do next. With a still angry look, she stared at Suryong to question his words again. Sion gritted her teeth, angrily questioning Suryong's statement. He cleared his throat, thinking it was excessive to kill such a small creature, especially after she had already destroyed a venomous moth and now wanted to eliminate the spider too. Kuai Yuan held Jun in his arms, telling Xiao to calm down because she was still alive but paralyzed. Hearing this, Sion sighed with relief, then asked again. Hyein confirmed and advised her to regain composure. Huan understood Xian's anger but warned that if they killed the host, the illusion technique would be distorted, and Jun's honor could never be cleared. Looking at the spider seriously, she suggested Xiao consider bringing it back for the clan to examine. This way, the injustice might be resolved. Moreover, Suryong had caught the host, found the remedy, and saved Jun's life. Thus, Sion should not impulsively draw her sword without thinking, surprising both of them. Sion sighed again, starting to think about this situation. She began contemplating the matter. She sheathed her sword and bowed apologetically to Suryong, saying she hadn't thought of his kindness earlier. Suryong waved his hand continuously, dismissing it as unimportant. With a smile, he raised his thumb to praise himself for maintaining composure in the jealous situation. Sion stared at the spider and asked Soryong what he planned to do with Naboy. Soryong replied that for now, he would forgive it and bring it back to their clan. Soryong gently stroked Xian's head, saying she was truly adorable. Hearing this, Seo blushed deeply and flustered so much she stammered. She misunderstood, fidgeting with her fingers as she said Soryong already had Miss Hyosien. Hai sighed, tiredly explaining that Soryong didn't mean what the villagers thought. His intention was simply to praise the spider for its cuteness, soft fur, and distinctive red color, which made Sion instantly panic. Soryong, stroking the spider, turned to look at her with confusion. As night fell, when he asked what they were discussing, they immediately changed the subject to the dawn, the spider, and Miss Namgung. The spider was safely returned to the Namgung clan, surprising everyone who had never seen a spider of such size before. The clan leader drew his sword when he learned that the creature had impersonated his daughter and committed an insult. Suryong quickly calmed him down, knowing the misunderstanding would be resolved soon. After hearing his explanation, the clan leader calmed down, and Suryong realized they were alike in a strange way. Clearly father and son. The clan leader touched his chin deeply. He said that Soryong had saved both of his daughter's honor and life, and the Namgung clan would remember this kindness. Pointing at the spider, he smiled and repeated that he would take it as promised. The chief agreed but mentioned there was still something worrying him, piquing Soryong's curiosity. He was baffled by the creature maintaining Xian's form. Thinking if it could copy his daughter, it might transform into something else. He asked for a different shape to alleviate his anxiety. Suryong rested his hand on his chin, understanding that even though he owned this creature, its appearance was still problematic. Just then, he turned and widened his eyes in surprise as everything suddenly became chaotic. He ran to Guppy asking what had happened, and Guppy said the crowd was extremely agitated. 3 old men appeared, angrily demanding they identify why they hadn't killed it yet. Guppy sternly raised his hand, requesting them to be quiet. He reminded them that this creature belonged to their clan, and insulting it meant insulting the clan, causing the 3 elders to fearfully agree. Suryong folded his arms, believing the misunderstanding was resolved and most people had already seen enough, so he asked Guppy not to let anyone else in for the creature's sake. Guppy agreed. They ordered the guards to close the gates, and as the crowd left, the doors were immediately shut. But just then, someone appeared, asking them to wait a moment. It was an old bald man with a cane, breathing heavily, his eyes full of hope. He coughed twice and asked if he could take a quick look, but the guard said they couldn't due to orders from above. Perspiring, the old man explained that he just wanted to peek for a moment, while the guards scratched their heads, unable to allow it according to rules. Suryong smiled and asked the guards to let him through because he saw the old man had come despite his frail health. The old man was surprised and bowed in gratitude. Approaching the spider, the old man observed intently while Suryong and others remained silent. Tears welled up as he recognized the truth. The spider looked at him with wide eyes. He turned to ask if Suryong intended to kill it like the villagers said, and Suryong calmly replied that absolutely not. He explained that it was a precious creature meant for long-term care in their clan. Despite its unusual diet, it was destiny, not its fault. The old man sobbed, having never heard such forgiving words before. Without hesitation, he chose to trust Suryong and gently untied the powder around the spider, causing Suryong and everyone else to panic. Worried, Suryong warned that this was very dangerous for him. After untying it, the old man softly pulled the spider away, and its eyes lit up with happiness. Suryong sighed in relief because he had seen such things before. He recognized a familiar aura from somewhere. Examining the old man more closely, Suryong realized they were alike, confirming that he was passionate about spiders. The old man introduced himself as Iower. He recounted how, during a plague that killed his family, in despair, he met the spider when it was tiny and they lived together. This happened over 20 years ago, when he was still strong. He used Yankai to nurture it, but had to stop as his strength waned, leading to these events. He admitted that because of this, it accidentally caused trouble for Miss Namgung, all due to him, making Suryong feel guilty. The old man sobbed, saying he had gradually withered over time, but now had someone kind enough to care for the spider, allowing him peace. He earnestly asked Suryong to take good care of Iwa. Suryong respectfully bowed and promised to nurture it properly. Tears flowed. The old man told Yoa he was too weak to care anymore, so he hoped she would follow Suryong and live long. Yoa hugged him, her eyes shining with emotion. Suryong hesitated, admiring a spirit that could understand such deep feelings. They had been together for life, and the old man saw it as his own child. He offered to share his experience raising Aiwa because this was Soryang's first encounter with this species. The old man agreed to pass on all he knew. Face red, Soryang admitted what intrigued him most was Yankai and asked how to transmit it. The old man extended his finger, and Aiwa immediately latched onto it. He explained directly that just by placing their fingers like this, even sleeping next to each other could transmit yang qi. Aiwa's body began to transform, drawing everyone's attention. The old man said that when receiving yang qi in such a way, it would turn into the form most pleasing to the owner. Aiwa transformed into a beauty, resembling the late wife of the young man. This was what he wanted to see before dying, bringing him peace. With curiosity, he asked Soryang if he wanted to try, prompting the boy to hesitate. He offered his finger to Aiwa. Soon after, her form changed again, shocking Soryang, who widened his eyes in surprise. Excitedly, he thought it would be perfect, but when the shape appeared, both the old man and Soryang were speechless. Gubai and the clan leader were stunned and frightened, asking if that was truly what they loved. The spider transformed into a wooden doll. The old man was perplexed, saying that form was rare and similar to those seen before turning human. Tubi panicked, asking why it didn't turn into Miss Hyosien, while Soryang was confused. He sweated profusely, realizing the village saw Namgungseon as the most beautiful, so Aiwa not choosing her despite receiving yang qi from him was hard to accept. But now talking about the legendary beauty of the Middle Reaches, the venomous maiden refused even after getting yang qi, making it difficult for him to understand. He turned and ran away. Believing the clan would see this as betrayal, Gubai and others were bewildered. Worried about his addiction to poisons, he couldn't believe that his love for Miss Hyosien was stronger than admiration. He had to find another reason for this strange occurrence. Meanwhile, Huan was in Namgong Yul's guest room where Yul was resting. Soon after, Soryang barged in, startling Hu Jin. She didn't understand what happened or why he was breathing heavily. He said he had something to ask her. With a serious look, he asked if she could hold him. This made her blush like a ripe tomato. Soryang laughed awkwardly, waving his hand to say not as she thought, but then changed his mind, saying maybe misunderstanding was okay too. She stood up abruptly, clenching her hands tightly and tensely realizing he finally knew the truth. She covered her face, admitting she didn't intentionally hide it, just reading books without certainty so dared not speak. Soryang was confused about what she meant. She took a deep breath and decided to mention the spider, revealing it was one of the 10 most dangerous creatures in the Middle Reaches, a human-faced spider. Soryang stood still, unsure how to react. He was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe Iowa was among those deadly spiders. She blushed, touching her fingers together and swearing she didn't want to deceive him, only wanting to be sure before the old promise. Orion looked at her intently, recognizing why she hesitated for so long. She slowly approached Soryang, remembering that promises must be kept, no matter how hard. She unexpectedly hugged him. Soryang's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Just then, a cough made him open his eyes wide in surprise. Jun had just woken up, shyly asking if they should have some privacy. Seeing Jun awake, he panicked while she looked away nervously. The sky was bright, the sun shining high. 2 days later, Soryang began saying goodbye to Seo and everyone else. Sion waved goodbye, sincerely thanking them and promising never to forget their kindness before leaving Namgong. Fortunately, after Ioha absorbed Soryang's Yonkai, she transformed into Lady Hyujin's appearance, making him believe they wouldn't have to endure those prying eyes anymore. He smiled gently, asking if she was okay and telling her to bear with it a bit more, promising to release her once they arrived. This made Ioha feel relieved inside. Jiou was still held in his arms while Guppy asked Soryang if he knew their next plan, and Soryang replied that after retrieving the jade pendant, he planned to go directly to Gonga Mountain, where fat geckos lived. But with Iowa joining this time, he hesitated whether to visit the Ting clan first for fear she couldn't handle the longer journey. Yu shook her head continuously, confusing Soryang about her true state. Her eyes showed concern. Soryang approached the cage, his eyes watering, not daring to believe she was worried about him. Thinking of this made him truly moved, and he thanked Iowa, promising to take them as quickly as possible. With determination, Soryang turned away, deciding to stick to their plan and head straight for Gonga Mountain. He sent all the fat geckos and Dofferes back to the Tang clan, making Tupi nod in agreement. The group began traveling downstream under a sky filled with seagulls. Our young man was lost in this beautiful scenery. The two on the boat were chatting, one asking if they had heard that the Alliance leader personally led the Kyonglong team to present themselves. The other said he had heard from a blood cult prisoner about the positions of several large cannons. The young man with braided hair worriedly recounted almost no casualties in that battle. This was about him, as they were discussing his actions. With curiosity, the braided-haired man asked who had done such a remarkable thing, and the other replied it was to prepare for the sex counterattack, so the alliance kept the identity secret. He only knew that this person deserved to be called a hero. Hearing this, Sori reminisced about his past life as a YouTuber with excitement. So engrossed in the praise, he didn't realize how quickly time had passed. Soon they arrived at Mount Ganga, disembarked, and ventured into the area near the waterfall. With genuine sincerity, Sori said he wasn't skilled in lightness techniques and couldn't cross by himself. He asked Lady Hein and Commander Guppy to help him get across because no one had thrown him over this time. Guppy scratched his head weirdly, fearing the grasshoppers might refuse to go without Sir Yang, who's acknowledged that was a valid concern. Then he suggested whether Sir Yang should try crossing by himself or if Lady Hein could attempt using a parachute. An evil warrior pointed up at the sky and told Sir Yang to take a look. Confusing him, he turned around. I was climbing up the mountain slope, causing Sir Yang to panic and call her down. Just then, a spider decided to shoot Silk and gracefully jumped over Sir Yang's head. She landed right in front of everyone. Soryang and others widened their eyes as Lady Yulji spread her arms, making Soji Yeongchamcha wonder if that was ballooning. She then said spiders like her could also fly. Ballooning is a lesser-known ability where spiders can fly with the wind without wings, sometimes traveling dozens to hundreds of miles depending on the winds. Occasionally, when walking, feeling stuck by an invisible thread in midair might be evidence of ballooning. Sori's eyes widened in surprise as she realized Yua could do it too. An idea sprang up after Yua hugged Soryang tightly. With a single jump and using the wind, they managed to cross the waterfall. The boy was elated that their plan worked. He hugged Yua, thinking she was amazing, not knowing how versatile she could be. Ziwi smiled while Huzing stepped closer in discomfort. Huzing said seeing that made her feel like someone was hugging her because Yua had her face. This left Soryang flustered. He immediately let go of Zewi, asking them to wait a moment as he went to fetch the grasshoppers. The boy entered the cave where light from the rocks illuminated a group of grasshoppers in front of Soryang. He smiled, drawing their attention. The grasshoppers turned around and were surprised to see him. They jumped towards him while Soryang quickly checked if they were hurt. The grasshoppers licked his face, making him laugh as he noticed them clinging even tighter. He was relieved to find them healthy. He offered a piece of jade bandage and promised good care in exchange for their company, drawing the group's attention. They began smiling and Soryang decided to call the female Snow and the male Ice. Holding two of them, Soryang knew it was time to bring them to their new home, and thus Snow and Ice officially became part of his family. As night fell, someone appeared at the Tang clan's estate. Seeing this person, the guards were taken aback. It was Soryang, Gubi, Lady Huiyang, and Zowa in her form. They were surprised to see Tu Hui Yang standing side by side. Upon closer inspection, they realized Iwa was a spider with the face of Lady Hu. Soryang cleared his throat. With confidence, he told the guards to inform the elders that the Tang clan's son-in-law had returned and mentioned he had caught one of the 10 deadly creatures and brought it back. Hearing this, the guards were stunned before rushing off to report. They fired signals to announce Sora and Oryang's return with one of the 10 deadly creatures. Soon, the clan leader, his wife, the Grand Chief, and elders rushed to Soryang. The Grand Chief was surprised that Soryang had brought back a spider. He asked where he went and what he did. The clan leader and his wife's eyes widened in surprise at the spider with Lady Hu's face. With a gentle smile, Soryang explained they happened to encounter the spider while passing through Nandong, confusing the elders even more. The elders were bewildered. They had never heard of anyone encountering a deadly creature by chance and couldn't understand why this human-faced spider would allow itself to be captured. They couldn't help but smile. With pride, the Grand Chief said Soryang always did extraordinary things and confirmed that only such feats were worthy of being the son-in-law of the Tang clan. The clan leader laughed loudly, declaring Soryang officially their son-in-law, while Lady Hu's mother smiled. Soryang and Hui Yang's promise is finally fulfilled today. Soryang gapes in confusion while Huiyang blushes, clearly flustered. The chief smiles and says it doesn't matter much. What matters now is that you've truly become one of us. With a calm gaze, the head clan leader tells Sir Yang to catch a live goose by the river tomorrow, leaving him feeling uneasy. The head clan leader reaches out, smiling and asks if Sir Yang doesn't know how to prepare a goose for their engagement. He then says they might not marry right away, but can still have a wedding ceremony. Surprised, Sir Yang's eyes widen in shock, unsure of what to say. The chief raises a finger and explains that once this is done, even if Sir Yang no longer likes hunting, he won't be able to run away. This makes Hui flush with embarrassment as she quickly asks her father to stop. Everyone talks animatedly. A smile appears on Sir Yang's face. He draws attention and everyone turns to look at him. Sir Yang bows respectfully. Their faces light up with pride. Hui can't hide her excitement, clenching her hands tightly in anticipation. With a confident smile, Suryang declares that as a member of the Tang clan and his official son-in-law, he hopes to live harmoniously from now on. So upon arriving at the Tang clan, the first thing Suryang did was arrange living quarters for the children. Aiwa chooses a large tree near the well in the Tang village as their home because they have dog-like habits. He doesn't want to separate them and instead decides to keep them in his room. After everything is settled, Suryang sits down to chat with everyone. When he asks if they like it, the lizards nod enthusiastically, especially Iowa. He tells Iowa that if she's hungry, she can come find him and asks if she knows where his room is, making her giggle. Then she points to a spider web, catching Suryang's attention as his eyes widen in curiosity. It turns out she has set up the web all around for security. If anyone tries to intrude, the web will alert them immediately. Huyain looks surprised while Sori is wide-eyed with interest. He raises a finger and asks if her intention was that he just needs to touch the web, and she'll rush over. She claps in agreement. The lizards look at him with bright, loving eyes. Sori understands they're telling him not to worry as they will protect him, making him wipe away tears of emotion. He prepares to study everything, realizing the children are indeed trustworthy. And when the new home is ready for the new member, the engagement ceremony is held. The elders gather and exchange gifts in a simple ritual to symbolize their promise. But during preparations, there's a misunderstanding. When Sori still waits, Hui appears carrying 2 lizards. Sori's eyes widen at the sight. Her confident look reveals her intention to use the lizards as gifts. He wonders if they're just pets. Anxiously, he starts sweating, realizing things are complicated. He doesn't know how to present the lizards as gifts. Suddenly remembering Hui, he knows she likes them, but she says it so bluntly. With a shy yet determined look, he apologizes and explains that this will be complicated, confusing her with his reasons. Sori gently holds her hand. Looking into her eyes, he explains that the gifts symbolize eternal love and the lizards are adorable. The gift must be something unchanging like jade to represent a 100-year vow, making his face turn red as a tomato. Sori confidently says that swallows symbolize 100 years of happiness, while the vows hold sacred meaning. When they get engaged, he nods in understanding. She turns away, thinks for a moment, and agrees with Sori's suggestion, making him silently pat himself on the back. Her action catches his attention, making him wonder what she'll say next. With determined eyes, she says from now on he should call her Hyun instead of her formal name, since they're engaged and don't need to be so polite. Sori's face turns red like a tomato. The lizards wag their tails excitedly while Suryang just nods. The next morning, as the sun rises, he wonders if the elder called him for a reason. With a serious look, the chief invites them to discuss what Suryang will practice, making him focus intensely and feel confused. Hui explains that the grand technique is the inner cultivation of the Tang clan and absorbing toxins, which makes Suryang realize she's talking about the 10 poisons. The head clan leader smiles and says catching a spider-faced creature was lucky since it's the weakest among the 10 poisons, suitable for starting with. Sori asks if he'll start practicing the grand technique now, but the chief shakes his head. He says he once promised to use all 10 poisons but has another idea in mind, shocking Suryang. With a calm demeanor, the chief recalls something he had forgotten about when considering the number of poisons Suryang will bring back. He smiles and asks if Suryang knows the meaning of 5 poisons, making him slightly confused, wondering if it's about the Wu-Du, Hui Yuan technique he learned. The chief nods, raising his fingers to name the 5: spider, lizard, scorpion, snake, and frog. He explains that these are the foundations of Wu-Du Hui Yuan. With a serious tone, he suggests Suryang practice the Wu-Du Hui Yuan Gong, making him sweat from nervousness. The chief interlocks his hands and explains in the Tang clan, poisons are divided into 2 types, common poisons and sentient poisons. His eyes shine as he says common poisons are just ordinary toxins, while sentient poisons possess mysterious abilities, intelligence, or even internal organs. Suryang was surprised as he asked if King Behebra Golden King was present. The fat praying mantis Snow and Ice, along with the human-faced spider, were considered exotic creatures. The tribe leader nodded, leading to a new proposal. The great tribe leader laughed and explained that the original 5 toxicity cultivation only absorbed toxins from ordinary beasts, so its comprehension was limited. True 5 toxicity original technique was the genuine inheritance. However, it could absorb toxins from spirit beasts as well, thanks to the fat praying mantis and the fat praying mantis's toxin. He already had 2 types ready, just needing to add snake, scorpion, and toad toxins for the divine technique 5 toxicity cultivation. That's why he proposed this path. Matsuri widened his eyes in surprise. He remembered that fat praying mantises weren't venomous. The tribe leader Ivy explained that they had checked and found these creatures carried a type of toxin causing extreme coldness. The cold vapor they emitted was the toxin, which made Sori even more shocked. Before him were Topaz, absorbing Z-Lamb points and fat praying mantis's toxins to pursue 5 toxicity divine technique cultivation, or using the human phase spider, one of the 10 great poisons, to start collecting all 10 for dual poison body formation. With curious eyes, Soryan asked if he could use the 10 great poisons directly to complete 5 toxicity body cultivation, but the tribe leader shook his head. Fat-praying mantises weren't among the 10 great poisons. Soryan pondered, realizing that absorbing toxins from lower-grade creatures like Z-Lamb Point and fat-praying mantis would prevent him from following the 10 toxicity path. So he had to choose what he called Child's Venom for Spirit Beast 5 toxicity cultivation, or collect all 10 great poisons to follow the 10 toxicity body path. Puing looked at him thoughtfully, unable to guess his thoughts. Suryang recalled clearly from past lives in RPG games that a skill tree could make a character useless or divine. The tribe leader advised him to think carefully. The 5 toxicity divine technique was rare and powerful. He urged Sori out of his thoughts, and he began to worry, unsure what to do next. He said that keeping the easier, faster path of 5 toxicity body cultivation while preparing for a harsher but more rewarding 10 toxicity path. The young man was nearly driven mad, trapped in a dilemma with no escape. After several hours, Sori still pondered, making Hein look confused. She called him over and said that if it was about the promise, he didn't have to force himself into 10 toxicity body cultivation because 5 toxicity divine technique was already a powerful art. Her eyes filled with concern as she advised him not to make decisions under pressure, regardless of his choice. Sori would still be Sori. With sincere eyes, he said that both paths had the same preparation steps except for the final toxin type, so he wanted more time to consider. A few days later, Soryan lay on his bed despite 2 days of preparations. He couldn't decide. As the praying mantises played around, the young man pretended to ask them which path to choose. Meanwhile, Hu-Ing entered with a surprised look, prompting him to inquire about what was happening. She sighed and said that Z-Lamb Point was about to molt again. Sori jumped up, his eyes wide in surprise. Without hesitation, he rushed to the mantis breeding hall. Seeing them, both he and Hu-Ing felt affectionate. Their skin had hardened like stone. Sorium remembered they were growing fast, but didn't expect their second molt to come so soon. Hugh curiously asked if their appearance would change again. Sorium smiled confidently, saying that this time their bodies would have blue spots. His eyes gleamed with excitement, thinking of how they would look more like their mother than his heart racing. Hu-Ing gently laughed, eagerly waiting to see what changes they would undergo. Suri was sure they would be even cuter. Just then, he opened his eyes wide and focused on them. Suddenly, he realized this wasn't good news because if they didn't dry before the grand ceremony, it could cause trouble. Suryang worried as he knew that praying mantis toxins needed careful handling. He had hesitated between using Z-Lamb Point or Y-Flower toxin for the first dose, but couldn't use Z-Lamb Point now. The young man sank into thought, understanding that forcing it now would be dangerous, but he also couldn't wait indefinitely for them to harden. He imagined Zagwa, the praying mantis, and the spider standing on a stage. With Zagwa raising his fist, he realized why he had suffered so much in recent days. 2 days later, the grand ceremony was finally prepared. The ritual took place in the grand hall of the grand ceremony deep within the 10,000 poison hall of Tribe Tang. He considered postponing it to wait for the spiders, but the complex preparation couldn't be delayed. The ritual was extremely intricate. First, hundreds of medicinal pots were used to boil various herbs and extract their essence. Then, these essences were cooled and poured into a huge cauldron, completing the initial step. Next, this mixture was combined with many types of poisons and beast blood. Despite seeming simple, handling hundreds of ingredients, toxins, and beast blood required perfect coordination, making it extremely difficult. Moreover, any delay would ruin the entire concoction, so he had decided to use Y-Flower toxin, one of the 10 great poisons. Soryang carefully examined the liquid, noting its dark color. The tribe leader Ivy declared that they were ready for the grand ceremony and asked him to undress and step into the cauldron. Sori woke up and nodded. Sori undressed, placed one foot in the cauldron, then slowly lowered his lower body inside. His eyes widened as he felt a familiar sensation, like being immersed in a herbal bath. The great tribe leader was delighted, saying they would add a drop of Y-Flower toxin to trigger the reaction before adding the prepared concoction for his body to start absorbing the poison. He laughed and said the process was so painful it was unbearable, but luckily Iwas paralysis poison would help ease the pain, making Sori sweat with fear. The chief told him to get the remaining ingredients and wait for him in another room. Soon, keen-carried lizards and Iwa entered, smiling as he greeted him. Brother happily reported that Z-Horde had woken up after molting, gaining new patterns with a glowing body. The Z-Horde started playing around, and Sorium noticed Nova, Myra, and Gray looked even cuter than before. They crawled next to where Sorium was bathing, and the change wasn't as drastic as he thought. Instead, their ethereal forms made them more adorable like stuffed animals. The Z-Horde stared at his heart, making Sorium laugh, thinking they might find it strange that their father was sitting inside. Knowing the danger, he told them to follow him, and she smiled, inviting them along. But Vuva didn't listen, her eyes fixed on the quivering liquid. As it tried to step down, a bit of the liquid accidentally touched its hand. It started writhing in pain, making Surya's eyes widen with alertness. He told Huang Jing that Nova's venom had touched the liquid and instructed her to wash it immediately, causing her eyes to widen out of fear. Without hesitation, she hugged Nova close. As she turned around, the child opened its mouth, spitting saliva onto the liquid, making Suryang immediately observe closely. Nova's spit caused the solution to react and change color instantly. Her eyes filled with fear as she realized the toxin had spread within the cluster. Suryang gritted his teeth and nodded in acceptance of the situation. Not long after, he screamed in excruciating pain. The young man continued to cry out in despair. With concern, Lady Hua Jing quickly told Suryang to stay calm. The liquid began burning his skin, making his face turn red. He had never felt such intense pain. It was as if his flesh was being torn off and his entire body was on fire. But he remembered the warning to remain still in the grand hall. Despite wanting to jump out, he gritted his teeth and endured. White foam bubbled from his mouth. The pain was unbearable, causing Z-Horde and lizards to panic. Lady Hua Zhong covered her mouth in worry, not knowing what to do. The chief and the other chief turned back and were stunned by the scene. They rushed towards the young man. Meanwhile, Hein explained that Sorium was starting to collapse, crying for help. The great chief supported him. One hand held his head to comfort him, while the other told him to stay alert and steady his breathing, not losing consciousness. His mouth began bleeding as the pain surpassed his endurance. Soon, his hand fell due to exhaustion, leaving Suryang's chief stunned. Everyone was panicking about Sorium's safety. Slowly, the young man's eyes closed, feeling like he was sinking underwater. Gradually opening them, he saw Nova sleeping soundly. When touching Suryang, a strange energy flowed from Nova to him. A few hours later, the young man gently opened his eyes and Hua Jing sighed in relief, informing the great chief that he had regained consciousness. Fully awake, Hein cried out of joy for Sorium's safety while the old one smiled kindly. Sari touched his head, realizing they were still at the same place. Huading worriedly asked if he was okay. The great chief explained that fortunately, he had led the Chi through the 100 meetings, helping him survive this perilous situation. The grand ceremony ended smoothly, and even though it wasn't Zohar's poison, Suryang had absorbed Z's venom. Suryang hugged his head and sighed, understanding Nova wanted him to follow the path of 5 poisons. With worried eyes, he asked if Nova was okay, remembering her venom had touched the liquid. Huang and the great chief gently held him back as she said she washed Nova's antenna immediately. She did so in a state of panic, unsure if Suryang would live or die, making him look at her anxiously. She turned away, pouting. Meanwhile, the young man realized he should have visited his fiancée after their engagement, but instead rushed to the lizards out of impulse. His head hurt again, causing Hua Ding to ask if the pain would return. His eyes turned serious as he wanted to know Nova's condition most. The great chief and Huang were shocked, not believing he cared more about Nova than himself, realizing he wasn't fully conscious yet. So the great chief called for a doctor. Suryang sighed in relief at his quick response. 2 days later, the grand ceremony truly ended as the liquid in the chung was gone when Sori met the great chief. He asked if he was really okay and suggested a thorough checkup, but Sorium assured him he was fine. With calm eyes, he said despite his wishes, he had stepped into the path of the 5 poisons, so he would pass on the hard technique to him, making Sorium listen quietly and thank him. His eyes widened in surprise when he learned there were a total of 5 techniques. First is Z's Venom Claw, a deadly snake striking technique, followed by Scorpion Tail Kick imagery, the Crab's Wall Climbing, and powerful pincer techniques. Vitido explained that each martial art move belongs to a separate system: flow, defense, footwork, body movement, and strength. This martial art allows practitioners to reach the realm of unity with poison, where their essence merges with it, making Suryang's eyes light up in joy. Seeing his expression, the clan leader understood he really liked them. He nodded and said he was surprised they weren't assassination techniques like Ting's. The clan leader coughed softly, saying that Suryang had keenly noticed because this art wasn't meant to be practiced with closed eyes. He mentioned the Wu Duvan venom and 5 realms of power belonged to the Wu Duvan sect, now extinct. 200 years ago, Tang clan's second son, a prodigy, and Namman Beast Palace's princess fell in love. Despite fierce opposition from both families, they ran away and founded the Wu Duvin sect, combining Tang clan's poison techniques with Beast tribe magic to create new martial arts, but they inadvertently brought forbidden skills that shouldn't be transferred. Of course, this led to pursuit. About 100 years ago, the Wu Duvin sect was destroyed in Yunnan Forest by Tang and Beast Palace forces. Raising one finger, the clan leader said later both sides withdrew their martial arts, and what remained were the Wu Duvin Venom techniques and 5 realms of power. His eyes grew serious as he recounted that due to the fusion of two clans' martial arts, conflicts were intense. But because new poisons are needed for practice, ultimately the skills were passed on to the Tang clan. The sect leader Wu Duvin was said to have resisted both clans, making these techniques extraordinary. He believed this martial art suited someone with a natural affinity for poison like Soryang, surprising Soryang because his family had planned this long ago. The young man thanked and promised diligent practice, pleasing the clan leader who believed in his success. And thus, Soryang began his journey with Wu Duvin Venom techniques. Soryang left the Venom Hall, stretching, wondering how long he hadn't seen sunlight. Only now did he feel truly alive. Just then, a small spider darted towards him, startling and widening his eyes in surprise. That was Nova, who burst into tears of joy seeing him safe. Soryang realized she had been waiting for him all this time. He showed off his biceps and smiled reassuringly, knowing she must have suffered a lot. He told her not to worry as it wasn't her fault, then pointed out that everything was fine. Nova immediately snuggled into his shirt, playing around. Soryang thought maybe because she just molted, her body still felt ticklish and he really wanted her on his shirt rather than directly touching him. She stared at him closely, making Soryang feel a bit confused. Then she crawled out of his shirt and ran up his arm, widening his eyes again. He wondered if Nova truly understood his thoughts, something he deemed impossible. He reassured himself it was just coincidence. Keeping animals for long could sometimes lead to such things. Zorian thought about this, then scolded himself for being foolish. How could a small spider like Nova understand so deeply? Suddenly, Nova's eyes glowed with anger. She was furious at his thoughts, startling Soryang, who didn't know what happened. He looked at her in surprise. Without words, he silently asked her to climb onto his head, and she did immediately. Then he hid behind a tree and asked her to find him. She found him instantly. Soryang panicked when this happened 3 times in a row. Nova sighed and looked at him with confidence. It felt like an invisible thread connected their hearts, leaving Soryang dizzy with confusion. While the other spiders played, Lady Huiting searched for Nova, worried about where she was hiding. She approached the 2 spiders and asked if they knew where Nova went, explaining that after molting, Nova ran everywhere, making it hard to find her. Meanwhile, Soryang carried Nova on his back, running towards Huiting with wide eyes. His eyes widened in surprise. He rested on his knees and panted as Huiting asked him. She immediately reminded him not to go far, causing him to worry her, telling her to inform her mother before going anywhere. With a proud look, Soryang brought Nova forward and said the issue wasn't about her distance, but that she understood human speech. Her eyes remained calm and composed. Since he knew Nova had always understood human speech, this was no surprise. Soryang sweat from confusion. Qinguang mentioned that even his thoughts were understood by Nova, startling Huiting slightly. Carrying Nova on his back, Soryang decided to visit the clan leader for answers. Huiting worriedly went with him. It was still daylight, and after a few minutes, they arrived at the chief's hall. He placed Nova on the table and asked everyone to help examine her, explaining that she understood both spoken words and his thoughts. Unlike other children who couldn't do this, Huiting noted Soryang's involvement in the Great Record. The clan leader looked serious and said it wasn't so because Tang clan had absorbed venomous creatures before. If such mysterious abilities appeared, records would have been made. He never saw anything like this, making Soryang curious. With a calm demeanor, Horn asked the reason, and the clan leader concluded that these abilities must come from Wu Duvin Venom techniques. The chief interjected, saying the Great Record was created to absorb poisons, and only Soryang absorbed venomous creatures with Wu Duvin techniques. The clan leader smiled, thinking this might stem from the Namman Beast Palace's view of beasts as part of themselves. VT Do explained that investigating the cause would be impossible, leaving Soryang confused. The clan leader explained they wouldn't reveal their secrets, and if anyone practiced their martial arts, their reaction would be unpredictable. Huiting worriedly asked if there was a way to avoid trouble. The clan leader closed his eyes in thought before saying this issue was extremely hard to solve unless Tang clan repaid them with great favor. After some time, Soryang left the hall feeling disappointed. He was frustrated by how unsatisfactory the outcome was. You imagine gathering with your pets, hoping to bring Nova, Myra, Ray, Snow, Ice, and the Golden Dragon ants along with Yahua to form a band like in Bremen. As you're still lost in thought, someone appears, making you turn around curiously. You see Gyupei, who smiles and greets you happily because you've recovered. Gyupei scratches his head and says it's fortunate to meet here as the poison garden has some issues. He asks if you want to come along, surprising Suryong. Suryong thinks for a moment and decides to take care of the poison garden first before thinking about Namman's beast house. You suddenly remember forgetting the poison garden because you rushed to the wedding when you returned. Your eyes light up as you decide to go right away with a smile. Behind Gyupei is another person, and he wants Suryong to take care of him. Suryong's eyes widen in surprise as behind Gyupei stands Injin. She runs over and hugs you with a relieved smile. You grab Injin's hand and walk alongside Gyupei down the path. Suryong tries to lead her into the poison garden because she keeps clinging to him. You turn around to ask why Injin is here, and Gyupei explains that she came for treatment and will stay temporarily in the Tang tribe as per the Chief Bong's request. Her eyes sparkle as she lightly scolds you for not visiting her for days. She says this is why she waited all day today. Suryong suddenly realizes she has a gap in her jaw. You awkwardly apologize and ask if she's bored being alone. She pulls out a bag, showing that she hasn't been lonely as she played with Clicky for the time. Suryong opens the bag and is surprised by what's inside. Gyupei curiously peeks in too. Inside is a spring beetle. This species of beetle is called click beetle in the West. It's famous for making a cracking sound when flipped over. Although it's a root-eating grub that can damage crops, to children, it's a familiar and cute creature. Yubai looks a bit confused, unsure if this is a spring beetle. Young-on firmly says it's Clicky, absolutely not a spring beetle. Suryong involuntarily thinks back to his childhood when he called this insect a spring beetle. It was the first bug he ever kept and opened up his world of insects like today. You sit down in front of her and smile. Recognizing Jingjing's true love for bugs, she nods and admits liking both the king and Clicky. Suryong's eyes light up with excitement because she's just a miniature version of him as a child. He wonders if he should teach her how to care for exotic insects. You ask Jingjing if she wants to learn about bugs from you, promising they're special and fascinating, making her eyes sparkle in joy. They chat happily while Gyupei looks on awkwardly, unsure how to report this to Chief Bong. They arrive at the poison garden, and Jin immediately notices a small turtle. Suryong opens a drawer and finds a striped snake inside. He turns back to ask Gyupei about feeding mice as food, who replies that after 1 to 2 generations, the mouse population won't be lacking anymore. It should reach over 1,000 in 2 months. Suryong realizes the water snake has solved the food issue, so he wonders what the problem is. At this moment, Injin takes out the turtle. Gyupei scratches his head and says that the number of crickets for food hasn't increased, so some exotic animals are starving. Suryong touches the drawer with confusion, wondering if they're being eaten again like the mice. Thinking it over, he concludes the only solution is to find an alternative food source. Just then, Injin starts crying, startling Suryong and Gyupei. You ask her where she hurts, but she just keeps sobbing. She says there's a strange smell that's bothering her, confusing Suryong. She touches her hand, and it emits an unpleasant odor. You ask if she can show you the silk bag to check, surprised. Using tweezers, you open the bag and your eyes widen as you confirm she made the same mistake he did when young. You sigh, telling her to look closely because what's inside isn't a Clicky but another creature, making her stop crying. With tweezers, you pick out another one. Gyupei recognizes it as a clothes moth larva. This insect is actually a grain moth. As an adult, they release a terrible stench when touched due to their scent glands. They look like spring beetles, which is why they're often mistaken for them. Holding up a finger, you explain that spring beetles make the cracking sound with their abdomen. Grain moths don't do this, so next time, she should be careful not to confuse them. Indin clenches her hand firmly and nods strongly. With a proud smile, you tell her that despite this, she did well because you really need these friends now. Gyupei looks puzzled, wondering why he needs such smelly insects. As night falls, Suryong's eyes light up. You declare from now on, they will raise the grain moths Indin caught in the poison garden. Although not special, grain moths are a common food source for insects and lizards. You're very happy because this is an ideal time. If you replace crickets with grain moths, there'll be enough food immediately. Smiling, you thank Jin for solving the immediate problem and decide to go check on the cricket farm. Wu Pei nods eagerly in agreement. The group heads to the cricket farm. Sori places his hand on his chin, observing carefully. Everything seems fine in terms of both crickets and grasshoppers. He opens a jar, eyes widening with confusion. He sees all the crickets' legs have fallen off. His eyes show fear as he thinks they're cannibalizing each other, explaining why their numbers aren't increasing. Gubei shudders in shock. He's sure he fed them enough and says with a calm smile that he faced this issue before when raising crickets on Hainan Island because it happens even with ample food. Zorian starts thinking, not knowing much about crickets, he feels uncomfortable as Fabrikai, not the real Faber. He lacks knowledge of large-scale cricket farming. He knows this is a big problem since the cause remains unclear. At that moment, one of Gyub's subordinates approaches. The man scratches his head and awkwardly smiles. If they need someone knowledgeable about crickets, he knows just one person. Gyub curiously hears the name Huang Jianan. He extends his hand and says that apart from himself, only Huang Jin is willing to join the venomous insects division. This surprises Sori. The young man's willingness to volunteer makes him trust him more. With a nervous expression, Huang Jin admits he sometimes visits cricket arenas for fun, though he claims it's not frequent, just a few times when drinking. The boy still doesn't understand, so Huang explains that it's a betting place where crickets fight and people bet on the outcome. Since bigger, healthier crickets are valuable, they're often raised in facilities within casinos. There's someone dedicated to caring for them there. A dimly lit area with hard-to-reach light. A woman is grooming a cricket. She has long hair bandaged from head to toe. Huang Jianan hears she knows everything about crickets. Night falls, the streets are brightly lit under red lanterns. Soon, Suryang, Gyupei, Lady Hujing, and Huang Yun arrive at this place. They enter a large casino in town to meet the cricket caretaker mentioned by Huang Yun. Suryang and Gyupei are dressed formally. He thought they would use lightness techniques, but was told to wear fancy clothes and ride horses since their destination is a casino. As he hesitates, someone announces they've arrived, startling him. In front of them stands a man with 2 strong guards by his side. Gyupei steps forward, extends his hand, and introduces Lady Hujing as the direct descendant of the Tang clan. She and Suryang have come to request a guide. The man's eyes widen in shock. He and his guards step forward, introducing themselves as the owner of Kim Song. They welcome them and say it's an honor. Surprised by this attitude, Suryang can only be amazed. With a light smile, Huang Jin asks if they can see the cricket fighters. The man nods, saying there's a fight happening today for the cricket warriors. He leads them in, and when he moves aside, Sori and company enter the fighting area. Their attention is immediately drawn to the group of fighters circling around a mat. A battle between 2 crickets is about to start. One man decides to bet all his winnings from the last fight. The 2 crickets focus, then attack each other fiercely. As the fight progresses, the crowd cheers enthusiastically. Sori is surprised by how intense these cricket fights look. Huang Jin laughs and asks if it's exciting. He explains that the loser is the one who turns away first. One cricket suddenly bites hard into its opponent's belly, causing the other to panic and run away. The owner of the winning cricket smiles contentedly as the battle ends. Soon after, several men bring out bags full of money. Huang Jin immediately says they will auction off the victorious cricket. Rumors suggest prices could reach 30 silver taels. Sori is shocked by the amount. It sparks his ambition to consider selling crickets as a career. Lady Hai reminds them they've seen enough and need to meet the cricket caretaker. A few minutes later, they start descending the stairs. The guard opens the basement door and is surprised to know they came to see the cricket keeper. He nonchalantly says that sometimes guests do want to meet her, but she's not special. She just feeds crickets and cleans because no one cares who wins. Pointing at a girl, he says with disdain that this is the cricket caretaker, useless enough for him to delegate tasks to her. Finally, he grumbles about how she always looks gloomy. When she turns away, he shouts loudly, ordering her to greet them properly as they are important guests. She quickly stands up, looking scared and continuously apologizing. Sori's eyes widen in shock and confusion. Looking closely, he realizes the cricket caretaker is a girl. Her eyes flash with anger as she looks at them without saying anything. Suryang remains silent and then quietly approached. He extended his hand and calmly said they came from Tung family Sichuan, just wanting to ask about raising crickets and hoped for some advice. She nodded slightly in agreement. Raising a finger, he explained that he kept many crickets, but they constantly ate each other, asking if she knew the reason. She paused thoughtfully. Calmly, she said it was because they needed meat. According to her, Suryang only fed his crickets grass, as crickets are omnivorous and need meat to avoid cannibalism. Suryang's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately realized he hadn't considered that before and understood that the cannibalistic behavior was simply due to a lack of protein. An unusual aura around her made Suryang think she must be an actual cricket expert, and he had to get her at any cost. Turning to Lady Hai Yin with a smile, she immediately understood his intent. She took out her purse and offered to buy the girl from the innkeeper. The innkeeper was taken aback, not understanding what they wanted with her. Smirking arrogantly, he slapped her on the back and said they could take her whenever they pleased. But the girl suddenly swatted Lady Hai-yin, sending both money flying, shocking everyone present. The innkeeper's face turned red with anger as he grabbed her hair and demanded to know who she was to do such a thing. He hit her and ordered her to follow them, but she shouted that she didn't want to go. Sori intervened urgently, telling the innkeeper to stop. With sincere words, Lady Hai-yin promised they would treat her well and even bring her family back to Tong family if she wished. But she still shook her head, firmly refusing to go. The innkeeper became angrier, threatening to hit her again. Gupai stood silently observing without a word. Sori asked the innkeeper if she owed anything or worked for anyone. He replied no. He recounted that 5 years ago, she had come and begged to work unpaid. He took pity on her and let her stay. But because she was weak, he only gave her menial tasks, treating her like an extra mouth to feed. Sori sighed, not understanding why she wouldn't leave. Gupai touched his chin, lost in thought. Then he said the girl reminded him of himself before Tong family took him in, confusing Sori even more. Gupai asked the innkeeper they could bring her back someday, promising to provide food and try convincing her. The innkeeper laughed and agreed, giving them full authority. Wu Pei gently asked if she wanted to go outside for a breath of fresh air with them. She lowered her head and slowly nodded. Seeing this, Wu Pei promised to come back the next day to pick her up. Sori heaved a sigh of relief while Lady Huang smiled softly. After some time, they brought the girl to Tong family's guest house in the capital and prepared food for her. Sori was surprised not knowing Tong family also owned a guest house within the city. Wu Pei explained it was part of the Tong family Sichuan branch. He added that 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 restaurants in this alley were all under Tong family. Then he would show Sori their business office and customs department where they handled goods transportation. This left Sori wide-eyed. He had wondered why his grandfather and father trained so much but the family still thrived, now understanding. With curious eyes, Whoop asked if she could tell them her real reason for not leaving the casino, assuring that they would help if needed. Sir Yang whispered to Lady Huang that the girl hadn't spoken yet. She replied that she hadn't touched any food or tea either. Wu Pei noticed she seemed to harbor a grudge against someone. He told her not to worry, urging her to speak out as this was Tong family Sichuan. She placed her hands on the table and stood up abruptly. Then she bowed deeply before Sir Yang, making him dizzy, introducing herself as Tong Naok from Tong village not far away. Lady Hai-yin gently touched her when she finally spoke. Sir Yang calmly asked why she didn't want to leave the casino. The girl slowly stood up, her hair covering one side of her face, startling everyone with her appearance. Her beautiful face revealed shocking scars, leaving Sir Yang speechless. Her originally beautiful face was marred by burns that left him stunned. Huang Gupai gently touched his chin, wondering who could be so cruel to disfigure a woman's face like this. She decided to tell the whole truth, asserting she would pay any price but must seek justice for what had happened. Her clenched jaw and tears, mixed with sorrow and anger, flowed as she declared she wouldn't leave until her attacker was dealt with. Tong Naok recounted her past, starting from a peaceful day in the small town near Tong village in Sichuan, where she and her sister Naiyin lived within their family's casino. Naok lost her parents early on and raised her younger sister alone, earning them the nickname Twin Pearls due to their striking beauty and fair skin. Today, Ian is sad and asks if she can take a day off from work. Naok smiles and says the village market is nearby. She'll finish preparing for the festival, then come back right away, telling her sister to wait. But Ian bursts into tears, saying she doesn't want to be alone at home and wants to go because today is her birthday. Naok strokes Ian's head, apologizing that she can't comply. She promised her parents she would take care of Ian until the end. Under the ground are a few grasshoppers in a jar. Even though Ian feels lonely, Naok tells her to play with them for now until she comes back. Ian's tears subside but still says that playing grasshopper is more fun between sisters. Naok reaches into her pocket and sighs, making Ian curious. She takes out a small pouch of incense, a birthday gift she has been saving for, saying it's the herb bundle she used to love so much. Ian's eyes widen in surprise, knowing how expensive that incense is. Naok explains she received it as a reward from her previous job and now wants to give it to Ian, hoping she will be good and wait for her. Ian hugs the gift, thanks Naok, and promises to keep it safe. Seeing Ian calm down, Naok decides to leave. Ian waves goodbye, wishing Naok would come back soon and saying she'll wait. Seeing her sister's happy face, Naok feels warm inside too. But more people than expected show up, making the work take longer, time passing quickly. As night falls, they light lanterns and remind Naok to be careful as it's dangerous to travel at night. She asks for permission to leave early, worried Ian might be hungry. She runs back home, wanting to bring festival food to celebrate her sister's birthday. Late at night, a man appears in the village. As she turns a corner, Naok accidentally bumps into them. She apologizes, but the man tells her to be careful. When he leaves, a familiar scent of Ian's incense wafts by. Naok starts feeling uneasy as strangers rarely appear in their village, but she dismisses it and hurries home. Just arriving, she calls out, noticing something unusually quiet inside, worrying that Ian might have fallen asleep. She lights a small candle and opens the door to enter. Before her lies the scene of broken furniture with Ian lying on the floor, clothes torn, covered in blood. Naok drops the candle on the floor. With tears streaming down her face, she rushes to hug Ian, trembling as she checks if she's still alive. The fear and pain grip her heart. This scene is beyond her endurance. The candle ignites a fire that burns the house. Villagers notice and point out it's Naok's home. Soon, someone rushes out of the burning house. It's Naok, holding Ian, who is still unconscious, in her arms. She gasps for breath as she tries to say something. She faints, causing everyone to panic and call for a doctor. Back in reality, Sori understands why Naok has that terrible scar on her face. Naok recounts waking up after 2 weeks, where an old couple was taking care of her. Her body was bandaged, the burns still present. The old man hesitantly says he searched for the killer many times, but with no success. It's a difficult task. The old woman apologizes, unsure how to deal with Naok and Ian as siblings. Naok weeps silently, her heart as withered as autumn grass. Each time she changes bandages for the burns, she only emits weak moans in response to the world. Time passes, winter turns to spring, and the sound of grasshoppers echoes again in the courtyard. Memories of her sister in the burning house resurface. Her sister seems to be pleading for Naok to catch him and avenge her. One night, Naok wakes up from a nightmare. She sits in the garden, and as the grasshoppers' sound echoes like that of Ian's, she gradually regains composure. Naok clutches her hands tightly, eyes filled with hatred. She knows she must find this scoundrel and seek revenge. The next morning, she tells something to the old man, making him pale. With a look of confusion, he asks where she plans to go, reminding her that her body is still recovering. Naok firmly states that every night Ian cries in pain, making it unbearable for her as her sister. She must seek revenge. The old man becomes more anxious, unsure how a weak person like her can take revenge when the culprit's face remains unknown. The old woman agrees with her husband and advises Naok to focus on taking care of herself first. They even lock the door so she can't sneak out. But every night, the sound of grasshoppers stirs her resolve. Finally, she sneaks out in the darkness, tearfully telling them to take care. Naok looks at Tram and tightens the incense pouch, whispering for Ian to wait a little longer. The first place she goes is the city because that scoundrel has fled, but his ominous voice and the red burn scars remain deeply etched in her memory, vowing to find him at any cost. She starts asking strangers about him. Of course, no one treats a girl like her kindly. Time passed, and 2 years later, on a rainy night, she arrived at Lady Kim Hong's casino. The cricket season was in full swing, its chirping filling the air as her body shivered from the cold. She asked the casino owner for permission to stay during the rain. He accused her of ruining his business and kicked her out. At that moment, a man walked by and spoke up. He seemed uncomfortable with the smell on her. Nock's eyes widened at this. With a cold look, he told her the smell was annoying him and ordered her to leave. Nock's entire body trembled. Memories of her sister lying in a pool of blood resurfaced, impossible to forget. And she could never forget that voice either. Finally, she found him. Suryong and Hua Din were anxious, eager to hear what would happen next. It turned out a beggar had told her that the man frequented a casino. Now Suryong understood why she agreed to work in the basement of the casino. With sad eyes, she said at first she planned to follow him and stab him. But the beggar said he was a martial arts expert, making it nearly impossible for her as a woman. The beggar advised poisoning his food or drink, so she tried but failed every time. Clearly, the poison she bought from the alley wasn't real. Then she moved to care for the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard a cricket chirp, images of Ian's place flashed before her eyes, driving her nearly mad until she pulled herself back together. She gritted her teeth and shivered with frustration. Tears streamed down her face as her eyes glowed with hatred. She vowed to kill that scoundrel and wouldn't leave until she did so. Suryong whispered to Gupei and Huazing, analyzing the story. Despite its clarity, there was a contradiction. While she needed to feed the crickets, every time she heard their chirping, she fainted, indicating her deep psychological trauma. Huazing sincerely replied that this only showed how deeply she hated him. Once revenge was taken, everything would vanish and she would be utterly loyal to Tang's family. Gupei nodded, recalling his own despair before Tangra helped him avenge his father. But after fulfilling his vow, his heart felt cleansed. He stared at her, recognizing the hopelessness he once felt. Sari pondered for a moment, then looked at Gupei, who nodded slightly. With a determined smile, Saori stood up and caught Naok's attention, surprising her. He placed his hand on his chest, declaring that Tangra would take care of Jin Desing and asked if she would join them after their success. Naok's eyes widened in shock. She asked if they really could help her. She vowed to be loyal for life, dedicating her entire being to serve him. Saori told her not to worry and to leave it all to them. He looked down, then his eyes lit up as he asked, "Who was that man?" Naok hesitated, feeling uncertain. She wasn't sure if she should tell the truth. After a moment's struggle, her resolve strengthened. She clenched her fist and said it was the third son of the Great Harmony sect, Jin Desing. Suryong placed his hand on his chest, declaring he would personally handle Jin Desing and wipe him out from the underworld. Both Hua Din and Gyupei were impressed. Hua Din nervously asked if she was sure the culprit was the third son of the Great Harmony sect. She nodded, affirming it was true. Suryong seemed confused. He asked if there was a problem. Gyupei looked at him seriously. He said that the Great Harmony sect belonged to the main sect and had great power. Suryong went silent, surprised by its strength. He pondered, saying that if Jin Desing truly committed a crime, his sect's identity wouldn't matter anymore. Like her, he whispered about the promise between Tang Ya and the Great Harmony sect, because her ancestor owed them a great favor. Even though the Great Harmony sect had committed grave crimes, Tang Ya still had to honor their agreement once. Matsurian widened his eyes in worry. He understood that this man could do whatever he wanted. Lady Huang said that in the underworld, oaths and agreements among sects or martial arts were sacred and binding. Hearing this, Naok worriedly asked if there was a problem. Suryong startled, forced to smile, and assured her everything would be fine. He was just surprised by the man's identity and told her to rest easy, leaving all the work to them. Grateful tears streamed down Naok's face as she finally saw hope for revenge for her sister. Soon, she collapsed from exhaustion. Horan noted that she had relaxed too much and suggested taking her back to Tang Manor to rest. Gupai crossed his arms. He realized this was harder than they thought. Suryong nodded, understanding they needed to discuss with the patriarch and matriarch, but believed they would understand. The next morning, as the sun rose, Suryong and Horan met Tang's patriarch in the grand hall, the room silent. Senior elder Inghin Enghu said that the Great Harmony sect was a prestigious sect in Sichuan. Though its master was a prite, his father had sired a dog. The clan leader folded his hands, disbelieving Suryong's request to seek revenge for a girl despite knowing their agreement between Tang and the Great Harmony sect. Suryong sincerely begged for permission. The chief looked solemn as he understood the situation. The ancestral vow tied to honor was strengthened, and if broken for personal reasons, people would no longer trust their promises. The elder silently nodded in agreement. The chief stood up and sternly forbade all Tang bloodlines from aiding her, including their poisons. Sori's eyes widened in surprise as he jumped awake. He sprang up, urgently asking his father to reconsider, but the chief upheld his decision, saying there was nothing more to add. As Sori was about to plead further, Lady Huang winked at him and told her father she understood and would follow his instructions. Sori could only stare blankly, smiling faintly as he realized she had found a loophole in the Tang family's ban. Neither blood nor name tied him to Tang, meaning he could act alone without repercussions. She clearly stated that Sori was not of Tang lineage. The chief turned away and smiled, asking why they were still standing there. The young man understood the chief's intent from the start, while Hein hurried off excitedly to prepare for Nosoriang. Realizing he had been given permission, and this was his chance to prove himself, his mind raced with plans to capture Jin Desing at the initiation ceremony, as every such event came with the task of eliminating a villain. The next morning, Gyupei brought a scroll to Soryang, reminding him that despite approval, they must not be associated with the Tang family in any way, so he would secretly monitor Jin Daesung's movements. Soryang asked him to handle it carefully. First, they needed to confirm Jin Daesung's location and schedule, so Captain Guupei of the poison elimination team personally gathered information. Smiling, Soryang went to Naok's room. Opening the door, he saw Lady Hui Ying and Naok drinking tea together. He greeted them and asked if Naok had rested enough. Dressed in morning attire, her hair neatly tied up, she nodded gratefully for everything Soryang had done. Sori took out a bag of medicine, saying it was a burn remedy from the Tang family. Naok thanked him deeply, unsure how to repay his kindness. Sitting down, Sori curiously asked if she could ask her about ants. She agreed. His eyes lit up as he prepared to ask questions. But just then, Gyupei's guest suddenly barged in. He rushed in, making Sori immediately ask if Gyupei had confirmed the information. Gyupei stammered that on his way, he met a guest by chance. Behind him was a man with long hair and a tattered hat. His eyes scanned everyone in the room. Smiling, he took off his hat and recognized Lady Hujing, calling her unique flower, saying it had been a while since they last met. Lady Hujing stood up immediately. She introduced herself as Tang Huiting from the Sichuan Tang family, then bowed to the beggar. Sori was confused about who this man was. Hai Yan Lian reminded him to respect him, as he was one of the 3 great ant lords, like a king. Hearing that, Sori's spine chilled. He realized this was an equal to the Grand Master. Sori immediately bowed and introduced himself as Suryang. The old Eternal Ant Lord had heard that the Emperor once taught him martial arts and wanted to see how his student would handle things. Naok's eyes widened in recognition of the old man. Lady Hujing asked if she knew this man. Naok explained he was old Eternal Ant, who had helped her in Chengdu. She didn't know his significance, then apologized for any disrespect. The old Eternal Ant Lord waved it off. Wei Jing curiously asked if the old man's visit to the Tang family was related to the Great Harmony Temple case. The old Eternal Ant Lord laughed, praising her sharpness. Lady Huang feared he had come to stop Naok. He stroked his chin and said he couldn't intervene officially without evidence, but could still help a little. Suryang stepped forward asking how. The old beggar smiled, saying he would provide information because he wanted to see how the Emperor's student would handle this matter. He instructed his subordinate to investigate the old case. Jin Desing was indeed a bully and ready to kill for silence. Thanks to his sex power, he had escaped punishment. He suspected Jin involved in about 5 cases, including some in Chengdu and slums. The Great Harmony Temple also considered him an eyesore. Line 59 is repeated as line 60. The Great Harmony Temple also considered him a thorn in their side. Hearing this, the sorcerer was so angry he trembled, realizing things were worse than he thought. The old beggar emperor spoke from after the Song Village incident. The Dinning Hall lived very secretly. He only went out regularly every 3 days to a gambling den, which is why he advised using poison there. The sorcerer coughed lightly, thinking that perhaps they could only act at the gambling den and wondered if using Nao's method was wise. But Hai Yin immediately reminded him not to use Tangra's poisons under any circumstances. He turned to Naok curiously asking how she could tell his food apart from everyone else's. Naok replied that every time he came, he made extremely detailed requests, so the order always went straight to the kitchen. The sorcerer was still a bit confused, but said that whenever there were crabs or shrimp in the dish, he would ask for his portion set aside separately. That's why she chose to poison that particular dish. Although it wasn't real poison, the old beggar remembered him complaining about even a small bite causing an allergic reaction. Putting all this together, the sorcerer understood that the man was severely allergic to crab meat. He began thinking of crabs, shrimp, and the protein called tropomyosin. Just a few seconds later, with a victorious smile, he called Captain Gupei over. He asked Gupei to go straight down to the poison store for yellow mealworms. Gupei didn't understand why they needed the poison store. Hearing about the yellow mealworms, the sorcerer cunningly laughed, making everyone stare in confusion. With a finger and a smile, he declared that he was going to kill him in an ingenious way. Wrapping his hand around it, he imagined the worms and named this plan Sweet Death. He analyzed that the source of Jin Disung's allergy was tropomyosin, a protein found in crab meat. While most animals have tropomyosin, human versions are closest to those with backbones, while others differ and cause allergies. Importantly, yellow mealworms contain more tropomyosin than crabs or shrimp. Just then, Gupei opened the door carrying a large bag, saying he had brought the yellow mealworms. The sorcerer started preparing while Lady Hong and Gupei stood silently by. He boiled the worms in hot water and quickly stir-fried them on a hot pan. He placed the dish elegantly on the table. Smiling, he invited everyone to taste the fried mealworms. Nog, old beggar emperor, and Lady Hua Din were shocked. They didn't understand why they had to eat this, but the sorcerer insisted that it was very delicious. The old beggar emperor tasted first, while the 2 girls hesitated. Finally, Lady Hai Yin took a worm and put it in her mouth. The taste surprised them. Both she and the old beggar emperor were horrified by how good it was, wondering how a worm could become such a delicacy. Seeing this, Suryang's eyes lit up with interest. This dish was famous for its sweet and savory flavor. Called gozo, in his past life, he had also eaten it as a snack. The old beggar emperor, curious but still puzzled about how to use these worms to kill Jin Disung, crossed his arms. He then pointed at his finger with a confident smile, explaining that Jin Disung had reacted when eating crabs or shrimp, and that what was harmless for one person could be deadly for another. Like crabs or shrimp, these mealworms also contain toxic components for him. Lady Hua immediately understood, just as Lady Yang had with bee stings. The sorcerer explained that if ground and mixed into other dishes, it would only enhance the flavor. No one suspected poisoning. The old beggar emperor smiled, finally understanding how to kill someone using the sweet taste he mentioned. Suryang pondered, saying that more was better for certainty, so they would use generous amounts, with the hardest part being choosing the right dish. He raised his hand and calmly said he had a good idea, making Suryong curious about what she had in mind. She offered to mix the mealworms into ryotagon, a snack they often ate at the gambling den. This surprised Suryong slightly. She explained that ryotagon was made from glutinous rice with red bean paste. Sometimes, the outer layer was coated with syrup and covered in soybean flour. If mixed into the bean paste and fried, it would be perfect. The idea struck the sorcerer, a glutinous rice ball soaked in yellow mealworm powder, topped with sticky syrup. This dish was sure to choke someone to death. It was indeed perfect for a murder attempt. She clenched her fist and asked the sorcerer to let her make ryotagon herself. Only by making it personally would she feel free from this grudge. The old beggar emperor stroked his beard, agreeing that the assassin must do it herself. His final meal at the gambling den, with a glutinous rice ball covered in insect powder, was fitting for such a half-wit. He planned to let her work in the kitchen one day after finishing up. Lady Hong worriedly suggested they play cards to keep him there, fearing he might escape. Suryong's lips curved into an ominous smile, his eyes gleaming with malice. This plan was becoming so secretive that the target couldn't survive. A few days later, Jean Dyson appeared, carrying a heavy bag of money and walking past guards to the White Phoenix gambling den. The casino owner greeted him, but Jin Sung arrogantly turned his nose up, demanding drinks and women at his usual table. At that moment, Jin D apologized for the table being taken by a special guest before, confusing Sung. Sung looked puzzled. Upon entering, his eyes widened in surprise. Sitting at their usual table, Suryong and Lady Wai Ying were engrossed in a game of cards. His gaze fixed on the beautiful Lady Wai Ying, whom he recognized as Tang Wai Ying from the Four Seasons Hall. Jin D, Sung approached with a respectful smile, asking if they had met before and why she didn't remember him. Wai Ying looked at him coldly. He was flustered. Jean Dyson introduced himself as the third son of Da Hua Manor, mentioning his past visit and asking why she couldn't recall it. Sori interrupted the conversation after winning a hand. Confidently, he asked Lady Hua Jin what she thought of his skills. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She praised him highly. Jin Desing, uncertain, turned to ask Suryong who he was. The other man replied that he had heard the girl had a fiancé and guessed it was him. Suryong smiled while Jin Desing panicked. He couldn't believe the weakling next to her was so beautiful, while he hadn't even touched her. His eyes darkened as he remembered a girl from several years ago. In his eyes, she wasn't bad either. Tears almost welled up as he recalled. If she hadn't resisted, he would have killed her by accident. It was a pity that her sister, rumored to be even more beautiful, wasn't here. As he approached the table, Suryong and Wei Ying turned their attention. Jin Desing sat opposite them, extending his hand in greeting and saying it was an honor to meet her fiancé, asking if they wanted to play a game. Of course, Suryong didn't refuse. A smile crept onto Jin Daesung's face. This was a good opportunity to crush the boy and humiliate him in front of everyone. But moments later, his arrogant expression vanished, leaving him stunned like he had been hit by a car. Sorry won again. Lady Hua Jin cheered him on. Jin Desing grew more confused about what was happening. He found it half amusing. Suryong grabbed the money bag, leaving Jin Desing speechless. He had lost continuously for an hour and had already lost half his silver. Suryong took the bag and smiled, saying it was late and he needed to go. Suryong left with everyone else, leaving Jin Desing fuming and clenching his fists in anger at this humiliation. He sighed, trying to calm down, thinking it was just a streak of bad luck. He asked the servants to bring some food as he felt hungry after the tension. His attention was drawn by people eating nearby. One said that the Jai Tagen dish was especially delicious and even better than what's sold in markets. With curious eyes, he asked a servant if it really was as good as they said. The servant smiled, saying today's version of the dish was extra tasty and asked if the young master wanted to try some. The servant brought the food and Jin Dyson decided to taste a bit. He took a bite of the meatball. It was indeed delicious. He realized it got crunchier and more flavorful as he chewed. Soon after, Jin Daesung's face contorted in pain. He fell off his chair to the ground, reaching for his neck, feeling a familiar sensation. Hearing the commotion, Suryong and others rushed over. Worried about what had happened, the guard said that Jin Desing had collapsed after eating ryotagan. Suryong asked the guard to step aside so he could check on him. Concerned, the guard told Jin Desing to hold on a bit longer. With spittle and tears in his eyes, Jin Desing grabbed Suryong's shirt for help. But soon, his eyes widened with horror. As a powerful aura emanated from Suryong, he stared at Jin Dyson and asked if he had enjoyed the ryota dish. With a cold expression, he said that as punishment for what Jin Desing had done to their village, he hoped Jin Desing would regret it forever, even in his next life. Furious, Jin Desing grabbed Suryong's shirt, wondering how this man knew about the incident. Suryong pushed Jin Desing away and said that he was in extreme pain. Jin Desing began to thrash round in agony. Soryang told him not to move too much or else he wouldn't be able to guide the energy, asking everyone to hold him down. Everyone rushed to help and started restraining Jin Desing. He gradually suffocated, the delicious taste lingering on his tongue becoming his last memory. The next day, Surya and Lady Wai Ying met an elderly couple who had cared for Nog. Old bowed deeply, asking them to take good care of Nog as he couldn't imagine what the child had endured. Surya reassured him that the girl was now part of their clan and not to worry. The wind blew gently as No-Oh began walking towards a grave in silence. Surya stared at her, feeling a bit curious inside. Before returning to their clan, they stopped by Jean Dyson's village. Fortunately, Jean Dyson's situation was resolved cleanly. Usually there would be an investigation into poisoning risks, but since he was a child abandoned by his family, it seems they tried to keep this secret. Tears began welling up in Nijak's eyes. She placed her hand on her sister's grave and couldn't help crying, wondering if she had come too late. Lost in regret, she repeated apologies for not returning earlier that day. Sorry, you might feel a bit surprised. Even the ants were mourning. Lady Hua Ding's eyes wide with sorrow. She remembered how the rooftop girl once mentioned and sounds reminding her of her sister. Sorry, she wondered what her little sister would want to say to her now. As the sun set and ant noises echoed, Nixu could only feel guilty for not returning home sooner. The sun slowly set in the alleys of Sichuan's capital. Not far away, a man wearing a hat was eating. It was the emperor's beggar enjoying food prepared by Soryang. He couldn't help smiling as it smelled good despite looking unappetizing. To him, Soryang's plan was like a flavorful trap, proving he was indeed an interesting person. The two silently observed the emperor's beggar. His expression turned serious. Tightening his fist, he demanded they step out and said only thieves would hide so well. Knowing they were discovered, they looked a bit flustered. Without hesitation, they stepped out from their hiding spot behind the emperor's beggar. The man noted, as expected, the emperor's official was still sharp and asked why he was here. The man was one of the 5 emperors, Kang Ji-ho, and the girl was his disciple, Cho Ian Ryan. Crossing his arms, Kang Ji-ho felt offended by the term carver. He asked why they greeted each other like this after so long. The emperor's beggar seemed a bit flustered, not knowing what to call the carver now. Kang Ji-ho forced a smile, saying divine carver sounded better. Moreover, he reminded his disciple was here and told them to maintain some dignity. Ian Ryan bowed respectfully to the emperor, making him slightly flustered. For him, dealing with that scoundrel alone was headache enough. Now having a disciple would make things even more troublesome in the future. Curious, the emperor's beggar asked what brought them to Sichuan. With a forced smile, Giho explained he had something to ask. He was looking for someone who understood termites best across all of Central Plains. Pointing at his wrist, Giho said his divine artifact, the celestial tether line, just broke. He thought it would last forever, but apparently had a lifespan. His tradition was to pass on the celestial tether line when disciples completed their cultivation, but in this case, he wouldn't be able to pass anything on to her. The emperor's beggar placed his hand under his chin and pondered. In this situation, he knew someone, Kang Ji-ho, worried about who that might be. The emperor's beggar began smiling. His eyes lit up with confidence as Suryang appeared in his mind. Perhaps no one else in Central Plains understood insects better. A few days later, just after dawn at the isolation chamber, Suryang was screaming in pain. One of Gupai's subordinates was whipping him, telling him to endure a bit more. Nearby, Lady Huojin and small spiders silently observed. Suryang was practicing the iron armor technique, a unique martial art based on poison from the imperial clan. In short, this technique made him stronger every time he was pushed to near death, requiring stiffened muscles when receiving blows and immediately using chi to harden his body. With excited eyes, Lady Hua Yin and the spiders began cheering for him. The man tightened the whip, saying it was truly starting now, a spider watching intently at it, and its eyes lit up with excitement as it remembered Lady Hua Ding's feather brushing them. Without hesitation, it leaped from Hua Ding's hand, causing her to open her eyes wide in surprise. As the whip slowly descended, it jumped and charged into his strike path. Seeing this, Sari Yu with a back full of wounds were startled. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and caught the small spider with his hand. Then he absorbed the strong whip strike on his back. He placed the spider down and panted heavily, knowing it was very dangerous just now. Lady Hua Yin couldn't help worrying for him. She scolded the young Ha Yanga for her reckless action, frustrated wondering if they would ever have a peaceful day. Soryang asked Yanga if she often caused trouble. Sighing, Lady Hua Ying explained that Hyanga was an energetic creature who couldn't sit still. Ever since he opened his eyes, it's been causing trouble. Last time, it chased a butterfly and ended in chaos. Suryang was shocked that the small creature almost faced real danger. The spider only started scolding Hyanga For Soryang, seeing one spider scold another is something anyone who has raised pets understands, within the same species. Each individual has its own personality. It seems Hainga is curious and mischievous because of recent big incidents, so for now, Hainga keeps her title as the eldest sister mature and attractive. She enforces discipline on the younger ones and is strict when necessary. Finally, there's Pina, usually quiet, but deep down she's stubborn. She shows the most affection to him. The only small issue is that she sleeps a lot. For Soryang, this proves that despite looking alike, all three have unique personalities and are special creatures. His wish is for them to grow up healthy and strong to become great monarchs of the venomous realm like their mother. Lady Hu Yin approached to call the children back to her, making Soryang laugh. While they were engrossed, Nyak and Gupari appeared. Gupari bowed respectfully to Soryang while Nyak held a bowl. Soryang noted that both had woken up and worked diligently. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw how well the guard uniform suited Neek. Neek smiled nervously, thanked him with an eager look. Soryang asked her about life in the clan. She explained that people treated her better than she deserved and the work wasn't too heavy. With a gleeful smile, she uncapped the bowl, announcing it contained what he had prepared. Soryang stepped closer, his eyes widening with delight. He was delighted to see the bowl filled with spiders. Yubai honestly said there might be more spiders than needed because Nayak worked meticulously. Nayak looked slightly sad and felt that sometimes overworking could also be a problem. With a confident smile, he said in this case, he would soon bring new members to the venomous realm. Whoop was surprised, asking if he finally decided to go out for new venomous creatures. He folded his arms and nodded, explaining that even though they could stop raising them, honestly speaking, the best use was as food for other animals. Lady Huzing approached worriedly, interrupting Soryang. She advised him to wait for news from their troops before doing so. Her eyes full of fear explained that to collect venomous creatures, they needed official permission, and with the current bloodline situation, it was very difficult to get such permission outside. She heard the Overlord personally led a raid at the dual border, but no news had come since then. Hearing this, Soryang's and Gupari's eyes flashed with anger. While they were talking, a servant ran up, making them curious. Nyak asked what was so urgent. The servant reported that the chief wanted to call them to the chief hall. Since he had something to say to both of them, this made them slightly uneasy and surprised. They went to the chief hall where the chief crossed his hands and sat in silence. Soryang and Lady Hu Ding watched him intently. Soryang sensed the tense atmosphere. He wondered what was happening because at this hour, the chief is usually very busy. Do you suspect there's more to it? The father's enigmatic smile is full of intrigue. The clan chief decides to speak and laughs at his son-in-law, saying he has news Soryang wants to hear. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a scroll. With a smile, he points to it and reveals they finally received word from Wu Ming. The expedition was a resounding success. Soryang and Hua Din's faces light up with joy and surprise. The clan chief explains that the master suddenly attacked a village at the Day 1 border, completely destroying the blood cult's base. Half of their group was either killed or captured, the rest fled to Darwin. Both are excited knowing what this means. They start jumping with joy as the clan chief confirms they can finally go hunting for dangerous creatures on their own. He allows them to set up a long-range teleportation team. With a half-hearted look, Soryang sighs that they haven't prepared their destination yet. With a serious tone, the clan chief clasps his hands and says he has someone in mind for this mission. Soryang turns curiously. The clan chief looks straight at Soryang because with the first solo expedition, there's no better place than here. A place where countless dangerous creatures are everywhere, even on the pots, some as advanced as kung fu birds. Known as the paradise of venomous beasts, this is Yunnan. Days pass and he travels to the southwestern edge of central Sichuan, reaching the tropical forest in Yunnan, deep within Laos, where there's a valley called Venom Cavern. This place echoes with beast sounds before any strange rocks rise like forests, home to countless mysterious creatures. To him, it feels like heaven on earth. Soryang is lying in the forest next to his pet. Spiders and lizards are sleeping. He can't wait to explore what kind of creatures live here. Picking up a spider, Soryang tells them to hold on as he'll bring back many new friends for them. Days pass until one morning. A small group from the Venomous clan is chosen to set up the long-range teleportation team. The management of venomous individuals is given to Lady Nayak, who's officially appointed as deputy leader. Without a title, it would be inconvenient for her to give orders when they're away. Soryang and Galbit prepare their bags just before leaving the clan path. A small spider clings to his leg and starts crying. Not just one but all of Soryang's pets, Fan Lan, spiders, and even Zoa are doing this. With a tense smile, Soryang asks them to let go so he can leave. They start growling, not wanting him to go. Soryang tells them it's okay because he'll bring back more friends for them. He reassures them that while he's gone, The venomous unit will provide positive energy for them. Hearing this, their eyes widen in surprise. In an instant, Yehua wraps Soryang with spider silk, causing him to cry out and demand it be released. Lady Hua Ying realizes they don't want to leave. Soryang complains that they keep insisting on going with him. Finally, when Soryang starts breaking the web, the clan chief explains this won't work. Perhaps others can go, but not Yehua because it looks exactly like Lady Hua Ying. He knows its giant spider body would attract attention and they couldn't explain it away. Yehua starts staring at the clan chief. It decides it's time to do something. Everyone's eyes are on it, leaving them confused. Yehui's body begins changing. Soon, its giant spider form disappears, leaving Lady Huazing's appearance. She sits down and smiles proudly. Suryang and the clan chief drop their jaws in shock at Jagua's disappearing act. They don't understand what happened and Soryang worries about his pet's beautiful body vanishing. Soryang steps forward and starts stroking the spider skin of Jagua. Lady Huazing looks a bit bewildered. The clan chief is clever and realizes it can hide its body from sight. The boy is happy this will prevent misunderstandings about him being a giant spider. With a smile, Lady Huazing sighs in acceptance. She suggests everyone could go together and offers to help care for Hua Ying while warning that they must be good as their father didn't want them to plot. Why round? Suryang steps forward with Gupari on his shoulder. He raises his hand and smiles, declaring they're ready to depart. The first solo expedition begins. They approach the Gummy Mountain area in Sichuan, where a long line of people is present. Surprised, Soryang asks Gupari why the line is so long. Gupari explains it's a checkpoint due to blood cult activity. Such checks are sometimes conducted mid-journey. He heard it wasn't easy and worries about their safety. The attention of an officer turns towards them when he recognizes the Mandong single clan chief. She notices Tang clan members present, smiling kindly. The clan leader told her they were heading to Yunnan and asked for permission to pass through. The woman smiled and said of course they could continue. Sori sighed in relief. It's really a free passage this time. The Tang clan's influence is indeed strong. Wherever they go, they are respected. At that moment, the woman's eyes widened with surprise and confusion. She asked them to stop for a moment. She realized Jagua was hovering in midair. Azuri, he was filled with fear as he recognized its body had become invisible, looking like floating flowers. To everyone's amazement, the woman was extremely scared because she believed this was the technique of non-penetrating flight. She wondered if Miss Tang had mastered it and when she learned it. Everyone was stunned thinking it was unbelievable and just like one of the 3 flowers in martial arts, Yuhua only knew to thank them with a grateful smile. At that moment, Lady Hua Zhang grabbed Yuhua's robe with anger in her eyes. And sorry, and everyone started running while shouting sorry for the young lady being slightly shy. Both of them were confused and dazed, not understanding what was happening. As they ran away, Lady Hua Jin told Sori to do something with Yoa because people would misunderstand. But Sori hurriedly asked her to calm down. To avoid suspicion about Yoa, Hua Jin wore men's clothes and covered her face with a transparent scarf throughout the journey. In Central Plains, twins are considered a turning point against demons due to superstition. Despite some small incidents on the way, they finally arrived safely in Yunnan. Sori and others were tired. Before them was a river and beautiful mountains. They were happy it was Mount Ailawang. The clan leader said they only needed to go a little further to reach the solitary cavern. With concern, Sori turned around and he raised his hand feeling something was off. Gupai curiously asked what he meant. Sori said this area was unnaturally quiet. He began to observe carefully. There were no signs of life in the cracks or on the dead trees. He didn't sense any life at all. The clan leader seemed a bit confused. With a serious look, he admitted this feeling was not unfamiliar to him. It was exactly like when they hunted the Poison Lord. Sori's eyes widened upon hearing mention of the Poison Lord. The clan leader nodded and explained that around the lair of the Lord, even insect sounds disappeared. Everything either fled or became prey. He decided to investigate. He instructed everyone to retreat to the confluence of River Yunnan and Amioka because there were still birds flying there. Sori and others did not object. The clan leader set off with force. Carefully observing, Lady Hua Ding confirmed he was right. They had just crossed an area where birds and insects were still present. Wu Pai felt like the area was split along the river. Sori concluded that something must be living in Mount Ailawang, but to occupy such a vast region, it must be extremely dangerous. Wrapping his arms around himself, he sighed knowing this was strange. Lady Huang curiously asked what he meant. Sori turned back explaining that for an animal to claim such a large territory as its domain, it had to be enormous like the Poison Lord. Sori wasn't sure because he didn't see any signs on the other side of the river or along their path into Ailawang. He wondered how it hunted if there was nothing there. Closing his eyes, he believed its size must be too large and the environment couldn't sustain such a creature. This was strange. Gupai softly agreed that they hoped the clan leader would find something. After some time, the clan leader and his subordinates returned. Sori's attention shifted towards them, curious about what he said. The clan leader said this was a big issue because even at the entrance of Mount Iloing, he found nothing, leaving Soryang and others speechless. With a confident smile, he said the solitary cavern might be like that too. He added that the sun would set soon, so they should stop here to rest and search again tomorrow. Sori thought he was right. Though angry inside, they couldn't return empty-handed. They would catch it no matter the cost. Night fell as they gathered firewood for cooking. While Soryang played with Z, Lady Wai Ying brought him a plate of food. She told Sori to eat and asked his pets to rest while she followed her. Sori thanked her. She noticed he was looking at the map and with a smile, asked what he was doing. Soryang was checking the vast area. You think the lair of these creatures might be at the center? While they were talking, a spider's attention was drawn by a dragonfly flying nearby. Without hesitation, it suddenly leaped out to attack fiercely. Seeing this, Soryang and Lady Huazing were startled, not understanding what happened. Soryang scolded Hyanga for scaring him and told it couldn't jump like that. Lady Huazing realized it was trying to catch the dragonfly in midair. Soryang thought there must be many dragonflies near the river, but none were seen before. His eyes widened in surprise, focusing on the dragonflies flying behind them. Without wasting any time, Soryang told the tribal leader to go back to where they had checked earlier to see how many dragonflies were flying now. With confusion, the tribal leader turned around asking what he meant. Soryang explained that creatures underground could hide, but dragonflies could fly anywhere they wanted. He said if there was a threat, they would have fled earlier, but when the danger passed, they would return. Placing his hand on his chin, he confidently concluded that they didn't see any creatures because this wasn't their territory. In other parts of the forest, there were skulls and remains of animals that had been eaten, indicating something had swept through the area before they arrived. Soryang and others started on their journey. The tribal leader warned them about the dense jungle ahead and the danger from wild beasts at any moment. With an excited smile, Soryang nodded. Soryang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he realized they had to catch up with something moving in front of them before it escaped. The tribal leader worried about the boy and asked if this was too difficult for him. Surprised, Soryang turned around saying it wasn't hard at all and he could handle it. A smile appeared as even though he usually begged, he couldn't give up before catching it. Just then, a strange sound caught their attention. Yupei commented that it sounded like a flag being blown by strong wind. It was odd because there were no trees in front of them. To people from the tribe warned ahead about a cliff and told them to be careful. Because something was below, Soryang and Yupei panicked and couldn't help being scared. In front of them was a cliff and beneath it were hundreds of strange creatures. Upon closer inspection, the tribal leader saw they were red ants and wondered if these were ant demons gathering in such numbers. Gupai stepped back as their size suggested these weren't ordinary ant demons. The tribal leader admitted that even in Tan Tribe's records, he had never seen anything like this before. He asked Soryang if he knew what they were. Soryang began to think, though he hadn't seen them so large, he was almost certain these were ant demon armies. Hearing that, the tribal leader's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. Ant armies exist in Phi and America, moving in huge swarms. Most ants build strong nests and live fixed lives. But when food is scarce, ant armies will move en masse like a single entity. Their movements look like an army, hence the name ant armies. They are extremely aggressive. Even bones wouldn't remain if provoked. Soryang and others were quietly observing from behind bushes. The boy became serious, suggesting they should retreat silently now. But just then someone stepped on a twig. Soryang and Yupei realized this was bad. Soryang's face and the man's were still twisted in fear. When they turned back, they saw the ants staring at them intently. Everyone stood still out of fear. Soon, the ants began to rush towards them. Soryang and others ran for their lives. A few minutes passed as it was getting dark. Soryang and others ran as fast as they could, surprised that the ants were faster than they thought. On the way, a small rabbit eating leaves caught their attention. The ants rushed to the small rabbit and started devouring it. Seeing this, Soryang's eyes filled with fear. Like ant demons, he sensed movement through vibrations, and if they kept running, the ants would think they were prey. Worried, the tribal leader asked what to do. Something caught Soryang's attention, and an idea flashed in his mind. He said they had to cross the river because the ants couldn't cross water. The tribal leader pointed towards the river and told them to jump in. Without hesitation, everyone jumped into the water. By the time the ants arrived, they were already in the water. A few seconds later, Soryang surfaced from the water, smiling as he saw the ants turning back. He took a deep breath of relief for surviving. As the ants left, They climbed out and sang, feeling that just now was too close to death. Soryang lies exhausted on the ground and asks Chaya if she's okay. He reassures her that he'll dry her off right away. Chaya nods in response. With a smile, the patriarch stands up and acknowledges they are terrifying creatures. The god of 1,000 insects has never faced an enemy like these ants. They've left him trembling. The boy's eyes full of worry as he warns them to always be cautious. These creatures devour everything in their path, explaining why no animals were seen on the way. The patriarch Vatao confirms that a large swarm explains everything. Soryang is disappointed, thinking it's just ant spirits and not some mysterious beast. Noting the sun setting, the patriarch suggests they rest for a while as this place seems safe. Soryang agrees, seeing his point. Then he approaches Gunpei and with a smile proposes that when night falls, they should return to investigate the ant spirits. Gunpei is stunned, asking what exactly they plan to check. The boy hesitantly replies that of course it's the ant spirits. Gyub starts trembling, his eyes wide in fear. They narrowly escaped death and he doesn't believe Soryang would take this seriously. Another man asks if they really plan to catch them all like with the golden beast. With a tense smile, Soryang waves off saying no. Catching so many is impossible. His plan is just to sneak in and catch a few. Gyub and the other man are terrified, thinking Soryang has lost his mind. Soryang starts petting Chaya, making her smile. As Soryang's eyes light up, he asks if they'll join him. The next day, they enter the area again. Their midnight mission was a success. They've caught 4 ants. Soryang, the patriarch, and Gyub have captured 4 ant spirits. Upon reaching safety, they encounter more ants. Gyub is exhausted, not believing he has to do this again. When they suggest going at night, Soryang laughs, saying that ants don't sleep. They've succeeded by catching 4. Apai asks Soryang if they can really keep the ants, looking confused. Soryang sits down and carefully observes the ants. After analysis, he concludes it's impossible to keep them. Their memory lasts only 3 days, making training useless without a queen. Apai is upset, wondering if everything was in vain. With a calm smile, Soryang says it wasn't in vain. He explains that showcasing them at the Tang tribe would be enough to impress. Gyub covers his face as Soryang reminds him he must endure this. The patriarch Sen asks what their plan is now. He suggests they could go west to Juli or south into Shishuangbana for more dangerous creatures. Soryang's eyes light up with confidence, saying they won't do that. First, they'll regroup with the Yun group and follow the ants. More accurately, they'll go ahead of them. Wu-Pei and others are shocked. Zorian cracks his knuckles, revealing their plan. Their target will be creatures driven out by the ant spirits from their hiding places. This would make catching more easier, turning it into a perfect opportunity. They must infiltrate the ants' path. Gunpei is sweating, knowing survival will be tough. Excited, Soryang envisions capturing all venomous beasts in Yunnan. He'll gather them and bring them down to camp. Lady Huding is surprised they caught 4 ant spirits. Her attention focuses on their sharp claws. She can't believe Soryang wants to run ahead of these creatures, even catching those fleeing. Fuming, she remembers running before 7 golden princes. With a confident smile, Soryang reminds her he said they had good results that time. Her eyes widen as she recalls the patriarch's explanation about exhausting energy against the golden feathered bees. Thanks to this, she absorbed most of Chaya's inner essence and even Zhuang got a chance. Soryang's smile grows. He explains that now Chaya has molted twice. No more energy absorption needed. It's time for her to absorb the rest. The patriarch approaches and interrupts Soryang, asking why he shouldn't run too. Huding nods confidently, saying Soryang also drank from the Golden Dragon Prince's essence and needs to absorb this energy as well. Soryang sweats, suggesting the patriarch carry him. His chi cultivation isn't good enough. The patriarch assures he saw Soryang run well that day. It's a big opportunity. Soryang grits his teeth in frustration. Lines 1 to 60 completed. Lady Hong grabbed his hand and with a smile asked if he would run with her tomorrow. Sorry, she didn't know what to say. Hong sighed. Her eyes lit up as she said this was punishment for trying to do things his own way. Her satisfied expression like someone who had just eaten honey. The next day, ants were chasing the insects. A wild boar ran through the forest, and a large-scale gathering of venomous animals began. Soon, the ants caught the wild boar and started eating it. Nearby, Lady Huang Soryang and Gunpei were running as fast as they could. The boy told them that the hunting team was ahead of the ant army, so they had to be careful because the ants would bite anything in their way. Gunpei nodded. Soryang's eyes began to shine with confidence and a smile spread across his face. He explained their plan. The current distance between them and the ants was about 60 meters. As the ants started moving, they would reduce the gap to less than 30 meters and maintain that distance while running. When they caught a venomous creature, they would give it to the main group running beside them. This group would put it in a cage and keep it on the other side of the river out of reach of the ants. The life or death race began again. Their plan was working as many venomous creatures were also fleeing from the ants. With an excited smile, Soryang caught a snake. With determined eyes, he said that the name Venom Valley wasn't for nothing because all kinds of creatures were appearing and he was determined to catch them all. The hunt lasted 1 to 2 hours and venomous creatures began to accumulate without any trouble. Soryang, Gunpei, and Lady Hosinger carried many snakes that Soryang caught. He threw one at a man holding a wooden box. The man put the snake in the box and with concern asked if he was okay. Soryang replied confidently that he was fine and said not to worry because there were still venomous creatures waiting for him. Wang informed Soryang about a giant snake ahead. Hearing this, Soryang's eyes widened in surprise. His attention focused on the snake on the tree. It was an actual electric eel. Electric eels are one of the 5 largest snakes in the world and the largest among them. Despite its size, it was also cute. Moreover, Gunpei asked Soryang if this wasn't a venomous creature. With a smile, Soryang nodded and said that even though it was, he had to catch it. Gunpei reminded him of what he said when encountering web scorpions and giant corners. At this speed, he wondered why they didn't catch everything appearing. Soryang's eyes lit up with excitement and a confident smile. He stopped running, turned around, and said he would catch that snake too. Lady Hujing told him to stop saying the ants were too close. With a mocking smile, he assured them not to worry because he would come back right away. Soryang approached the electric eel and grabbed it, lifting it up by its neck. The ants were closing in, but he still smiled. He wouldn't let this beautiful creature become food for the ants, so he had to leave. Soryang's luck ran out when he tripped on a tree branch. He fell face first into the ants, causing Hong and Gunpei to panic knowing it was bad. Soryang turned around, his eyes wide with fear as he realized the ants were very close. Terrified, all Soryang could do was stand still as the ants swarmed him. Just then, someone grabbed his shirt collar. It was Yahua who had tied spider silk to a tree branch and pulled Soryang away from the ground, preventing him from being eaten by the ants. Soryang was stunned that she saved him. As more ants swarmed larger, Iwa told him to hold on tight, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Seeing this, Lady Huzing and Gunpei sighed in relief as they praised Iwa for her work and asked her to take Soryang to a safe place. The ants had destroyed everything in their path, devouring all living things and felling trees. Soon after, Johar released Soryang, causing him to fall to the ground. Panting for breath, he yelled. Hoa ran over with a concerned look, saying yell. Hoa would scold Soryang properly. With an angry look, she declared from now on, he wouldn't be allowed near the ants again. The only thing he could do was apologize. Then a spider silk necklace was wrapped around his neck. Soryang was confused and asked to remove it, but Hoa and Lady Hai and began to laugh mischievously. Meanwhile, Gunpei appeared and saw Soryang crawling on all fours like a dog. The leader was puzzled as Lady Guiyang immediately asked what happened with the ants. Gunpei said they were lucky because the ants had stopped just on the other side of the hill and suggested they take a break when the sun set. Soryang didn't look up out of shame. Lady Huajing agreed and decided to wait for the main group that was following them. When something behind the trees started moving, Huajing's eyes filled with curiosity. Not long after, someone stuck a spear into the ground nearby. Soryang saw this. Everyone got scared, not knowing what was happening. The people carrying the spear emerged from the bushes and ordered them not to move, saying it was their beast court land and demanding they identify themselves. With a confused look, Gunpei drew his knife while Lady Huajing on the other side told them to calm down and said they came from the Tang Sijuan tribe. Hearing this, they knew they were from the Tang Sijuan tribe. A man with a sword and a bright-eyed wolf walked out, asking why people of the Tang Sijuan tribe had entered deep into Yunnan forest. His eyes stopped at something, and his stern gaze fixed on the spider silk necklace, making Soryang shiver. Suri's face shows fear as he quickly waves his hand to explain that it's not what they think. The leader grits his teeth when a strong wind starts rising from the man. He tightens his grip on the spear and asks angrily, "What are you doing in the Beast Valley?" This guy is named Hayusi Zhang. After hearing strange noises while scouting, he found them. This place is part of the Beast Valley, known as the Royal Beast Valley. As they approach, Hugh Grant says they're not allowed to enter the territory and smiles. Sorian nods, saying they should leave. His eyes widen when he remembers something. He tells Hayusi Zhang that before leaving, there's an important matter he wants to discuss with him. Hayusi Zhang looks curious as he asks what it is. With a tense smile, the boy asks if he can go up the hill for a moment. Hayusi Zhang agrees and decides to follow. Reaching the top, his eyes widen in fear and amazement. He can't believe what he's seeing. Suri points out that far away is an ant mountain. He says these are called army ants, and the strange noise Hayusi Zhang heard must be them moving. Fanfic mentions that the Beast Valley might be on the path of the army ants and warns that if the valley is narrow, it's very dangerous. Hayusi Jong starts sweating in panic. He understands this could be a real disaster. With a serious look, he says he will return to the Beast Valley to inform the Lord and ask the Tang tribe to come for more details about the army ants. Lady Haiyin is smiling as she plays with her wolf and says they are very willing. Suri's attention turns to the ants. His eyes widening in fear, he urges everyone to head to the Beast Valley quickly. Night falls and the army ants are preparing to sleep. They will rest quietly, but when the sun rises, they will start their raids. This is like a calm sea before a big wave hits. As night descends, Suri and everyone arrive at the Beast Valley. It's beautiful, and Suri thinks it must be the first time the Tang tribe has come here in centuries. Hayusi Jong smiles and says this is probably their first visit to the Beast Valley. Everyone here is taken care of or goes with their pets, which surprises Suri. Hayusi Jong explains that people say the breeding techniques of male beasts are unparalleled, unmatched from afar. With a gentle smile, Hayusi Jong says they pass through a large round field near the entrance, where they release the animals. And beyond is the residential area. He clearly states that the Royal Beast Valley has only one entrance, shaped like an egg. Hua is surprised by how the entire area is surrounded by high cliffs. Hayusi Jong nods and says protecting the entrance well makes it a perfect natural fortress. Suri's attention turns to the structures. He realizes that while it's a fortress, if the entrance is blocked, they will be trapped like mice in a cage. At the gate, Hayusi Jong becomes serious and informs the Lord that guests from the Tang tribe have arrived. The Lord allows them entry. Everyone's eyes widen as Suri sees 3 black wolves beside him. A tense atmosphere rises as an old man with white hair and scars on his face starts petting his animal and introduces himself as Ma Jinho, the Beast Valley Lord. Suri bows respectfully and introduces himself as Wei Suryong of the Tang tribe. Lady Huojin also introduces herself. With a serious tone, Ma Jinho guesses they came to Yunnan for rare beasts. He adds that he has heard from his subordinates and acknowledges their knowledge of poisons and toxic creatures. With anger in his eyes, he sighs and asks about the army ants and why they are here. Suri's and others' eyes widen with surprise and confusion. Closing his eyes, Suri nods and starts explaining what has happened so far. The danger of the army ants and the destruction they can cause. He warns them to evacuate immediately. However, their reaction is different from what he expected. When Ma Jinho's aura becomes strong with anger, he questions the evacuation proposal. He starts petting his wolf and asks if they want him to abandon a house over 300 years old just because of some ants. A brown-haired woman places her hand on her chest and looks angry at the Lord. She says not to listen to outsiders from central China. If he gives her 500 flying wolves, she will eliminate them herself. Her eyes light up with confidence as she dismisses the threat, saying that even if there are many, they don't matter much and that people from central China can handle it. Suri clenches his fists in anger. He says he doesn't exaggerate because 500 flying wolves would be devoured by the army ants instantly. The woman is furious, not believing what Suri said. Lady Wai Yang becomes tense and scolds Suri for being too impulsive. Suri decides to face her. He explains that these are not ordinary ants and will cause significant damage. It would be a tragedy if the beasts were injured or killed over this. The woman gets angrier, asking what he knows about such matters. She adds that their people even eat dogs they raise, so they can't understand animals. Hearing this, Suri clenches his teeth in anger. He says it's beyond the limit to judge them just because of different pets. A strong aura rises from his body, startling Lady Huaijin and Gopal. He can handle many things but won't accept anyone questioning his feelings for his pets. Deciding it's time to show everything he has, Suri confidently shows off all his beasts. 3 centipedes emerge from his clothes, revealing their true spider forms. The others are speechless as they see the centipedes and realize the woman is not a twin. With confidence in his eyes, Suri says her words were insulting because these are toxic companions he cares about deeply. He says his heart hurts when they get sick or injured. So of course, he understands very well. The woman remains speechless, shocked by how many beasts Suri has. An old man with a pet parrot is surprised and asks if these toxic companions will accompany him forever. Another old man with a cat adds that even in the Beast Valley, where they love animals, no one uses the word companion. The illusion of the men exploded and a smile spread across his face. He laughed loudly, saying this was truly extraordinary. Laughing loudly, he said it was strange to see a woman leading a young warrior with a leash, but if the one holding the leash is a pure beast and its companion, then they view each other as masters. Sari was startled, sweating profusely, realizing it was all a misunderstanding. The elders became serious. They reasoned that if the young warrior called his companion an ally, This showed how deeply he cared. Near the end, they concluded that any advice coming from such emotions shouldn't be ignored. Manhwa agreed, thinking Soryong was right because houses could be rebuilt, but not like people and beasts together. With a joyful smile, Soryong and Lady Hwajin looked at each other in disbelief. Their plan had succeeded. Then placing his hand on the table, Manhwa stood up and ordered everyone to gather in the main courtyard of the Beast Palace for preparation. Everyone gathered in the main courtyard of the Beast Palace. The man standing next to Jong approached Soryong and thanked him. Placing his hand on Soryong's shoulder with a smile, he said it was regrettable due to the urgency that he couldn't properly see him off. Soryong said it was fine because he only did what everyone should do. The woman, feeling remorseful about yesterday, admitted she didn't know how serious he was and had been wrong to judge him. The boy told her not to worry. This strong woman turned out to be one of the elders of the palace and also the daughter of the palace master, her eyes fixed on a spider. And she acknowledged that it was amazing. Having beasts by your side is easy, but making insects and venomous creatures follow you is entirely different. She began petting Soryong's small spider and asked if in the future, when his little creatures reproduced, could she keep one? Then a painful scream echoed, causing everyone to panic. Bill was confused, wondering what that sound was and if it was an elephant. Soryong's eyes widened in shock. When he turned around, he saw ants attacking and slowly devouring an elephant. Soryong was terrified, realizing this was bad because the elephant had surely run straight towards them. The elders were shocked. It was the ants and the elephant had been defeated without a chance to act. The boy began sweating and panicked, urging everyone to evacuate immediately as the ants were advancing directly toward them. Manhwa gritted his teeth, refusing to say that it was too late because they had arrived. The ants were devouring the elephant while others approached the Beast Palace just a few hundred meters away. Escape was no longer possible. In an instant, the ants devoured the elephant completely, leaving only its bones. Soryong and everyone panicked as they saw the elephant turn to bones instantly. Manhwa became serious. They had no choice but to fight. The elder clenched his fist, doubting if they could hold out even with such a huge elephant being killed in an instant. Lady Hwajin was worried, asking Soryong if the Great Clan Master and Venom unit were alright. With confidence, he said that understanding the danger of the ant army, they must have fled to the other side of the river. The ants began advancing towards them, his eyes fixed on them, drenched in sweat, worrying about his group as it seemed impossible to get through the ants to escape. Soryong placed his hand on his spear and started thinking this was their worst situation if they didn't act now. The ants would catch up with them in the wilderness and he needed to decide what to do. Then a spider silk thread descended from the mountain peak, catching everyone's attention. It was Yahua. When Soryong was surprised, Lady Hwajin began smiling, remembering they still had her, realizing if they used Yoi's silk to cross the mountain, they could escape safely. Nearby, Mengho stood with his arms crossed, looking at Soryong and wondering what the Southern Beast Palace people would do if just their group was fine, but with so many more. With a confident smile, Manhwa told the young warrior not to worry about them and to go on. He explained that in the beast world, eating and being eaten were natural. If they couldn't defeat these creatures, their fate would be to be devoured. Soryong and Lady Hwajin were shocked. The boy clenched his fists, eyes shining with determination. He couldn't abandon them like this. They were beast lovers too. He focused, telling himself there had to be a way to save everyone, and as a spicy Fapo, he must find it. Soryong began analyzing the habits and migration patterns of the ant army. His eyes lit up with joy. With a smile, he said he had an idea. Manhwa and others were puzzled by this. With half-closed eyes full of curiosity, the palace master asked Soryong if there was any way to deal with these ants. The boy nodded, saying yes, but they would have to endure some hardship. Placing his hand on his spear and smiling confidently, he asked if Manhwa wanted to hear it. The next day after digesting the elephant, the ants had completely consumed it. They began moving towards the Beast Wilderness Valley in search of food. Following their plan prepared all night, they gathered with Lady Hwajin watching from a distance, closing their eyes and interlocking their hands, hoping no one would be hurt. Everyone carried weapons. With a serious look, Soryong told Mei Ying and Hyuk-jang to prepare. Ma Jin began shouting loudly, ordering the Beast Palace disciples to stand firm like mountains and not break their formation. They would protect their home with their lives. The ants began advancing towards them. Soryong carefully watched as they got closer. When the ant stepped on the liquid layer on the grass, he ordered everyone to throw torches. Hearing the order, everyone threw their burning torches. The torch touched the liquid at the exact moment of contact. Flames burst out and only a few ants were trapped in the fire's circle. Soryong was pleased to see his plan worked. The hunting group was isolated. With determination, Suryang charged towards the ant swarm, declaring their formation had collapsed and ordered the water bearers, martial artists, and water to advance. Engaging the isolated ants, they used sharp spears to begin eliminating the swarm, knowing they must exterminate the hunting group and protect the young warriors so he could approach the main body. Ma Jinho's daughter wished him luck. Suryang was more concerned for them and told them to be careful not to get hurt. While martial artists fought, Suryang broke through the encirclement and approached the main body. Minutes passed, but nothing happened. Seeing this, he started thinking. Soon, he began acting silly and taunting the ants, shouting at the hated creatures that he was there. The plan worked because the ants became angry. Not missing a moment, Suryang ran towards the furious swarm of ants. CLPO and everyone had eliminated the isolated ant group. She watched him closely, wondering if the young warrior's plan would unfold as he said. Her father told her to wait and see. Sori saw everything and realized their perfect plan because they were following him. He just needed to keep running around the field. Just then, he stepped on oil and a slippery surface. His eyes widened in fear knowing this was bad. Taking advantage of the opportunity as the ants closed in and charged at him, Suryang panicked realizing he had stepped on the oil just in time. The ants began to fall from above onto Suryang. All he could do was close his eyes and prepare for the worst. When Jang cried out that Suryang was caught by ants, Lady Hyen and Gupei were shocked with fear in their eyes. The ants started biting Suryang. Suryang didn't intend to give up easily, so he called Yoa. She reacted instantly and threw silk towards Suryang. Fortunately, he grabbed the silk and by pulling hard, she stopped him from being swallowed by the ants. Gubai and Lady Huojin sighed in relief seeing him survive and praised Yoa. Suryang was sitting on some rocks, panting to catch his breath. Looking down at his clothes, he saw an ant still trying to bite him. Thankfully, he only had a few scratches and was glad for the experience. Suryang's body was as hard as iron. Using his armor skills, he killed Yoa and the angry ants began scolding him. He smiled sheepishly saying he knew and even if they didn't, Hua Din would soon too. His eyes lit up with joy noticing the ants. They were standing on some rocks as the ants circled around them. Ma Jinho and Hoog were surprised to see this. The ants were circling just like the young warrior said. Sori was the only one who knew why the ants behaved that way, because their path had been cut off. He understood that the ants couldn't see clearly and were guided by pheromones left by the leading ant. So if a hunting group or vanguard suddenly disappeared, the worker ants would follow the signal and get tangled up, losing direction. Since the palace guards had eliminated the hunting group, the ants would be trapped and chase each other until they died. With amazement and a smile, he said this was the final death vortex for the ants. When Seopyo's eyes widened in joy, she turned to her father, clasped her hands together, nodded with approval, and allowed her daughter to immediately report it. With a relieved smile, Sori wiped away tears of relief mixed with anger. Lady Huan and Gupai couldn't help but smile. He sighed in relief that everything was fine and this was how the young warrior saved the palace from destruction. 3 days had passed since Suryang trapped the ant soldiers in the ant vortex before the giant insect army. Continuing to move in an endless self-destructive circle, they gradually weakened. Now the entire swarm disintegrated as exhausted ants fell one by one, while palace guards stepped between them. They crushed the weak creatures with their feet. Standing next to Suryang, he asked the princess if this long challenge had finally ended and Suryang hesitantly nodded. Ma Jing Hobbit asked what Suryang wanted him to do. Suryang made a strange request. He wanted to find the queen ant among the dying ants. He smiled explaining he wanted to see if it could be raised and asked for their help this time. In his mind, Suryang was excited recalling when he used to catch and raise ants as a child. He thought they were perfect pets and was determined not to miss this rare opportunity. With the new goal in mind, the search began. Suryang told Hai UK Jonggu, Pei, and Lady Hoa Jing to find the ant with the largest abdomen. Australian Zhang said that he was told by a palace guard named Suryang to come quickly after a huge red ant appeared on the ground. Before his eyes lay a horrifying scene, a giant red ant lying on the ground, surrounded by dead ants. This insect monster had glowing red eyes full of danger, with a spear already stuck in its head, yet it was still alive. Everyone gathered around in shock, realizing that the smaller ants were eating each other while the giant one was at the center. Lady Hai Yin asked if this could be a queen ant. Suryang confirmed with an uncomfortable expression that it was definitely a queen ant, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that something strange was happening. Suryang was haunted by what he saw. With his knowledge of insects, he knew that a new queen could survive by eating her own eggs to establish a colony. But a queen would never eat her young when the colony had grown strong and stable. He also knew that ants only recognize dead comrades after about 3 days, as their bodies start emitting a specific odor. This led him to a terrible conclusion. The queen ant was eating its own live young. It completely went against the natural order. As he pondered this, Lady Huazhang called out to him, telling him to look closely at the head of the queen ant. His eyes widened when he saw something glimmering where the spear had pierced it. It was a golden needle emitting weak light, deeply embedded in the creature's body. Driven by curiosity, Soryang cautiously approached the dying monster. Lady Huajing warned him to be careful, but he focused on removing the strange golden needle from the queen ant's head. As soon as it was pulled out, black blood gushed from the wound and the giant ant let out its final hiss before collapsing. Soryang said that the queen ant had died. Holding the strange needle, he turned to Lady Huajing and asked if she recognized it. She looked at it for a moment and said even Tang clan used gold needles, but this one was unusually long and shaped. As Soryang examined more closely, he realized the needle was hollow. He guessed it was used to inject some kind of poison into the queen ant. Suddenly, a voice called out to Soryang and Lady Huaying. It was an elder running towards them with subordinates, making both grandchildren very happy. The elder explained that he had met Bispalic warriors while searching for them and heard their entire story. He asked if Soryang was okay and said his minor injuries were due to the magic armor. Manhwa then approached the elder and confirmed he was indeed an elder of the Tang clan. And in a surprising move, he and all Bispalic warriors knelt down to show their gratitude. The three brothers announced that their people owed a great debt to the Tang clan for their help, making the elder insist they stand up repeatedly, secretly thinking even important figures like him should not be treated this way. The Bispalic leader's deep bow was extremely rare. When they stood up, Manhwa insisted on treating the Tang clan with great respect and invited them to his palace. However, Soryang intervened, saying he had an important question for his grandfather first. He presented the golden needle removed from the queen ant's head, explaining where he found it and noting its similarity to a Tang clan needle. He asked the elder if he had ever seen such a needle before. Just seeing the needle, the elder's face immediately turned into utter shock. He grabbed Soryang's hand, asking anxiously where he found it. Soryang repeated that it was inside the queen ant's head. Lady Hai Yin asked what was happening, sensing something seriously wrong with the needle. With a dark and ominous voice, the elder looked at his grandchildren and Beast Palace people. He announced that it seemed an old enemy. A bitter enemy of both Tang clan and Beast Palace was still alive. This news left Ma Jinho and the warriors speechless. Ma Jinho asked in shock who could bear such a grudge against both families. With a somber expression, the elder revealed their common enemy, the Five Poison Sect. The name rang out like a verdict. Ma Jinho and other elders gasped, asking if it was possible that the sect they had destroyed over a century ago still existed. As they reacted strongly, Soryang remembered his grandfather's stories. He recalled that their divine technique came from this very sect. The Tang clan and Bispalic had united to destroy it. Ma Jinho began piecing together the story and realized if the Five Poison Sect was involved, they must have used a forbidden technique to coat the queen ant with a powerful poison. Soryang's teacher explained that this was a dangerous technique forcing beasts to unlock their potential and transform. She added that it was an extreme measure because it could easily kill the creature. The elder elaborated on the sect's cruelty, describing them as ruthless for forcing beasts to mate with poison insects. He concluded that the combination of a Tang clan-style golden needle and Bispalic technique was clear evidence of their involvement. Fear spread among the Bispalic warriors, whispering about the impending disaster from a century ago. Interrupting the panic, the elder placed his hand on Soryang's head. He acknowledged the danger, but emphasized the good news that the ants were defeated and, more importantly, this event proved the Five Poison Sect was still active. Proudly looking at his grandson, he said he had made a significant contribution. Manhwa agreed completely, patting Soryang's head and acknowledging that without him, they would not have known the danger approaching. Soryang blushes out of shyness. Finally, the great elder stands tall and solemnly declares. He says that since the Five Poison Teachings poison hasn't been truly eradicated, the century-old alliance still holds. Speaking on behalf of the clan chief, he pledges full support from the Tang clan in Sichuan for Bispalic's upcoming battle. With a resolute gaze, Ma Jinho clasps his hands and solemnly renews the alliance, stating that Bispalic will surely stand by and aid. He expresses deep gratitude, saying that since Soryang has made such significant contributions, he wants to grant him and the Tang clan anything they desire. Ma Jinho's excitement is evident as he loudly urges Soryang to ask for whatever he wishes, leaving Soryang confused about why he keeps receiving such generous offers. Seeing an opportunity, the great elder leans in close and whispers to his grandson. He tells Soryang to ask Manhwa about the Five Poison Completion technique, assuring that Lord Bispalic will not dare to refuse. Following his grandfather's advice, Suryong turns to Manhwa and says he has a question. The scene shifts to Beast King's grand hall in this palace. Here, Suryong presents to small spider-like creatures jumping on the water surface. He begins explaining his unique situation, having learned a technique from the 5 poison teachings that allows him to command creatures with mere thoughts. Getting straight to the point, Suryong asks if the 5 poison completion technique contains the Beast Palace's beast taming mind arts. This makes Ma Jinho and Seo Pyo ponder the deep meaning of his request. After some thought, Ma In-ho sadly says it's hard to accept such a request, leaving Suryong disappointed. Seo Pyo explains why her father refused. She says Bisbalik is not stingy with martial arts, but the beast-taming mind arts are their greatest secret kept strictly. It's reserved for direct bloodline and absolutely forbidden to be disclosed. This leaves the elders in a difficult position. Ma In-ho points out that somehow, Suryong's clan has obtained a significant part of their secret technique, and they don't know how to handle it. Realizing his request was too much, Suryong nervously turns to his grandfather, apologizing for asking something inappropriate. Suddenly, Ma Jinho's face changes as if an idea strikes him. He closely examines Suryong and asks a very personal question. If he is the Tang clan's son-in-law, why does Suryong feel completely alone with no family or relatives left? And why would the Lord ask such a thing? To Suryong's surprise, Manhwa and Seo Pyo appear delighted. The palace master says it's perfect for a blind orphan, leaving Suryong even more confused about how this could be good. Ma In-ho laughs heartily, praising the name of Suryong and admiring his love for creatures. He says it's more sincere than anyone in the entire Beast Palace. Then his face turns serious as he draws everyone's attention. Looking directly at the stunned youth, Ma Jinho raises his authoritative finger and makes a shocking declaration with absolute certainty. Suryong will become his son. Suryong and his companions are speechless before Manhwa's unexpected announcement. Dazed, he can only stammer asking if the palace master really meant to adopt him as his own son. Ma In-ho confirms with a firm gaze, clearly stating that Suryong will be adopted into the Beast Palace. He explains that if Suryong becomes part of his family, he can learn all of the Beast Palace's martial arts, including its most secret techniques. He adds that given the 5 poison teachings' resurgence, their families need to be more united than ever. Turning to the patriarch, Ma Jinho respectfully asks for his opinion. He acknowledges that their previous marriage 200 years ago failed, but he believes with a special boy like Suryong, they can correct past mistakes. The patriarch strokes his beard in thought. He agrees it's an appealing offer, especially considering the future son-in-law status of Suryong with their family. However, he leaves the final decision to Suryong, saying that his free spirit is most important. With senior approval, Ma In-ho turns back to Suryong and offers a more enticing proposal. If Suryong becomes his adopted son, he will personally teach him how to share his heart and mind with all his animal friends. The offer overwhelms Suryong. He's terrified by the sudden idea of having another father and sister. He feels it's too big a decision to make right away. Seeing his hesitation, Ma In-ho and CLPO exchange glances, realizing their offer isn't enough yet. Suddenly, CLPO's face lights up with an idea. She excitedly suggests her father give Suryong a piece or flying snake. Thinking of the young man's love for poisonous creatures, she believes this would be the perfect gift. Suryong hears the unfamiliar name and looks bewildered. He turns to his grandfather for an explanation. Seeing his old face turn serious, the patriarch says she might be referring to the Xiankai, a legendary flying snake. It's said to be the strongest poison creature with 2 horns that can fly through the sky. He describes it as a mysterious beast. Suryong's eyes light up immediately, his hesitation vanishing in pure excitement. His eyes shine and he clutches his hands tightly, completely captivated by the idea of this amazing creature. He thinks it's an earth-shattering offer. Seeing Suryong about to agree, Seo Pyo makes her final irresistible promise. With a slight confident smile, she says if he becomes her brother, she will personally help him catch the legendary flying snake. Line 60 is intentionally left blank as per the task requirements. That's enough! Suryong's doubts vanished completely. Don't think anymore, call Manhwa father and Seo Pyo sister. The prince-princess burst into joyful laughter to welcome her new son. While Lady Huang and her companion were still bewildered, the atmosphere was filled with joy. And so, after a happy but unexpected decision, the official adoption ceremony took place, making Soryan an official member of Nam Thu Kong. That day, when Soryan lay on his new comfortable bed, he couldn't help laughing at the strange situation he was in. He thought that in his past life, he had adopted countless animals, but never imagined being adopted himself. Yet, he found it not a bad feeling. He felt that people from the animal palace with deep love for animals were good people, just like his family at the temple. His peaceful thoughts were shattered when the bedroom door suddenly flew open. In front of him was his new sister Sion Pio. And Lady Hoozing was also extremely bewildered. Both were only in their nightgowns before he could understand what happened. Sion Pio bluntly said that now they were family, so they should sleep together and chat. She winked and said she always dreamed of doing this if she had a younger brother. When Sorian asked why Lady Hoozing was there, she blushed and stammered that it was a custom in the Animal Palace where betrothed couples would share a room. Sorian's mind spun as he thought it was a wonderful custom before realizing its true meaning. His heart raced with fear at the idea of spending the night with two girls. Ignoring his confusion, Sorian playfully pulled on his leg and Lady Huang, who was also flustered. He leaped onto the bed, pinning Sorian in the middle as he blushed. When he screamed silently, Sion Pio happily suggested starting with talking about his favorite animals. Nearby on a table, his tiny creatures looked bewildered at their master being dominated by this new family. The next day, Sorian went out with his new father and sister. Clearly, he didn't sleep well. His tired face after the chaotic night when Majin asked if he had a good sleep, he awkwardly denied it. Manhwa said it was time to start training Sorian and teach him. First, he needed to check his inner strength. He told Soryong to sit down and relax. Soryong immediately followed. Manhwa placed his hand on Soryong's back, transferring his inner energy throughout Soryong's body to examine the condition. After a while, the prince-princess withdrew her hand. With a thoughtful expression, she said that Soryong's inner strength was hidden too well for him not to notice before. She concluded that even though Soryong had mimicked the beast taming technique, his version was incomplete and much weaker. This was something he needed to discuss with the patriarch. Still confused, Sorian asked what the beast taming technique was. Sonpyo explained that it was a cultivation method allowing martial artists to transmit their heart to beasts and strengthen them together. Sorian was amazed. Majinho added that it also allowed users to sense the beast's heart and give special commands. Better than explaining, he instructed his daughter to demonstrate. Sonpyo took a deep breath and let out a loud howl. In response, a large pack of green-eyed wolves emerged from nearby woods and roared menacingly towards them. Soryong stared in shock as the wolf pack gathered around them. The lead wolf started growling at Soryong, but Sonpei immediately shouted it off, telling him not to doubt because Soryong was now her younger brother. The wolf stopped and looked confused. When the wolves calmed down, Sonpei smiled and encouraged Soryong to try giving orders to them. She ordered the pack of wolves to attack Ma Xinho in a coordinated wolf formation. Instantly, all the wolves obeyed and charged towards Ma Xinho. But the prince-princess stood still, not worried at all. With just a stream of inner energy, he easily pushed back the beasts, sending them flying even though he didn't touch them. The demonstration ended when Manhwa stood calmly in the now silent pack of wolves. Soryong was completely speechless, his eyes wide with admiration. He exclaimed at how amazing it was that all 10 wolves moved so perfectly together. Magho explained that this might be because they're all connected through the beast taming technique. Proudly, he described the art as a way to merge with beasts, using their claws and fangs like his own. He added that when mastered fully, one could control hundreds or thousands of beasts, though he warned against overindulgence. The explanation and demonstration were enough to excite Sorian. He clenched his fists tightly and said this technique was the best. Without hesitation, he knelt down in a formal bow, heartily requesting his new father and sister teach him the beast taming technique. Ma Jingho smiled widely and said of course he would pass on the technique to him. Soryong happily thanked him. Ma Jinho placed his hand on Soryong's back again, and a visible strong energy flow began from the prince-princess as she transmitted the method to her new son. Ma Jinho focused, thinking that while teaching Sorian heart-beast meditation techniques, he would also adjust his 5-poison reversal pill cultivation method. He analyzed Sorian's body and realized the overload from continuous toxin usage, something the beast cage's core technique was not designed to handle. As the process continued, Ma Jinho explained that the heart-beast meditation technique wasn't actually meant to deal with toxins. Its true purpose was to connect with something more fundamental, like an animal's bloodline. The news shocked Sorian. Manhwa added that it only needed a drop of blood or even other fluids like saliva. He revealed this was why Sorian could mentally command creatures similar to spiders. The connection began forming when the creature bit him, memories flashing and Sorian understood. With one final pat on Sorian's shoulder, Manhwa declared the ritual complete. He told his new son that he was now fully connected with his little spider. Thanks to the heart-beast meditation technique, he would feel its heartbeat and emotions perfectly. Closing his eyes and hugging the small creature tightly, Sorian felt a warm, glowing energy enveloping him. He stood still, truly feeling it this time. He was overwhelmed by the pure, unconditional love from his companion, an intense feeling like being loved as a child. Tears streamed down his face as he hugged the creature tightly. Ma Jinghe watched with satisfaction and declared that this was the power of the complete heart beast meditation technique. Ready to continue, Mingho instructed Sorian to bring other small creatures for him to repeat the process and form connections with them. Despite Sorian's concern about being bitten, Myung-ha assured him he would be fine because he could use protective spirit energy when needed. Thus, the method for the next step was even stranger than what Sorian had imagined. Manhwa told Sorian to lie down and open his mouth before the boy could react. Dinho held the creatures on Sorian's face and ordered them to spit into his master's mouth. He explained that Sorian would use the heart beast meditation technique to sense the saliva as it entered his body. Horrified, Sorian tried to resist. But it was too late. The creatures began spitting violently on his head. As the saliva dripped down, Sorian was overwhelmed by a sick feeling. He thought this situation had become too bizarre. At the beast cage training ground, Sorian prepared to train 3 small rabbit-like spider creatures. With his new sister Seonpyo and Lady Wai Yang watching, he signaled them to start. He ordered them to deploy 6C formation, a new technique he was developing. The 3 creatures rushed towards the training post, but instead clung gently to it. From afar, Seonpyo and Lady Wai Yang were moved to exclaim how cute those small creatures were. However, Sorian panicked, realizing this wasn't the terrifying effect he wanted. He thought about the ferocity of wolves attacking, but his creatures looked too adorable. He tried guiding them, telling them to strike more impressively. Seeing their sad faces, Sorian panicked and ran over to reassure them, praising their efforts. Hugging them, he reminded himself they were still less than a year old and needed to grow slowly. Thinking this way, he decided to continue training. A month had passed since Sorian officially inherited the Beast Heart technique and bonded with the Z group. With similar initial techniques, he quickly mastered the new method. This helped him focus on strengthening his bond with his companion. Sorian actually didn't perform the spitting technique to have creatures spit into his mouth. He couldn't do that. Instead, he completed the bonding by letting them suck on his little finger. Later, as they walked, Sorian asked Seonpyo if there was any news from the ancient sky deity. Seonpyo explained that since the warriors checked every 3 days, they would likely hear soon. Sorian understood and nodded when he stood with Seonpyo and Lady Wai Ying. Gupai ran up to them, panting heavily. He called young Master So Young, informing him that he had news from the great ancestor emperor. Surprised, Sorian asked what it was about. Gupai hesitated for a moment before delivering the good news. The last sky deity messenger had been found. That news made both Sorian and Lady Wai Ying very excited. A determined smile appeared on Sorian's face as he thought that this moment finally arrived. Without hesitation, he declared they would meet the great-grandfather immediately. The group went to the Great Sash Hall of the Beast Cage, where the great ancestor emperor was overseeing subordinates preparing ritual items. Gupai and Lady Huojin hurried over. The great ancestor emperor warmly waiting for his grandson and asked about his training progress. Asked how his cultivation was going, Sorian assured him he was fully dedicated to it. Excitedly changing topics, Sorian said he heard that the sky deity messenger had been found. The great ancestor emperor confirmed, explaining that he was directly supervising the creation of the special Ringa mixture using beast tribe alchemy techniques. This was necessary for capturing. He explained that even though they had found the creature, they couldn't act immediately. He warned them that while its poison was weaker than before. Before adding more, the great ancestor emperor's face softened and said he just caught something interesting and wanted to show Sorian. When Emperor Taezong brought out the jar, Suryang and the lady wearing looked inside in amazement. Below was a strange spider with a flat, hard abdomen that resembled an intricately crafted gold ingot. Suryang excitedly recognized it as a money spider, and Emperor Taezong confirmed this with a smile. He explained that the creature got its name because its belly looked like real gold. This creature is also known as the sand hourglass spider of China, belonging to the trapdoor spider family. Suryang's face lit up in joy. He thought this was a rare species he had never found before in his previous life. Overjoyed, he thanked his grandfather for such an amazing gift, which delighted the patriarch when he saw his grandson so elated. After exchanging gifts, the patriarch immediately brought up their main mission, saying they now only needed to find a safe place to contain the celestial messenger spirit after capturing it. Chen Soria offered advice, noting that snakes could squeeze through the tiniest gaps and suggesting specialized bags for them. However, the patriarch's expression turned serious. Concerned that conventional methods might not be effective enough, he warned that the creature they were pursuing was a unique grade spirit beast, strong enough to break most containers. This made Soria even more worried. Turning to his grandson, he asked if he had any suitable containment ideas, making Sorya fumble as he realized he was considered an expert in their group. As he pondered, Suryong accidentally bumped into a member holding the jar with the new spider, causing that person to cry out in pain. Suddenly, this person called out urgently for Suryong, panicking about what had happened. In the chaos, he reported that the money spider had vanished. Now only soil remained at the bottom of the jar. The young man apologized, explaining that he just momentarily turned away in fright. Suryong remained calm and reassured them that the creature hadn't truly escaped, then asked for some silk to place on a pair of chopsticks. With something in hand, Suryong tied a small insect onto a strand of silk and released it into the jar's center. Instantly, the money spider shot up from beneath the soil layer, snatching the bait so quickly no one saw it happen. The person holding the jar was shocked to the core, while Suryong explained that this was a trapdoor spider, which digs burrows and doesn't need to worry about escape. He took a deep breath, then walked away with the jar, his face still relaxed. Suryong watched, remembering how these spiders create underground burrows. Thinking of a space similar to a sealed bag, an ingenious idea suddenly struck him. He visualized the spider's cave structure, realizing that a bag mimicking this would solve their problem. His eyes widened in excitement, his hands clenching tightly. He exclaimed that he had found a solution. With renewed inspiration, Suryong ran to find the only person who could realize his idea, Yoga, sleeping on her web. He called out Yoga's name and woke her up, waiting for her attention. Suryong held up the small bag and asked if she, as a giant spider now, could create a similar but much larger version using Zagwa's special silk. His idea was to use silk stronger than steel with 20 times its weight, which Yoga had proven effective against an entire army of ants. Because it was a spirit beast, her durable silk had shown immense power in resisting the ant army, making it the finest material available. The idea was simple and smart, using this nearly indestructible silk to create a giant bag for containing the spirit beast. Accepting the challenge, Iwo immediately got to work. After a short while, she created a beautiful white bag from her own silk, leaving Sorya speechless. He took the bag and praised it highly, saying it was perfect as expected, while Iwo cheered in delight at being recognized. The others were also stunned. Gupai tried cutting the bag with a knife-like tool, amazed by its hardness, while the patriarch nodded approvingly, calling it a monster product. After completing the final step, the patriarch declared they could set out tomorrow and ordered the warriors to prepare as their group would depart early. And Suryong stood between Yoga and Miss Huering, nodding in agreement. Overjoyed, Suryong turned to Yoga and praised her work, then gave her a series of head pats that made her blush with happiness. The patriarch and Gupai laughed at the cute scene, while Miss Huering blushed as she watched. Thus, all preparations for capturing the celestial messenger spirit were complete. The next morning, when the sun just rose, the group set out on their mission. They were led by warriors from the Beast Palace. Suryong and his team headed to Hyaksu Canyon, where the celestial messenger spirit had appeared before. As they walked, the patriarch expressed his eagerness, having not seen the 24 most deadly poisons firsthand since childhood. Suryong was surprised by this and only remembered them as part of the top 10 toxins. The patriarch explained that it was just a metaphor. Just like there are 24 hours in a day, each hour is assigned to a powerful spirit beast. Even though not among the top 10, all 24 species are extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Suryong and Miss Huering gradually understood its significance. After some distance, a leading warrior shouted that they had arrived, pointing towards the canyon. Suryong looked and was amazed by the sight before him. Perched next to the waterfall was a massive creature, a long, beautiful snake with greenish scales and sharp horns on its head. He whispered its name, Celestial Messenger Spirit, while the patriarch read from the palace's ancient texts. The patriarch described how this wind-riding beast glided over water like it was part of a cloud, its body blending into the green sky with its sharp horns radiating power. It moved between heaven and mist so seamlessly that it was hard to distinguish where one ended and the other began. He revealed its true importance, stating that the palace ranked this spirit beast as the first among the 20 for most deadly. It ruled over the first 2 hours, symbolizing the origin of heaven and earth, with its dark golden hue, a powerful ancient creature. Before this irrational image, Suryong's mind drifted back to his past life, remembering that Earth also had flying snakes, but few knew about them. He recalled his livestream as Spicy Faber, where he showed 1 million viewers a flying green snake named Chrysopelior. When asked how it could fly, he explained scientifically, saying it glided by expanding its ribs to catch the wind. People thought he was just trying to get views, but he calmly replied that gliding 250 meters was almost like flying. At that time, he laughed confidently, declaring that all things must follow physics and snakes couldn't fly like birds. That was once his belief. But now, seeing this snake with horns defying all laws in midair, he can only wonder what he's witnessing. The surreal scene almost makes him lose his mind. He turns to ask his grandfather if a snake flying is strange, but the patriarch just laughs, saying it's why it's called the Heavenly Phoenix Serpent, making Soryong blush. Meanwhile, Waiting Miss is fascinated, hugging Soryong's small scorpions and hoping they grow quickly into powerful venomous creatures like Linsa in front of her, catching a few people's attention. Linsa immediately looks at the group on the cliff and stares directly at them. Its eyes flash green, then shrink, transforming into tiny size and zipping away with lightning speed, making Soryong shout that it's running away. The patriarch remains calm, saying it has discovered their presence. He reassures Soryong not to worry, believing they will find it soon. He orders the group to run and sends someone to scout around, calming Soryong down as he nods in agreement. After Linsa flees, everyone on the cliff discusses their next move. Seonpyu approaches Soryong, who is deep in thought, and asks what he's doing. He explains that since this is his first time seeing a snake actually fly, he's trying to think of ways to lure it down so they can catch it. Seonpyu laughs, saying with the creatures he controls, he should know basic hunting skills. This confuses Soryong as she asks what she means. Pingtan explains that even though it can fly, it's still a creature. The creatures need to eat and sleep like other species, so they will have to come down at some point, which is their moment of vulnerability. Those simple words made Soryong realize that these creatures couldn't stay aloft forever, prompting him to wake up from his complacency. His mind immediately recalled the breathing games where the cluster creatures were vulnerable when eating, and he realized he had overcomplicated things instead of choosing the simplest approach. He was immensely grateful and thanked his new sister, Seopyo, who smiled confidently and assured him to rely on her. They both laughed happily, but that enthusiasm didn't last long. As night fell over the mountains, their situation worsened. With the hunting party falling into chaos, the beast warriors lay scattered, while Andy was in pain from being defeated. Standing among those who had fallen, Soryong and his teammates were stunned by the scene before them. It was only then that they fully understood the true nature of their prey. Hovering high under the moonlight, radiating a fierce aura, the dragon spirit explained why it ranked first among the 20 for poisons. Little Miss Huang hurried to Soryong's side, worriedly asking if he was hurt. Despite still feeling dizzy, he reassured her that he was fine. The glowing eyes of the dragon spirit looked down on them, showcasing its overwhelming superiority. Shaking with fear, Soryong recalled that they had been watching this creature for 3 days straight. From their reconnaissance activities, they gathered 2 crucial pieces of information: that it would descend every 3 days to feed on a special kind of fish, and that its flight time was limited, with a maximum duration of only 2 hours. This led them to plan an ambush when it came down at night, hoping to catch it off guard. However, reality turned out completely different. The creature was smarter than they had anticipated. As soon as they acted, it detected their presence and immediately flew straight up into the sky, leaving behind a half-cooked meal for them. Its 6-meter-long body, covered in hard armor, left no room for any weapons to penetrate. But its muscle strength was the scariest aspect of it. The spirit continuously dived towards the ground with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that blew away warriors like leaves, raining down stones and dust that made it impossible to approach within a safe range. As the dust settled, Soryong and his teammates realized that despite its venom not being as potent as the top 10 poisons, its physical strength and senses far surpassed all 20 for poisons combined. Seeing the casualties around them, the tribal leader immediately made a decision. He told Soryong that too many were injured and they had to retreat. Soryong quickly agreed. The tribal leader loudly ordered everyone to withdraw, asking for those who could carry the wounded to return to their temporary safe camp. The entire group turned and fled from the fierce dragon spirit. Everyone's faces showed a mix of fear and determination. The scene shifted to that night, with the group gathered around the fire, the atmosphere heavy as they tended to their still painful wounds. Dr. Hua Din was bandaging Soryong's arm, and he approached Han to ask how she was doing. She reassured him it was just a minor cut. Nearby, the tribal leader was applying a splint to a warrior who had broken his arm. Despite the man's apologies, he took responsibility for the situation. Standing beside Sean Peel, who was worried, he admitted that he had underestimated the creature's strength and said that even a lower-level species could be as formidable as this one against their top-tier enemies. Then he turned to Soryong, asking what they should do next. This made Soryong fall into deep thought. He realized that this creature surpassed all his knowledge from past lives, making the information from those times useless. Looking at the injured warriors, he understood that a direct assault would be too risky. They couldn't sacrifice their lives to catch one beast. He thought it would be much easier if it couldn't fly, and as this idea flashed through his mind, an important memory came to the tribal leader, excitedly. He exclaimed that he just remembered something crucial. He declared that he had a clue about how the dragon spirit could hover in midair, immediately capturing Soryong's attention. He explained that every time the dragon spirit took off, he felt an energy vortex around it. When it flew without using its body, he guessed it was manipulating this source of power to lift itself up. Confused, Soryong turned to Dr. Hua Din and asked what controlling that energy meant. She explained that it was a form of lightness kung fu focused on speed and grace. She said the technique usually relied on leg strength to jump high, while the advanced version used internal power to lift the entire body. Emphasizing that this required an enormous amount of internal energy, she made Soryong wonder if the dragon spirit had such a large amount. But the tribal leader corrected him. He confirmed that the creature's flying ability didn't rely on internal power and confidently revealed that its true strength came from an internal organ, a concentrated ball of pure energy inside it. This revelation left everyone in shock. Gup and Shinpyo asked if this was really possible. Even Soryong immediately thought about the green centipede's internal organ he had taken before, which was a precious medicinal herb that could enhance human martial arts. This realization made the atmosphere more excited. Gupai firmly believed they now had a reason to catch the dragon spirit, and Seonpyo agreed enthusiastically. The tribal leader analyzed the benefits, saying that little Miss Hua Din had once broken through after absorbing an internal organ from a lower-level species. If she used the dragon spirit's internal organ, her martial arts would skyrocket immediately. But he also pointed out the terrifying fact that if their target was the internal organ, it would be almost impossible to catch the creature alive, making Surya's face harden at the thought of having to kill it. Noticing the change in his expression, Hua Din asked what he was thinking. Soryong firmly declared that killing it was something he absolutely would not do and announced they would definitely catch the dragon spirit alive. Everyone was impressed by his strong decision. Seonpyo was the first to question him, asking why he had missed such a valuable opportunity. She reminded them that this was the legendary dragon spirit's internal organ. Soryong only smiled and explained that internal power could be cultivated over time. Killing one unique creature just for a shortcut was something he couldn't do. To him, a living spirit was more precious than any internal organ. The tribal leader smiled kindly, saying that his respect for life was the essence of who he was. He agreed with Soryong's choice, but asked the practical question. So what was their new plan? Looking down at the three small reptiles sleeping peacefully nearby, Soryong declared that he had truly thought of a way. A confident smile mixed with cunning appeared on his lips as he silently promised the dragon spirit he would catch it without leaving even a tiny mark on its beautiful body. Following Soryong's new plan, the group began their action phase. They found the dragon spirit when it landed by a quiet river to drink water. From their hiding spot, Soryong picked up a stone and threw it near the creature. The sudden sound startled the spirit snake, causing it to hiss and look around for the source of the noise. Observing its reaction, Soryong began analyzing scientifically, remembering that snakes have three ways to perceive their world. First is a bone in the skull that helps them sense vibrations and sound waves. Second is an organ that detects scents with its young tongue. And third is a heat-sensing pit that allows it to detect prey's body temperature through sensitive cells. Thanks to this, Soryong concluded simply that if they could mask their scent and body heat, the spirit snake wouldn't be able to locate them. However, executing this plan was far from elegant. Both the clan leader and Lady Hua Din were tightly wrapped in thick layers of white cloth like mummies. The clan leader blushed with embarrassment and asked Soryong if he really had to wear such a bizarre outfit. Soryong explained that the suit was made from Zagwa's super durable silk, which was crucial for their disguise. Even though it couldn't completely hide all traces, everyone needed to maintain distance. Despite understanding the reason for the disguise, the clan leader still had doubts. He asked Soryong how these outfits would help them capture the spirit snake without harming it. Soryong smiled and began explaining their entire plan, repeating Sarkopio's advice that even a divine beast needs to eat and sleep, which was the key point. He revealed the next step, saying they would follow the spirit snake for days, waiting each time it tried to land to eat or rest. They would throw stones to disturb it, not letting it settle down, causing the clan leader and Lady Hua Din to be speechless. Soryong confidently explained his theory, saying that due to the special silk, the spirit snake wouldn't detect them, meaning it couldn't attack. And when constantly deprived of food and sleep, the creature would eventually exhaust itself and fall unconscious because even with 24 deadly poisons, it still had to follow its survival instinct. He admitted that this would exhaust everyone and said he was counting on their endurance, causing the group to groan in complaint. Thus, the harassment campaign began. 6 long days passed as the hunting party grew increasingly tired. Finally, they saw the spirit snake, which had already weakened, slowly land on a small stream out of desperation to drink. A scout spotted it and shouted the order to throw stones. The spirit snake roared in anger and fatigue. its body trembling from exhaustion. It tried to fly up again, but the movements were heavy and sluggish. Its eyes blurred as hunger and lack of sleep clouded its vision. Finally, it couldn't hold on anymore. The spirit snake collapsed, falling heavily to the ground when unconscious. Cheers erupted as everyone realized their target had fallen. And that was all. The campaign succeeded. The warriors rushed forward using Iowa's giant silk bag to tie up the unconscious creature, capturing the spirit snake without a scratch. More importantly, no one in the group was injured. Soryang looked at their victory and named their plan Skynet Operation. The entire group cheered loudly, elated that they had safely subdued the spirit snake. They loaded the giant white silk bag onto a large wooden cart and started their journey back. Hiding nearby, the clan leader stood beside Sunpyo, sighing with frustration at having to deal with such a miserable creature. Curious, Soryang asked his grandfather if he had checked the spirit snake's internal organs, and the clan leader nodded, explaining that although the organs were small, the energy inside was incredibly strong, equivalent to 120 years of martial arts cultivation. This remark left Lady Hua Din speechless. She gasped in amazement and asked if it really was as powerful as 120 years of training. The immense value changed her mind immediately. Hua Din turned to Surya and Sunpyo, urgently pleading. She asked him to let them take the internal organs, emphasizing that it wasn't just a few years, but 120. She continued persuading, saying he was young and such a vast resource could help him master all types of martial arts. Even though he loved the rare spirit snake, this opportunity only came once. The clan leader added that the internal organs were so powerful they could be implanted in a person to surpass even the top 10 deadly poisons and reach a higher realm. Soryang was silent for a moment before acknowledging the appeal of surpassing the top 10 poisons was indeed very tempting. But his thoughts returned to the creature itself, reluctant to harm such a beautiful and rare spirit snake. Noticing his hesitation, Sunpyo and Lady Wai Young pressed harder, urging him to make a quick decision. Under pressure, Soryang could only ask them for some time to think. Suddenly, the argument was interrupted violently. The cart carrying the spirit snake began shaking violently. In the chaos, it was lifted off the ground, making Soryang realize that the creature inside had woken up. The warriors struggled to keep the bag from flailing as they recognized the spirit snake still had much strength. A muffled hiss of rage echoed from within the bag. The clan leader observed the chaos with gravity, sighing and explaining that snakes are known for their resilience and can go without food for a month. He concluded that now they faced a big problem because when it woke up, it would resist continuously, causing the cart to break, making transportation difficult. He added another serious issue, admitting he had hidden Soryang because he knew how much he valued this creature, saying that unlike other beasts, a spirit snake was so strong they might not find a place to keep it when bringing it back to the clan. The clan leader's patience ran out. He sternly issued an ultimatum that if the creature continued struggling violently, they would have no choice but to kill it for its internal organs. Despite his reluctance, as soon as he finished speaking, the struggle in the bag suddenly stopped. Strange silence only held the faint sound of a kill, confusing the warriors. Then an eerie mist occasionally escaped from the silk pouch, making everyone hold their breath to watch. And something miraculous happened. A blue light spread out from a crack in the pouch. The warriors stood still until someone shouted Soryang's name, informing him that the spirit snake had shrunk. Soryang and others rushed to the vehicle, quickly lowering themselves to look at the shrinking pouch. Inside was an unbelievable sight. The giant spirit snake now reduced to a tiny, adorable creature with big, tearful eyes. The transformation left Soryang unable to bear it. Instead of being happy, he fell to his knees, head in hands, crying over his magnificent creation that had turned into a pet. The great clan leader saw this and immediately understood, explaining that the spirit snake had shrunk by internal alchemy to save its life, marveling at its wisdom and self-sacrifice. But Soryang didn't care. He was blaming the spirit snake Tihan for being foolish enough to give up its precious power, insisting it just needed to wait a bit longer before he convinced his grandfather to spare it. He picked up the alchemical pill and tried to stuff it back into the small creature's mouth, hoping to help it regain its strength. In an unexpected turn of events, they managed both goals, obtaining the legendary alchemical pill and taming the spirit snake in one go. Thanks to the smaller body size, they easily transported it back to the Beast Palace. The next day at the Great Hall, Ma and Ho and elders gathered to see the spoils of war. The alchemical pill lay in a polished box, emitting pure energy that made Ma and Ho and the elders realize why the great clan leader valued it as equivalent to 120 years of cultivation. However, upon closer inspection, Ma and Ho noticed something strange and announced that the energy within the pill originated from celestial realms, causing everyone to be both curious and worried. Not understanding celestial power, Soryang immediately asked what it was. Ma In-ho explained not all energies are alike. The Beast Palace's magic relied on earth energy. The Great Clan leader continued, revealing that the Spirit Snake's alchemical pill contained pure celestial energy, completely incompatible with Soryong's current cultivation method. He sadly said his grandson could only absorb half of its power. But Soryong wasn't discouraged. He believed even a half was a great opportunity, making the Great Clan leader very pleased and instructing him to carefully store it while he tried to help him harness more. Lady Hong congratulated Soryong on this valuable chance and happily accepted the box containing the alchemical pill. But just as he touched the box, his 3 rabbit-eared spiderlings suddenly had intense hunger in their eyes. Before Soryong could react, they all lunged down, sucking into the box as the alchemical pill rolled to the floor. They immediately surrounded it, glowing bodies fiercely biting and tearing each other apart. Lady Hyujin panicked, calling out Nova, Myra, and Gray's names, ordering them to stop. But blinded by greed, they only growled in opposition. Soryong was also alarmed and angry, shouting why they dared act so rudely towards his mother. He grabbed Myra and Gray, hitting them hard and saying the father was extremely furious. Lady Hong found this strange. Even fighting, those 3 spiderlings had always been tightly bonded. As she pondered, a clear sound echoed amidst the chaos. Soryong's eyes widened in horror as he looked down at Nova. A powerful blue energy surged from Nova's tiny body. Soryong and Lady Guiyang could only stand dumbstruck. The truth hit like a punch. Nova had swallowed the alchemical pill. In the Beast Palace Hall, blinding green light exploded where Nova was. Power erupted, pushing everyone away. Lady Hong screamed, confirming that Nova had swallowed the alchemical pill. Amidst the chaos, Soryong suddenly saw a strange scene, recognizing it as his previous dream. Immediately after, a terrible headache struck him. The pain was so intense he cried out, making Lady Hua Din rush to ask what happened. The energy surge affected her too, causing her to stagger back. Overwhelmed by the pain, Soryong fell unconscious, his 2 remaining spiderlings panicking and watching him. Lady Hong knelt beside him, seeing Nova glowing fiercely on his chest, but Ma In-ho shouted for her not to touch it. She hesitated, asking why. Ma In-ho told her to look closely as the light from Nova was spreading to Soryong's body too. Ma In-ho sensed the mind magic orb and realized something significant was happening, warning that anyone touching now could risk losing their soul. Lady Herjin was both scared and lying. A minute later, her hair stood on end as Soryong's body slowly rose, enveloped by bright white light. The scene shifted into Soryong's mind. He found himself in a dark, water-filled space, holding his head in pain. It felt like his head was about to explode. Desperately wanting it to end, he cried out for help. Just then, a large white light descended from above. From the light emerged an enigmatic woman who gently approached him. She reached towards his head. Soryong was stunned. As she placed her hand on his hair, the pain gradually subsided, bringing a strange sense of peace despite not knowing who she was. In his mind, Soryong felt that gentle touch and turned back in confusion, wondering if it was Lady Wyan or Saon Pyo. But he saw a completely unfamiliar girl with green hair and a kind smile, her entire body glowing. He looked bewildered at her, not knowing where she was from. The mysterious girl moved closer, and before he could react, she gently hugged him and kissed his lips. As soon as her lips touched his, a bright light exploded, and the girl vanished into a stream of energy. Sory's eyes widened in surprise. He found himself back in the Dragon Palace room, wondering if everything, including that girl, was just a dream. Before he could think further, something wet touched his head. He looked up and gasped to see a huge lamey-like creature pinning him down on the table. His face flushed as it stared at him affectionately. Soryan was shocked when the door burst open and Lady Wyan with Saon Pyo rushed in. They breathed a sigh of relief seeing him awake, but were shocked by the sight before them, their eyes stuck under the huge creature's body. Soryan desperately called for help. He screamed and pointed at the giant scorpion trying to crush him, shouting that it was trying to eat him while the creature only showed love. Seeing Soryan panic, Saon Pyo and Lady Wyan tried to calm him down. Saon Pyo told him to stay calm and explained that the giant scorpion was actually his pet Nova. Sory's eyes widened in disbelief how a small creature could turn into such a huge monster. He muttered that it no longer resembled a regular scorpion. Lady Hong confirmed happily, explaining that after swallowing the core of the Sky Dragon's energy, Nova had transformed into this powerful form. Seonpyu added that Nova had evolved into a legendary flying scorpion. Lady Udin recounted the legend of flying scorpions, saying they were living terrors that could fly and rain down poison to destroy everything. She solemnly revealed its true identity, one of the 10 deadliest creatures, the king of all scorpions. The realization that his pet had become the most terrifying creature made Surya Ong freeze in shock. He exclaimed doubtfully that it couldn't be Nova, but the shock quickly turned into a bizarre imagination. He imagined his modern daughter flying and earning money like a superhero. The thought of her made him proud as a father. Then he woke up. Soriyama rushed to hug the newly evolved Nova, tears of joy streaming down his face, praising his grown-up daughter's beauty. He caressed Nova affectionately, comparing himself to someone who raised a kitten and woke up to find it had turned into a tiger. Lady Hyein tried to soothe him, reminding him he had been unconscious for half a month and needed rest. When Seonpyo worried that the connection with a godly poison might affect Soryang's mind, Lady Hong sighed, saying such an over-the-top nature was his true self. She sternly told Soryang it wasn't time to joke because even though Nova's evolution was good news, they had bad news too. Soryang was still lost in admiration of his pet, ignoring her, which annoyed Lady Houdin, who gently pushed him to listen. She sternly said the bad news wasn't small and that Peanut and Gray, two of Soryang's daughters, were glaring at him with angry eyes. She explained that they were extremely furious. A moment later, Soryang realized the terrifying truth. He imagined back to before Nova ate the core, declaring the rules of their competition. Kill or be killed, and whoever eats the core evolves. Following was a humorous illusion where his three pets turned into children, blaming each other for cheating. While Nova clung to the core, Soryang played the confused father trying to console to crying kids. Back in reality, Soryang panicked realizing he had unknowingly created a big sister rivalry. Feeling guilty, he quickly apologized to his angry daughters, saying they were all equally precious to him. The two seemed to calm down, leaning their heads on Lady Hering's cheeks affectionately. This made Soryang panic again, as he noticed his daughters now preferred their mother more. Lady Whiten laughed and said that children often love their mothers more than usual. After a while of apologies, the two small creatures finally calmed down. The next morning, Soryang sat quietly as the clan elder checked his inner strength. Both his grandfather and adoptive father carefully examined how Nova's evolution had affected Soryang's power. The clan elder gave an initial evaluation, concluding that Soryang's poison had clearly increased. Ma and Ho agreed, saying it was logical as the mind control of a pet allowed both to grow together. And as Nova's toxicity increased, so did Soryang's power. The clan elder smiled. Mingho said that even though the core was gone, it had greatly benefited Soryang, and they would check more thoroughly when returning home. As he spoke, Ma and Ho asked Soryang if he had experienced any hallucinations recently, shocking him. Ma and Ho explained why, warning that accepting a pet will too early could overwhelm the trainer. This was especially dangerous since Soryang now linked with one of the 10 deadliest creatures. Soryang immediately thought about the mysterious green-haired girl he had seen. He wondered if she was a sign of his control, but shook his head remembering her gentle, healing touch that felt nothing like a threat. Mengho said if any unusual signs appeared, Soryang must come to him immediately, and Soryang respectfully agreed. After confirming he wasn't in danger, the clan elder and Ma and Ho decided to resume their important task. Kopo was confused, asking her father what they had postponed. The two elders solemnly revealed their true goal. It was time to deal with the 5 poison sect, announcing their plan to find the secret lair of the sect. Soryang's face showed shock and determination as he caused everyone to pause. The great clan chief explained that the ruins of the destroyed sect a century ago are not far from here. Now there is clear evidence that the sect is still active. They can't just sit idly by. Soryang tightened his grip on his hands, thinking about what the great clan chief continued to say. Before long, the sect would target the beast path. With absolute resolve, he made a final statement. They will strike first and root out the 5 toxins before they can act. At the southern beast pathen, preparations for their journey are underway. Soryang hurriedly loaded jars of soil and wooden boxes onto the cart before starting to investigate the 5 toxins. The first task is to transport all the captured beasts back to the exit point. While working, Soryang asked a clan member about the flying snake. Gupai explained that it was being cared for separately. Han said they couldn't bring it back because the poor spirit beast had not eaten in days and only stayed in its den. Worried, Soryang decided he must go see the situation himself. As he walked, he thought about the shock that Snake went through, losing 120 years of cultivation, then seeing its power stolen by another creature. He glanced at Nova and imagined the poor little snake, feeling a pang of pity. Soryang, with the giant Nova hovering behind him, entered the room where the small flying snake was kept in a wooden cage. He approached and asked Han, but the spirit snake only responded with angry hisses, its body emitting a bright red light. She calmed it down, explaining to Soryang that he didn't want to harm it. Only because of its strength and beauty did he have to capture it. He advised the snake not to be angry anymore, but to think about its current situation, as now it was weak and small. Going back alone would make it a target for beast hunters. Soryang suggested that instead of going back, it could join them on their journey. He tried to convince it by talking about his new friends like the spirit lizards, gua spiders, and other insects. As he spoke, Nova flew around excitedly, but the spirit snake remained silent and unimpressed. Suddenly, a loud noise broke the silence. Suryong jumped at the sound of his empty stomach. He smiled, realizing that after days without food, it must be very hungry. He took a firefish from his bag and offered it to her, telling her to eat first before thinking about his proposal. But surprisingly, the proud snake turned away, rejecting the food with angry hisses, leaving Suryong confused on how to change its mind. Just then, the spirit snake's eyes widened when she saw something behind Soryan. It was Nova, towering and imposing, looking at her menacingly, causing the spirit snake to panic. In fear, it quickly grabbed a firefish and ate it greedily. Suryong was happy thinking it had eaten because of hunger, while Nova achieved its goal by shrinking and happily chirping. At a beast path courtyard, Lady Huiting walked past with Myra and Gray perched on her shoulders. Just then, Soryan stepped out from the building looking relaxed. Behind him was the giant Nova hovering. Lady Huiting asked about the spirit snake, and Soryan happily said that the last spirit beast finally ate, so she didn't have to worry anymore. He turned to Myra and Gray perched on Lady Huiting's shoulders. He teased them with a smile, promising they would share energy cores when the spirit snake recovered, making the two creatures chirp happily. Imagining himself as a modern father, Suryong still thought about apologizing to the spirit beast and asking it to endure for family peace. Just then, the great clan chief called out Suryong's name from across the courtyard. The elder approached and announced that all preparations for investigating the 5 toxins were complete. They could start their journey now. He asked if Soryan was sure he had recovered, reminding him he just woke up after a month of unconsciousness. But Soryan only smiled and said he was fine. With determined eyes, Soryan explained his reasons for wanting to join, affirming that as the adopted son of Southern Beast Path and son-in-law of the Exit Path, their enemies were also his. So he couldn't miss out. The great clan chief proudly laughed at such loyalty, but understood there was another reason. This was a golden opportunity to find rare toxic beasts. After everything was set, he presented the plan and announced they would head to Mount Nanyu tomorrow, where the 5 toxins hid last. He believed there were still clues left behind. He tightened his grip, his determination more pronounced. Then he clearly declared it was time to settle a century-old debt with the sect. A few days later, their search began officially. At the peak of Mount Nanyu, Suryong rode on Nova's back. By the second day, still no sign, Suryong realized following traces after a century was incredibly difficult. Old records were vague, only noting that the 5 toxins were destroyed in Mount Nanyu. Despite circling with Nova, he found nothing. As dusk fell, Suryong sighed tiredly, fearing another day wasted and preparing to return. Nova suddenly stopped and chirped excitedly, confusing Suryong as he asked what happened. He followed Nova's gaze and saw a flock of creatures flying towards the setting sun. Recognizing them as falls, he understood why Nova was curious. He explained that falls were like flying mice, guessing Nova had never seen them before. Seeing it was dark, Suryong decided to head back, landing and meeting his adoptive father Ma-inho, who asked what he found. But Suryong could only report failure, just a flock of falls flying northward. This seemingly small detail made Ma-inho's face change. He immediately ordered them to head north, surprising Suryong, who asked for the reason. He explained that bats flying in a group meant they were heading towards a large cave where the poison sect might be hiding. With this crucial clue, Ho requested Suryong to lead them based on the bat's flight path. The martial artists would follow immediately. Suryong agreed right away and the group set off at once. Following the northern mountain range, they crossed a dense forest for hours. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Before them stood an enormous cliff, towering so high it seemed to touch the sky. The sheer scale of the cliff left everyone awestruck. Suryong and Lady Huiting wondered if the entire mountain might be connected to a vast underground cave system. The calm was broken when the patriarch suddenly shouted excitedly. He pointed at a spot on the cliff and said he had found a clue. On the rock surface, there was a dark red handprint, indicating this place wasn't natural. Ma-inho read an ancient inscription next to it, stating that the poison sect had been sealed here forever. He confirmed they were at the right spot. The patriarch recognized it as the ancestral fish god's mark, surprising Suryong, who thought their clan only excelled in poison and assassination techniques. Manhwa observed that the main entrance was blocked by large rocks and suggested finding an alternative path before moving those stones. As he spoke, a huge swarm of bats suddenly shot out from the cliff, startling everyone. Suryong and Ma-inho stopped, watching the swarm fly towards an opening high up on the cliff face. Suryong pointed out that above there was a wide cave entrance. The two elders exchanged glances, realizing it had taken over a century to form this new entry. Seeing this, Suryong volunteered to scout ahead. He assured them he had Nova and Iowa with him so they would be safe. Lady Huzing and Shupu agreed that with their powerful spirit beasts, there was no need to worry. However, the patriarch still asked Soryang to bring Seonpyo and Lady Huiyang along for safety. He said he and his companions would check the area below first before following, which made Soryang happy to comply. Then Soryang led the way as Lady Huojin, Seonpyo, Yohwa, and Soryang ventured deeper into the dark cave. As they entered, a strong stench hit them hard. Lady Huojin had to cover her nose, while Soryang warned of falling bat droppings everywhere, urging everyone to be careful as they went further in. The echo sounded damp, and the darkness was so thick it seemed almost impossible to see anything. Fortunately, Soryang was prepared. He remembered learning dark vision from Seonpyo at the Beast Palace, allowing him to see clearly in complete darkness. He believed exploration wouldn't be too difficult. But then he realized that wasn't the biggest problem. It was the bats themselves as they entered the large cavern. They witnessed an unbelievable sight. Countless bats hanging densely throughout the cave, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Soryang admitted that despite loving all creatures, bats were the only ones he tended to avoid. And in front of this vast swarm, everyone didn't know how to overcome this danger. Facing such a massive bat swarm, Nova acted quickly. The giant spider took a deep breath. Then it roared loudly, emitting a red aura that filled the cave. Immediately, thousands of bats fell unconscious under the intense pressure, their eyes wide and lifeless. They fell like rain from the ceiling, completely out cold. Sunpyo was amazed, calling it one of the top 10 deadly creatures. Soryang was thoroughly impressed. This display reminded him of the king's aura from his previous life. He ran to pat Nova, praising her as wonderful and praiseworthy. This performance made Lady Huojin feel a bit jealous. Minna and Gray also glowed red, wanting to show they could emit such a deadly aura too. Soryang was moved to tears, his eyes welling up with pride. He declared that all his daughters were outstanding, still elated. Pyo noticed something in the cleared path and called Soryang to look ahead. His gaze followed and Soryang saw a faint red light deep inside the cave. As they approached, they found the light emanating from a huge stone door, dark and emitting a pale red energy. The ground around the door was covered with countless human skulls and bones, revealing that bats had hidden this horrifying scene for centuries. Soryang concluded that this must have been the final battlefield of the poison sect 100 years ago. His attention was drawn to something in the gap just before the stone door. He approached closer and was completely taken aback by what he saw. On a stone altar, there were carvings of 5 deadly creatures: lizards, snakes, scorpions, frogs, and spiders. In the foggy space between them, everyone stood still, their eyes fixed on the stone basin. Lady Huojin quickly recognized the 5 creatures carved there: a spider, a snake, a scorpion, a lizard, and a frog. She confirmed they were the symbols of the poison sect. Just then, Seonpyo saw a stone tablet with inscriptions near the altar. Ho approached and read aloud the ancient text, which was an oath of vengeance. It declared that even as the sect hid, their failure would be avenged and the poison sect would never forget this grudge. The ominous declaration made Soryang involuntarily shiver, but the thought of it being the former main hall of the sect 100 years ago excited him, hoping there might still be valuable records inside. Nonetheless, they first needed to figure out how to open this sealed stone door. Soryang suggested waiting for his grandfather and calling him. The elders might know how to unlock such ancient mechanisms. Lady Huojin agreed. The group found seats among the bones and waited. The silence stretched for a while, making the atmosphere tense and awkward. Sori decided to break the tension with a joke. He said in a playful tone that doors like these, adorned with jewels, often hide secret mechanisms. Pointing at the stone base, he confidently claimed pressing the central jewel would open the door. His professional analysis surprised the 2 girls, their eyes sparkling with hope. Sori secretly chuckled, recalling an escape room puzzle from his past life. He thought it absurd that a real fortress would use such simple mechanisms like in games. But while he was lost in thought, the 2 girls believed him and rushed to the stone base to test. Believing him, Seonpyo and Lady Guiyang placed their hands on the glowing red jewel. Nothing happened. Both turned back at Soryang with disappointment, making him laugh awkwardly and admit it was just a joke. Not wanting to end the joke too quickly, Soryang also approached the stone base, continuing to say that maybe the mechanism needed a spell or internal force. To illustrate, he placed his hand on the jewel whimsically, and as soon as contact was made, the jewel and the entire stone base suddenly glowed brightly, shaking the cavern deeply. As the ancient stone door revealed a deep passage into the darkness, Seonpyo and Lady Guiyang were equally surprised. They cheered excitedly, praising Soryang for opening the door. Seonpyo admitted she thought he was joking, but he had solved the mechanism in a blink, leaving Soryang bewildered by what just happened. He looked at his hands, recalling the flickering light, then suddenly realized the special energy from Wu Dihoon's 5 poison gods was the key to opening this ancient door. Soryong worriedly asked if they should proceed, but Lady Guiyang was full of excitement. She praised the mechanism for its ingenuity and even admired the exit, then eagerly led everyone in to explore. Soryong secretly thought Hua Din seemed more interested in mechanics than he realized. Their enthusiasm spread, doubts vanished, and Soryong agreed to explore, feeling like they were on a real treasure hunt. Before leaving, he carefully wrote a note on the stone tablet outside for his grandfather and Ma In-ho to follow. Soon after, Soryong declared it was time to enter the century-old base of the 5 poison sect. Lady Hong lit a lantern to light their way as they cautiously stepped into the dark tunnel, ready to uncover long-sealed secrets. But just before noon, the sound of mechanisms grinding behind them startled Soryong, who turned around just in time to see the heavy stone door slam shut, trapping them inside. Seonpyu cried out that they were trapped. Lady Hong held her lantern and noted, thankfully, that Soryong had left a note. Seonpyu guessed the doors were designed to close automatically as a safety feature. Realizing there was no way back, Soryong surmised the 5 poison sect members must have used this passage to escape in the past. The group continued deeper into the endless tunnel. The final passageway opened up to an enormous cavern beyond belief. Stepping into such vast space, everyone felt overwhelmed. Lady Huojin wondered if it had been a martial arts training ground. However, Seonpyu noticed something else. She saw many small cave entrances along the walls. Her sharp eyes spotted strange inscriptions on one wall and asked Lady Huojin to bring the lantern closer. As light shone, Soryong's eyes widened in horror. Lady Huojin immediately recognized the text. She boldly said it was the final chapter of Wu Dihoon's 5 poison gods. Soryong asked Seonpyu what the text said about his martial arts training. Lady Huazing began reading, her voice trembling with fear, describing the final step to complete the secret technique. At level 11, one must decapitate their 5 poison beasts and drink their blood. The accompanying illustration showed a masked figure performing a gruesome ritual, making Soryong and Huazing shiver. The brutality enraged Soryong to the core. He couldn't believe the technique required killing his own spirit beasts. He gritted his teeth, cursing the sect as evil monsters. In anger, he turned to Lady Hujing for the lantern. Holding the flame, he scorched each letter, declaring that such vile things must be erased. Killing and drinking blood was unacceptable. Seonpyu looked at him proudly for his strong sense of justice. Resolved, Soryong said they had to find and destroy all similar records, thoroughly searching the area. After a few hours, carefully examining each cave entrance after checking old rooms, they returned to the central area to meet. Lady Huijing reported that despite finding several large chambers, everything inside was destroyed or burned. Soryong concluded the attacking clans must have thoroughly burned this place when they destroyed the sect a century ago. In an open hallway, Lady Huijing noted the cave seemed different. Its surface and structure looked too perfect to be natural. Soryong agreed, pointing out it was indeed unique compared to other caves, then paused thoughtfully, feeling a strange familiarity as if he had seen this before. Suddenly, memories from his past life surfaced in his mind. Soryong recognized the tunnel resembled Vietnam's Kukai tunnels where he used to visit. He explained that the system was dug because the soil there is a mix of clay and limestone. When exposed to air, it hardens, making it ideal for digging tunnels. Connecting all details, Soryong shared his theory. It was likely the 5 poison sect members had dug this tunnel themselves, suggesting the area could be much larger and more complex than they thought. Soryong warned everyone to be extremely careful, but Seonpyu laughed sarcastically, believing a human-dug tunnel couldn't be that long. At this point, she pointed ahead and declared they should continue just a little further. But her confidence quickly faded as the tunnel seemed endless. Not long after, even CLPO, who was never out of breath, panted heavily and admitted that her ancestors were right. The 5 toxic sect members had indeed arrived. Soryong collapsed, his hands supporting the ground due to exhaustion, while Hojong worried about how much longer they would have to travel. After what seemed an endless journey, CLPO asked how long they had been traveling, and Soryong, still lying on the ground, weakly replied that it was definitely more than 2 days and decided they needed a rest. As he said this, the sound of empty stomachs echoed through the tunnel from Nova and Joa, indicating the seriousness of their situation. Solimpio began to panic, fearing they wouldn't be able to escape. Sorlian tried to appear strong, promising that when they got out, he would make a delicious meal for everyone. As the group was exhausted and nearly ready to give up, an unfamiliar scent suddenly filled the air. Seopio sniffed curiously, asking what it was because her sensitive senses told her the pleasant smell came from deep within the tunnel. Her eyes lit up with excitement as hunger overpowered her reason. She was sure it was roasted rabbit meat. Sorian immediately warned that it might be a trap set by the 5 toxic sect. But Seopao only smiled slyly, saying that if it really was the 5 toxic sect, the better. With confidence, she proposed a simple plan. Defeat the enemy and take both meat and prisoners. This bold idea left Soryong speechless about how to react. Unable to bear his hunger anymore, Saintpi tugged at Soryong, who was panicking, and dragged him running through the tunnel. Just as he said it was time to eat, while Soryong could only urge her to calm down, everyone else hurriedly followed. Their frantic run was cut short when Sunbyo suddenly stopped, sensing something ahead. She pointed at a large glowing pit on the tunnel floor and recognized the meat smell. The group cautiously approached the edge of the pit and looked down below. His mind raced with guesses. He wondered if this might be the last remnants of the 5 toxic sect. But upon closer inspection, he felt a familiar yet unexplainable presence. The confusion turned into extreme shock. When Hwadin asked what was happening, Soryong could only stare blankly at his feet in astonishment. He realized who they were, completely stunned by why these people were in this ancient fortress. The story shifted back to a few days earlier to explain the mysterious group's appearance. In a burning village, Ju Hang, leader of Minglinming, bellowed orders to his troops, demanding that no heretical blood demons escape their encirclement. Minglinming had just discovered the sect's secret base in Funyu Forest and immediately launched a full-scale attack. In the fierce battle, the alliance took a clear advantage, using a special poison to weaken the enemy's inner strength. Ju Hang recognized this poison as severely weakening the enemy, seeing it as an opportunity to end the war quickly. The fight continued as high-ranking members of the alliance fought weakened sect members. After a bloody and brutal battle, Minglinming emerged victorious, standing amidst countless bodies of the defeated sect. As the fighting subsided, Shalong, Qiangxiang, and Shilong stood together, relieved that the war was over. Shilong even said it wasn't too difficult thanks to this poison, but their relief faded when a frantic warrior rushed in with urgent news for Ju Hang. He reported that all captured sect members had mysteriously disappeared, shocking Ju Hang. He explained they found a secret tunnel entrance at the bottom of a well and some sect members used it to escape. Furious, Ju Hang ordered an immediate pursuit, vowing not to let anyone survive. Shalong, Shilong, and Qiangxiang accepted their mission. The chase began, leading them into the dark, narrow cave system where a chaotic battle raged for 3 days between them and fleeing sect members. Finally, after desperate efforts, the pursuit group escaped to the other side of the cave system. They were stunned to find themselves in a strange yet beautiful forest, realizing that this long tunnel had brought them into Diviet territory. The story returned to Soryong's current situation. Exhausted from their relentless pursuit, the Shalong group found a large cave to rest and cooked meat over an open fire for sustenance. While eating, Shilong teased Qiangxiang that Shalong was addicted to rabbit meat, causing her to sigh and complain about how she would soon smell like it. She also blamed him for not finding some fruit to change the taste. Her complaint made Shalong turn red with anger. He pointed at them, shouting that they should be grateful instead of complaining, asking what help they had given in searching for food. Shilong calmly replied that he and Qiangxiang had enthusiastically supported Shalong. His response only made him angrier. He listed all the tasks he did alone, hunting, washing clothes, starting fires, and asked if they had helped with anything. With an innocent smile, Shilong said his clan taught martial arts, but not daily chores, while Qiangxiang sighed that in real life, those were tasks disciples handled. Frustrated by these nonsensical excuses, Shalong gave up arguing. Suddenly, his face changed as he sensed something above them. All three looked up and gasped to see the glowing giant spider of Soryong, Nova, crawling down towards them. Shocked by this enormous sight, Shalong immediately went into a defensive stance with his weapon. A familiar voice greeted from above, making Shalong break out in cold sweat as he recognized who it was. When they looked up, they saw Soryong riding Nova's head, followed by Lady Wei Ying and Seo Pio. He happily greeted them all, saying it had been a long time, leaving the warriors speechless as they realized he was none other than the young hero Wu Yi they knew. As everyone greeted each other, Seo Pio took advantage of her hunger to bite a large piece from the roasted rabbit leg. After Sorian introduced his teammates Nova and Ayahua, both groups gathered around the campfire, chatting and sharing food while a giant spider slept peacefully nearby. Sat Long was impressed. It was strange to meet here in this desolate place. Kim joked that maybe they should call him Lord Sorian now since he belonged to the Beast Court. Sori said just call him by his name for a natural feel. Satlon noticed Sori had been through much, offering extra meat. But Sori politely declined, saying Guseong needed it too. Guseong insisted on feeding Sori, saying he was happy just watching Sori eat. This made Sori wonder why a person they met only a few times seemed so warm. The reason was simple. Gay Seng belonged to the same clan and was the older brother of Eong, whom Suryong had saved. Upon learning this, He saw himself as Soryong's big brother to repay the favor. While eating, Soryong thought that despite his name, Yuseong's essence was no different from a chief of their clan. By the campfire, Kim asked Soryong if his grandfather, the god of 10,000 poisons and beast court master, would arrive soon. Soryong confidently said he had left a message and used jagua silk as a trail marker, so they should be close, but Lady Hu-ding found this strange since they should have arrived earlier. Reminding Soryong that they had been lost in the cave for 2 days, he asked Ayahua if she could sense anyone touching the thread, but she shook her head, indicating no one was following them. Soryong grew worried as so much time had passed, the main group might catch up. The lack of thread sensation made him doubt whether his grandfather and Lady Hu-ding had entered the cave. Seonpyo also said they needed to arrive before reaching the end of the tunnel, guessing they couldn't see Soryong's note. An idea flashed in Soryong's mind. He explained that the issue might be with the door mechanism, which only opens when he inputs the right type of inner force into the stone pull. Based on the 5 poison completeness description, he concluded the lock was designed to open only with a source of 5 poison inner force. Lady Hu-jin wondered why the great clan master couldn't open it. Soryong said his inner force didn't come from that technique, so maybe it wasn't sufficient to activate the mechanism. When he realized they couldn't enter, Seonpyo asked if Soryong should return to Mount N, but he hesitated and recognized they couldn't wait indefinitely. Then an idea struck him. He suggested joining forces with Long Merchant as his blood mage followers were still hiding, and going solo was very dangerous. Together, they could support each other and gather more clues about the 5 poison sect. Lady Hu-yin agreed immediately. Long Merchant confirmed their group was also heading to the rendezvous point for a reunion and agreed to travel together for safety. With an imposing stance, Gae Seng declared he would personally ensure Soryong and his team reached Central Plains safely, leaving Long Merchant and Kim behind with disappointed looks. After agreeing, both groups decided to follow Long Merchant's group to the meeting point. Well rested, they set off early the next morning. Exiting the dark heart cave and returning to bright light, Seonpyo shielded his eyes, complaining he hadn't seen the sun in so long that it felt like it was burning his eyes. As the group stood before the cave entrance, Long Merchant approached Soryong and asked if he knew how to hunt or find water. Soryong replied confidently that he and his teammates Sile and Hua Jin were very skilled at these tasks. Relieved, Long Merchant whispered a request for help, complaining that his two companions didn't know what to do, leaving him with all the work. Soryong happily agreed. He immediately turned to Ayahua and asked her to find some food nearby. She eagerly responded. Ayahua dashed into the forest so fast they barely reacted, returning almost instantly with a large deer wrapped in silk thread, shocking them with her incredible speed. Seonpyo praised Ayahua for catching such a big one and quickly took over the spoils. She said the organs would spoil soon, so she needed to gut and roast it over the fire immediately to carry. Her younger sister added, calling her soon Annie in admiration. Long Merchant was amazed, asking if Seonpyo knew how to preserve meat too. She also shared a survival tip, warning not to drink raw water as there might be sick beasts upstream that could cause illness. Long Merchant listened wide-eyed at her practical knowledge. Seeing his sister's talent, Soryong proudly thought she would surely be a top survival vlogger in modern times. Later, Long Merchant nervously asked Soryong about something else. He blushed and stammered, asking if Seonpyo had a boyfriend. The question stunned Soryong, while Long Merchant daydreamed imagining her beauty and agility. Suddenly, he clutched his chest as emotions surged to suddenly. Soryong could only stare at the warrior, who was overcome by emotion right there. Round Long Merchant, hearts and flowers seemed to bloom, while Soryong wondered why he fell in love so quickly.